Good morning. Welcome to the December 15th session of the Planning Board. We are allowing everybody to attend virtually, although some people have arrived here. Commissioner Hill is with me. All other commissioners are online. Amy Presley, Roberto Pinero, and Cherie Branson are joining us virtually. The only preliminary matters I have, because I forgot the history for the day tab, is that the council has advertised for 3 commissioner positions. I'd encourage everybody who's interested in those positions to apply. The applications are available on the council website. I think we might have some links on our own site, but just letting people know to do that if they wish to take advantage of that opportunity. On preliminary matters, we have the 2 resolutions before us. Here we go again with a name I can't pronounce. We have an administrative subdivision 6/2022-0060 and Burtonsville Shopping Center site plan number 8, 1985-104A. Every commissioner was present except for Ms. Presley, so I would entertain a motion to adopt the resolutions.
Mr. Chair, I move that we adopt the 2 resolutions that you just cited as submitted.
Can I hear a second? Roberta, would you like to second?
This is Commissioner Pinero.
I didn't understand that?
Yes.
Oh, thank you. This is going to be very strange. When commissioners wish to speak, if you could signal to raise your hand so I know to recognize people as well. Otherwise, this will get very confused. Okay, I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
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 Abstain.
Cherie? Is Cherie on the line?
I think she might have accidentally dropped off.
Well,
I don't see her in the lists.
all right.
She was there a moment ago.
We have 3 in favor and 1 abstain. The resolutions are adopted. We have approval of minutes of November 17th and December 1, 2022. Can I hear a motion for adoption?
I move approval, move adoption.
I'll second.
All those in favor say aye.
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 Aye. Roberto? Is he frozen?
Uh-huh. Just like the weather.
He's not moving.
Roberto,
Okay.
this might have, this-
Legal, I should go ahead with, Mr. Mills, I should go ahead with 3 approvals and 1 unknown?
We have a quorum and we have a majority vote, and so we can sort that out. We can reconfirm his vote with him once the connection is reestablished.
Okay, there we go, okay.
Thank you.
All right, we have
For freezing.
3 in favor and 2 unknowns, and we'll select the unknowns when we
Let
get
me,
there. Oh, there you go.
Mr. Chair, I was able to connect back again. I don't know why I was disconnected, but I do vote in favor
Okay,
of the resolution.
Thank
of the
you.
Minutes. Yeah.
thank you. 4-0, 4 and 1 unknown right now. So the minutes are approved. We have the Bethesda Design Advisory Panel Committee appointment of panel members. We have a staff recommendation on this. It's in everybody's packet. Would somebody like to discuss it, would like to make a motion? Anybody?
I don't know if there's any need for discussion, so I mean, I certainly would move approval.
All right, and we're approving the nomination of,
Yulia Badletkova
thank you,
and Paul Mortensen.
thank you.
You saved him on the name.
Excuse me?
Oh, I'm sorry, I read, the name, yeah, correct.
Say again the
Jonathan
names?
Fitch is the name.
Okay,
I read the name off the letter, not the
Jonathan Fitch,
applicant.
yeah.
okay. So I have a motion before me. Do I have a second?
I second it, Mr. Chair. I
Okay.
think they're both architects, very well qualified. I second it.
Okay,
Nice.
thank you. All those in favor say aye.
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 I,
And Roberto, your hand is up, so,
oh, I'm sorry, I was making the motion. Let me just take it off,
okay.
if I can figure it out.
This is-
Ignore it then, ignore it, because it's still up.
Everyone needs to forgive us. This is our first virtual
Yeah.
meeting,
Oh,
so
there, now it's on.
you got it.
Yeah.
You got it.
So- Okay.
Okay. We now have record plats before us. We have 2 record plats. One is from plat number 22-021-0660 Bradley Hills Grove, and 22-022-0170 Mid-Pike Plaza. Do I hear a motion for approval?
So moved.
Second?
Second?
Thank you. All those in favor say aye.
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 Roberto? Yes, you said aye.
Aye,
Thank you. Okay,
aye? Yes, I
got it. Your voice is disconnected from your body movements, but that's okay. We'll deal with it. I'm
Oh.
sure, it happens to everybody, I know. Okay, so that's record plats. We're now on regulatory extensions. Always our favorite. We have 4 extensions. Jerome Friedbaum, 8001 Wisconsin Avenue, Federal Plaza West, Waters Village Preliminary Plan Number 1, 2022-0200, and Site Plan 8, 2022-0260. Do I have a motion to approve? Discussion? Or a motion to approve?
I do just have a question about the Federal Plaza site. And that is, this is right up against the city boundary, or the city of Rockville boundary, correct? And
Yes.
Yes.
For the record, Amy Lindsay, Mid-County Planning.
okay. In fact, it's a little bit of an unusual boundary as well, because the boundary does not go down the street. It goes at the back of the property line facing that street, I believe, which is Rollins Avenue.
Yes, sir, that is correct. And I think that contributes to the complexities.
Yep. Okay.
There's nothing complex about Rockville. Does that satisfy your
Yeah,
question?
that's fine. I might also like to mention on the first one, so Jerome Freebaum, I was a little concerned when I started looking at that it seemed to me that we were being asked to extend over really an action of the applicant, but with the explanation given in the submission, I think I'm adequately advised to support it.
Yeah, we did get some good explanations in some
Yes.
of these extensions
We did.
this time, and we thank the staff for that, doing that. Okay, I'll entertain a motion to approve all of the 4 extensions.
Mr. Chair,
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Welcome back.
Yeah,
All right.
it's a winter wonderland out here,
There-
so, you know.
There you go. Commissioner Branson made the motion. Do I hear a second?
I'll second that.
Thank you. All those in favor say aye.
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 Excellent. Okay, we got everybody. This is exciting. We're now on item 4. Do we have to stop? No, we're okay? Item 4 is still okay for this team meeting? Yes. Okay, a roundtable discussion from the planning director.
Good morning, Commissioners. Tanya Stern, Acting Planning Director, for the record. And today, can we go to the next slide? For my director's report, I want to give a look ahead on what is to come in our work program in 2023, now that we are ending 2022 very shortly. So our work program will be focusing on several cross-cutting areas. Obviously, implementation of Thrive Montgomery 2050, now that it is adopted by the County Council. Making further progress on our equity agenda and planning initiative through all of our work. Certainly supporting housing for all through our master plans and other initiatives. Applying a data-driven approach, again, to all of our work, particularly informing our development of master plans, and supporting the county's Vision Zero initiative. Next slide. So as you all know, we have several master plans underway. We have 6 currently underway. The Rustic Roads Functional Master Plan, which will be starting work sessions with the board very shortly. The Pedestrian Master Plan, which will be coming to the board early next year. Fairland and Briggs Cheney Master Plan as well. The Tacoma Park Minor Master Plan, which will be Minor Master Plan Amendment, which will be coming in the spring. The Great Seneca Plan, the University Boulevard Corridor Plan, which we kicked off with community engagement in November. And then an amendment to the Historic Preservation Master Plan focusing on the Edward U. Taylor School and Weller's Dry Cleaners. And then next year, we're also launching 2 new master plans, one for Clarksburg and also the Silver Spring Communities Master Plan. Next slide. We have several studies and special projects underway. The Wheaton Downtown Study, which will be wrapping up very shortly. The Incentive Density Guidelines Update, which we will be launching very soon to look at the bonus points system and really updating that whole structure. The Friendship Heights Urban Design Study, which is also underway, as well as our Innovative Housing Toolkit. Another newer project, the Life Sciences Industry and Market Study, which is just kicking off. We have our Attainable Housing Strategies Initiative, which we did a lot of work on over the last year, and we'll be bringing back to the board in order to wrap that up. And then actually at the beginning of the next fiscal year in July, we will be launching the next quadrennial update to the growth and infrastructure policy. So that will be a major project that we will be focusing on later this year. Next slide. We also have a great event coming up in October that we do every couple of years, the Design Excellence Awards. We held the last one last fall here at the Wheaton headquarters, and so we're really looking forward to having that event again, which is intended to recognize and honor design excellence in development in the county. We will also be continuing to make progress on a number of placemaking activities. And we are also developing a placemaking strategic plan so that we can be very intentional in understanding how we want to leverage placemaking not only as a part of our plans, both during the development and implementation, but also how can we work with other partners to advance placemaking throughout the county. Next slide. I also wanted to highlight a piece of legislation that is at the council now. This is the no net loss of forest amendments to the county's forest conservation law. The goal is to achieve no net loss countywide so that more forest is planted than forest cleared by encouraging more forest planting, continued protection for existing forests, and incentivizing less forest clearing. We also want to make sure that we can keep increased requirements reasonable to allow development to continue to move forward, and also to use this effort to align with the goals of the county's climate action plan and Thrive Montgomery 2050. Next slide. We also have a couple of significant data initiatives underway right now. Already part of our work program is the Community Equity Index. This is another part of our toolkit that we are developing as part of our equity and planning agenda. And this index will include some additional variables or additional data points beyond the equity focus areas mapping that we've already created, to include data such as education, income, housing tenure, poverty status, English proficiency, and race. So building out a broader set of metrics that we can use to evaluate how equity is taking place or where there are deficiencies in different parts of the county. And then Montgomery County, through our department, is also participating in the Metropolitan Washington Council of Governments Cooperative Forecast, Round 10. This is a very significant effort that COG undergoes every few years with all of its member jurisdictions, which will result in projections of population, households, and employment. We've already developed some initial data around this, and so we're now kind of right in the middle of things with COG. They're also looking at data produced by the other jurisdictions. So this is something that we will be continuing to work on over the coming year. Next slide. And then to close, I just wanted to talk a bit about how our department partners with a number of not only planning departments, other agencies and other entities around the region. I am also directly involved in a number of these initiatives. So for example, the Metropolitan Washington Council of Governments has a planning directors technical advisory committee that meets every month with all of the planning directors from throughout the region, as well as some of their staff as well, to talk about different planning initiatives that we're each working on, common areas of interest that we can discuss and learn from and help to identify some regional strategies that we can then apply in our own jurisdictions. COG also has the Region Forward Coalition, and I particularly highlight this because this is a meeting that happens about every couple of months or so that includes both elected officials as well as government leaders and others from throughout the region to talk about regional issues. These meetings are actually chaired by 2 elected officials from throughout the region. And so I'm particularly highlighting this because this might be a meeting that the board members might be interested in attending to help learn more about what's going on throughout the region. I've been attending actually both the planning directors committee meetings and Region Forward Coalition meetings back from when I was working at the DC Office of Planning, so I've been attending them for several years, and I particularly find the Region Forward Coalition meetings to be very informative. I already mentioned the Round 10 regional forecast that we're working on, and then earlier this year, I was asked to join the Washington Housing Conservancy Stakeholder Council. This group meets at least a couple of times a year, and we'll be continuing into next year, again, to look at how we can look at housing issues regionally. The Stakeholder Council has representatives from government, the private sector, the financial sector, advocacy organizations as well. And so again, that's another sort of opportunity for us to learn from each other. And then additionally, I and other members of the planning department are active members of ULI Washington. This is the local district council of the Urban Land Institute. And then we also meet monthly with NAOP and MBIA to have direct conversations with members of the development community to talk about our projects and any issues of, that we can discuss outside of specific regulatory items. And then lastly, I wanted to mention some good news that I got this week. I, along with some other colleagues, submitted a session proposal for the Urban Land Institute's spring meeting in May of next year in Toronto. This is one of their 2 annual conferences, and we submitted a session proposal related to creative placemaking. That is an issue that I've worked quite a bit on, particularly wearing a former hat as the co-chair and co-founder of ULI Washington's Placemaking Initiative Council. And we put together, myself and the previous co-chair put together a panel of national experts to talk about creative placemaking, how we can use that to create more welcoming and inclusive spaces. And so our session proposal was accepted. I will be the moderator for the panel, so I'm very excited to be able to have that conversation on a national level and international level, since it will be in Canada. So with that, I conclude my director's report.
Thank you. I have 2 comments, really. Number one, I'm sure the forest conservation will be an interesting exercise in determining what is reasonable to do. We are already involved in lots of variances because we have development and we have trees. And some of those are significant trees, and it's unavoidable impact, so we're into the world of variances. So I'm sure we'll go through those criteria. The other thing is just a personal note, just to prove how old I am. I was involved in the first round of cooperative forecasting. It wasn't even called 1 at the time, it was just called cooperative forecasting. We never knew we were doing 2. But okay, thank you for that report. We appreciate that. Moving on. Oh, what?
You have some hands up.
Excuse me?
You have some hands up.
Oh, I'm sorry. Commissioner Pinero would like to say something?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, first of all, I'd like to congratulate Planning Director Stern for her presentation, and also the fact that she's going to be moderating this placement panel in Toronto. That's again showing signs of how well you're representing our commission. Secondly, I was kind of interested in that issue about the county, I guess, the Community Equity Index. And I mean, I've worked before on issues have to do with typology of communities, typology of neighborhoods in different forms. And I was kind of interested in learning how you're defining what a community, whether you're using kind of a geographic indicator, or is it neighborhood, or is it more like residential developments, or is that something that you're still working on, trying to define what the various communities are? Because I know that you mentioned demographic, you also mentioned in schools, but have you kind of decided on how you're going to define what a community is?
So before Carrie McCarthy, the chief of our Research and Strategic Projects Division, answers your question in particular, I just wanted to note that when we complete this project, we will be bringing it to the board. So we will have an opportunity to do a further brief. But Carrie, if you can go ahead and answer the question.
Good morning. For the record, Carrie McCarthy, Division Chief for Research and Strategic Projects. We are using census tracts data. And so that's, we're using the word kind of community as a broad term, and then using census tracts to look at smaller area geographies. The impetus for this project was really building on the equity focus area work, where we felt like that analysis was very binary. Tracts are either in an EFA or out of an EFA, and we wanted to take a more gradient approach to also understand which tracts, are high performing, are very advantaged, and which tracts are, most disadvantaged, to understand more nuance of different neighborhoods across the county. We also were using census data. We looked at a lot of different data sources because we considered including crime, including health. The challenges we cut back to the demographic information is both readily available and also consistently available. One thing we wanted to do with this analysis is track change over time. So we wanted to use a data source that was updated on a regular schedule consistently. So we are wrapping that up and looking to share that information with the board in early 2023.
Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Commissioner Branson, you have your hand up.
Yeah, hi, thank you. I have a couple of questions. One is about the equity index also. I saw that the word reconciliation was prominently displayed there. And so I'm wondering, what exactly is that going to mean in this context? And the second question I have is about the historic preservation. I saw that Weller's Dry Cleaners is on that list. I know that that recently there's been a lot of discussion in the neighborhood in that neighborhood, it's my former neighborhood, about the store being painted. So my question about Weller's is, it is currently the site of a small business that is not a dry cleaners. How, if at all, will this historic preservation issue affect that business?
I can answer the question. The reconciliation, the graphic, which it's brought up on the slide in front of me. I don't know if you can see it on Teams. Okay, that was related to the forecast. And so that refers to the process that the regional jurisdictions use to, each jurisdiction develops its own totals. COG has an econometric model for the region they run, and then they add up the regional totals and compare it to this overall regional number. And the reconciliation is just kind of communities making adjustments, trading, thinking about where growth is going so that the community jurisdiction generated totals align with the regional model. So the reconciliation word is not related to the community equity index.
To address your questions around Weller's Dry Cleaners, we are aware of the recent changes to the exterior. We've been in communications with other county stakeholders related to that matter. In terms of the historic designation application, that location was one that was identified in the Silver Spring Downtown Adjacent Communities Plan for potential designation. And so the work to look at that had already started, and it has gone to the Historic Preservation Commission, which provided support to move it forward to the board. But what I can do in the meantime, until we bring this item to the board, I can get some further details from our historic preservation staff in terms of what, if any, impact this process would be, or the designation on the business that's there now.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Presley.
Yes, thank you. I'm looking forward to the study and would like to know specifically what can you provide to us sort of the list of criteria for analysis? You mentioned a few of the things that would be compared, but I would really be interested in seeing the full scope of what's going to be researched.
Can I make a suggestion, and this is related to the Community Equity Index? Since we are still wrapping up the work on this, and it will be coming to the board early next year, can we just take these questions and hold them until we can bring them to the board and do a full presentation?
I think that's fine, since some of us may not be sitting at that time. I would personally just like to see what you've got so far. If you could send it to us by email. I just would like to know the scope and make any contribution I could in commentary, even if I won't be here when you bring it.
Sure. I believe we will be bringing it before the new appointments will take place, but we can certainly share the scope of work.
Okay, sure.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead and hold it. Don't do extra work because of my question. I'll look at it when you bring it to us.
But we
Thank you.
definitely appreciate the board's questions, and if there are any other questions that you have at this time related to that project, just let us know, and we can make sure that we can address that.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
If we're ready to go on, Are we ready to go on? I'm looking. We need to take a break. All right, we'll cue the Jeopardy music for a little bit. I do have one thing to say to my fellow commissioners. We got a lot of regulatory work to do today. So we'll get on with it as soon as we get on with it. Okay, I'm taking a break. Thank you. Welcome back to the Planning Board session on December 15th. We are ready for item 5, which is Strathmore Avenue Preliminary Plan number 1, 2022-0160, and Site Plan 8, 2022-0220. We do have 5 speakers for this item. The way we'll do this is I'll turn it over to staff. We'll let the applicant speak and then go hear from public testimony. Please proceed.
Thank you. Good morning, Commissioners. For the record, my name is Tamika Graham, and I'm with the Mid-County Planning Division. I'm presenting 2 applications to you that have been summarized in a combined staff report. As you noted, a preliminary and site plan applications for 4910, 4920 Strathmore Avenue that's located in North Bethesda. Staff is recommending that the board approve both of these applications today with the conditions that are listed in the staff report that allows for new residential development with different types of housing. Staff also recommends that the planning board approve the associated final forest conservation plan, also with the conditions enumerated. I want to point out that this recommendation is based on the fact that the application meets all of the necessary findings for approval, which are talked about in the staff report and we'll go through today. We're really pleased to present this project to you. It's a really great project in terms of advancing housing in our county and specifically within this area. And it also speaks to health equity issues for seniors. So in terms of the project history, the applicants, EYA and Brandywine Living, first brought this project to the department in the form of a concept plan. So at that time, we were able to look at some very preliminary issues and provide important feedback that would inform the subsequent submittals. The applicants then came in for a local map amendment that was submitted as a floating zone plan, which proposed the future development of this site, again, for residential uses. In terms of the timing, that item came before the planning board in December of 2021. The planning board made a recommendation. It did not approve but made a recommendation to the county's Office of Zoning and Administrative Hearings to support the rezoning request, and that was from the residential R60 zone to the commercial residential neighborhood floating zone with a maximum of 0.75 FAR. During that same LMA hearing, the planning board did approve the associated preliminary forest conservation plan. So subsequent to that, the hearing examiner approved the local map amendment in April of 2022, and then it went on to the county council for approval in June of this year. So there were a number of binding elements with that approval, as I mentioned, with the maximum of FAR. There's also a binding element that no principal commercial uses are permitted on the site, except with the exception of accessory commercial. So in terms of what we're asking the board to look at today is the preliminary plan that basically looks at the creation of new lots and blocks and roads. It may be approved if the planning board finds that it meets a series of findings that's related to the layout of the subdivision. It also includes looking at the context of the site. It also includes looking at the type of development that's proposed. And it's really at this stage where we look at whether or not the development meets adequate public facilities finding, and it's also where we also look at the forest conservation plan. Some subdivisions of a certain size may not require a site plan, but generally most larger developments do require a site plan, as in the case of this project. This is where we look at a lot more of details of the site, including the programming of open spaces and architectural details and items like that. So looking at the vicinity of the area, this is located within the 1992 North Bethesda Garrett Park master plan area. As you can see here, the site is within the close proximity to Rockville Pike, which is a major north-south corridor. It's also located along Strathmore Avenue, which is one of the main east-west corridors within this area. It's also just south, if you're familiar with the former White Flint Mall. It's nearby there, just cut off from the map. Some of the surrounding properties are zoned R90 and R60. Many of them are residential uses. There are some institutional uses that abut the property. You can see here there's a Holy Cross Church and School that's to the east. There's the Academy of Holy Cross to the south, and then there are also some other institutional uses and also fall under the historic designation, such as the Strathmore Mansion and the Music Hall. The site is also well served by existing transit. It's about 1/3 of a mile from the Grosvenor Strathmore Metro Rail station. It's not too far from the Kensington Mark station as well. There are two bus stops that are within a close vicinity to the property, so there is an existing bus service that's available. Excuse me. There are also some major developments within this vicinity. One that you may be familiar with is the Strathmore Square redevelopment project that's just to the southwest of this site. That is a major mixed-use project. It is also designed to be transit-oriented, and it has a lot of arts and cultural elements because of its proximity to Strathmore Hall. So zooming in a little bit closer, the site that we're looking at is outlined in the orange. This consists of the entirety of Parcel A and a portion of Parcel B. This is the larger of Parcel B, but this just includes a portion of it. Currently, this portion of Parcel B is existing lawn area that's associated with the Academy of the Holy Cross, and Parcel A represents the entirety of the St. Angela's Hall Retirement Center that's now closed and vacant. I mentioned the zoning earlier. This is now the CRNF floating zone. So for the proposed subdivision, the applicant is looking to consolidate a portion of Parcel Parcel B and with the entire Parcel A to be able to create 114 buildable lots. They're also proposing 20 parcels that will be available for roads and open spaces. Chapter 50 of the County Code requires that blocks provide 2 tiers of lots, but the board may approve exceptions to block width design for blocks that are adjacent to streams or for land uses where it's appropriate to establish blocks with 1 tier of lots. So the applicant is showing 1 tier of lots along the western and southern edges of the development. The request for exception is based on the environmental constraints of the stream valley buffer. This is supported by staff, and overall, you can see that the block and lot designs are appropriate for the development as well as the use. One thing that I should mention in terms of the environmental constraints, the site is constrained by a number of environmental resources. There's a floodplain on the property. The development does not encroach into that floodplain area. There's a stream valley buffer area to the west as well as east. There's also some wetland buffers on the site, and there's also steep slopes on the site. So as you stand along Strathmore Avenue, the site drops down as you move towards the south, and so that kind of ties into why the applicant is only constructing the 1 tier of lots in those areas. So moving into the details of the site plan, as I mentioned, the current building is vacant. It will be demolished. The applicant is requesting a maximum of 482,000 square feet of total development. That'll be broken out into 145 beds for a residential care facility for seniors. And this is considered a replacement of that existing retirement center. I just want to note that a residential care facility is categorized as a group living This will provide housing for people that can't live independently, but they don't need the same type of care, such as like a nursing home or something along those lines. So this facility will provide assistance for people that need help with their daily living activities, so walking, eating, getting dressed. One of the great things about this project is that it supports aging in place. So this type of facility allows somebody to continue to live within the same community but still have the continuum of care that they need. And so of the 113 single-family dwellings, 9 of these homes will be single-family detached. They will be located along Strathmore Avenue. This was intentional to match the existing 12 single-family detached residential homes that are on the opposite side of Strathmore Avenue. And then the townhomes are tucked behind, and this sort of mirrors what you see to the west of the site with the Symphony Park townhouse development. The project will also provide 15% of MPDUs. It aims to include improvements to enhance walkability, bikeability. As I mentioned, there's existing transit, but these other improvements will help facilitate convenience and ease of movement to those transit options. There's also a number of open spaces that will be connected. There's also stormwater management on site, and there's also a preservation of some of the mature forest that is existing. In terms of access and circulation, currently there are 3 curb cuts on this property. The one existing is to the west of the property. It is slightly off-center from Stillwater Avenue to the north, and then there are 2 curb cuts that serve the St. Angela's Hall. The applicant is going to retain 3 access points on the site, and so moving from west to east, Street C will be realigned with Strathmore Avenue. Street A will be the new primary access point that will serve this development, as well as primary access point to the Academy of Holy Cross that will remain to the south of the site. And then to the east of the property is a curb cut that will serve some of the parking for staff for the residential care facility and for back-of-house activities, loading, and so on. Another item that's being proposed is a traffic signal that's at the intersection of Street A and Strathmore Avenue. There's also going to be a new westbound turn lane at Strathmore Avenue, and this will require just a little bit of a width from the existing vegetated median, but that will allow for stacking for up to 6 cars. So that will help within this area. So getting into parking, the applicant is proposing 290 off-street vehicle spaces that will be spread across the individual, the residential lots. Also, there's a small lot on the east side of the property, and then there's parking tucked under the building. There are also 32 on-street parking spaces. This will serve for visitors. The applicant is also requesting a waiver to exceed the maximum parking by 2 vehicle spaces. These 2 vehicle spaces will be within the parking garage. And so the zoning ordinance does allow the planning board to waive this requirement if the alternative design satisfies section 6.2.1. And so that section basically outlines the intent of the site access requirements to make sure that the site provides safe and convenient vehicular, bicycle, and pedestrian circulation within the site and between the lots. Additionally, within a reduced parking area, the applicant may provide more parking spaces than allowed if those parking spaces are provided for public use. And in this case, those 2 additional spaces would not be restricted. They will be accessible to the public within that parking garage. We see these 2 extra spaces as de minimis. It will help absorb the demand from visitors within for the residential care facility. And it doesn't take away from the site's ability to be walkable and bikeable and transit friendly. In addition to vehicular parking, the that project will provide long-term bicycle parking within the structured parking garage, and there are short-term parking spaces throughout the entire site. So there will be a number of improvements to encourage the facilitation of safe non-motorized travel. Of course, there will be sidewalks throughout all of the new streets. One of the master plan recommendations will be implemented along the property's frontage, so there will be a 10-foot wide side path that will have a 6-foot wide green buffer along Strathmore Avenue. This is a huge improvement to this current site. If you've been out there, you know that once you're walking along the site, you are basically in the street. And so this is a really nice improvement to this property. There will also be a natural surface trail along the western wooded portion of the property. And there will be some new pedestrian safety measures at the intersection, the main intersection with Street A and Strathmore Avenue. So in terms of height and architecture, I want to note too that the residential care facility is not subject to our height and setback compatibility requirements, because this is a residential use that abuts institutional uses, but it does conform to the maximum building height that's established to make sure that it creates compatible relationship with those existing structures. You can see here that you're on the left side of this elevation. This is Strathmore Avenue. You can see here that the site is taking advantage of the existing grade that I mentioned. So as you stand along Strathmore Avenue, this 3-story building will appear to be 2 stories, and then it takes up the grade as you move towards the south side of the site, and it allows the structured parking to be tucked into the hill. You can see here that the applicants are proposing a traditional building design. There will be a number of architectural elements that really make this a unique building within the neighborhood. There are also a mix of design materials. The applicant worked really closely with our design team to make sure that they were providing an architectural project that really reaches towards our design excellence goals, and you can see this in this image before you. So here's a quick perspective from Strathmore Avenue. This depicts what the build-out of the development will look like from a bird's eye view. This is from the north side of Strathmore Avenue, looking into the site's main access point. This would be Street A. And so here you can also see some of those architectural details along where my mouse is pointing. These are the single-family detached. You can see that this is the applicant's modern interpretation of brownstones, and then you can see some of the details for the townhomes in the back. So this redevelopment also has to provide 10% of the site area for common open space for the townhouses, and 10% of public open space associated with the residential care facility. Overall, the applicant is proposing 11% spread across a site. It will provide active and passive uses. For the common open space, that's shown in this light orange color. You can see here there are 2 pocket greens that will be framed by some of the townhomes in the interior of the site. And then it also includes this natural surface trail that's within the Stream Valley buffer area, so that residents can enjoy some of the existing green spaces already on the site. And then the green areas represent the public open spaces. One is located along Strathmore Avenue at the entrance. One of the key features is this multi-generational space that's meant to really connect the residents within the care facility and the other dwelling units. And then you can see a portion of this space kind of ties together with that natural surface trail. I want to mention that the applicant is also requesting a waiver specifically for the common open space, it has to meet 3 different design requirements. 2 of them are met with the exception of the minimum width of 50 feet. And so you can see here where it's annotated, it shows a couple of spaces where the common open space is less than 50 feet. But the ordinance does have language that says that the planning board can grant an exception for items such as a linear park, finding that it meets the purpose and intents of Division 6.3. And so that division really points at making sure that the development provides access to light, air, and open spaces, which this continues to do. I also want to point out that you can see here that where the common open space abuts with the public open space, that it does effectively function as a wider open space area. And I also want to note that west of this common open space area will have forest conservation plantings, so it will effectively function as a much wider green space. Here's another view of another perspective of the common open space. This reflects one of the pocket greens along Street C. I will note that for fire access, the final construction will have additional pavers for truck access. In terms of, because this site provides more than 19 units, they have to meet our recreation guidelines. They will be satisfied across 4 broad categories. I also think it's really great that this project is including some adaptive features. So that means that some of the play areas will have some features for children that may have some challenges, but they can still play. There also will be picnic tables where someone in a wheelchair can still use those features. So that's great. In terms of phasing, the site will be developed in 5 phases. These can be combined. These can be moved forward in different orders, but the applicant is proposing to start with Street A because, as I mentioned, this will become the primary access point to the Holy Cross Academy. Townhouses will be developed in different sections, and then all of the open space amenities will be delivered with adjacent units. So, for example, the multi-generational open space will be delivered with the residential care facility. So getting into off-site mitigation projects, this site, the transportation impact study for this project does follow our local area transportation guidelines. They were most recently updated just a couple of months ago. The applicant was required to conduct a review of the multimodal adequacy test for pedestrian, bicycles, and bus transit systems. We applied the LATR proportionality guide, which establishes a maximum cost of improvements that the applicant is required to either construct or fund to address those deficiencies that were identified. And so using the methodology that's identified in the LATR, the project has a $1.315 million proportionality guide. There are 5 projects that were prioritized from the list of deficiencies that will be constructed. You can see here on the map they include nearly 1,000 feet of off-site improvements that include streetlights. This also includes extending the 10-foot wide side path along the adjacent property up to Flanders Avenue where my mouse is. This is a huge improvement, primarily because there are 2 existing bus stops, one where my mouse is and another at Flanders Avenue. They're just concrete bus pads and there's no sidewalk connecting to them. So this off-site improvement would provide a means of safe travel for people catching the bus. As I mentioned, there's also the Holy Cross School here. There's the Academy of Holy Cross. So having that side path there is a huge improvement. One thing I want to note is that it requires the acquisition of right-of-way from the adjacent property owner, and the applicant and MCDOT as well as SHA are working on that. Some other improvements include the extension of the side path to the west. There isn't a current connection, but this would include the widening of that path to match the 10-foot width. And then there are some other ADA improvements. Trying to get through the rest of these slides. So getting into the final forest conservation plan. The site, as I mentioned, even though it's 15 acres, the final forest conservation plan applies to the entirety of this 39-acre net tract area. There are some existing forests. The applicant is proposing to remove about a half acre of forest, and just under 4 acres will be retained. The applicant is meeting their requirement for afforestation and reforestation through 3 acres of plantings. There was a tree variance approved with the local map amendment for 12 trees. At that time, it was understood that this would require probably an update to that tree variance, and what you have before you today is the approval of one new tree to be impacted, a specimen tree to be impacted. That's located to the south side of the site in blue. The primary reason is for a sidewalk that needs to be constructed, and then there are 2 trees to the northwest and just off-site. These are primarily for utilities and also for grading associated with the natural surface trail. In terms of the variance requests, if the applicant leaves these trees in an undisturbed state, that would result in an unwarranted hardship because they wouldn't be able to provide the requirements for other agencies. So due to that, staff does recommend the approval of those tree variances. A noise study was submitted. As you can see here, most of the properties along Strathmore Avenue will experience some minor impacts from traffic. In terms of the dwelling units, they will provide, the applicant will be providing some architectural enhancements to bring those down to meet the threshold of 65 dBA. But in terms of the waiver, the applicant is requesting relief for this open space, where my mouse is, to exceed the noise threshold, primarily because in order to bring that down to meet the standard, they would have to provide noise attenuating features, and that would really prevent the visibility and the aesthetics of being really nice in this area. For that reason, the applicant is requesting the waiver, and staff supports it. Getting into the findings, I'll try to quickly summarize here, but this project, these 2 applications remain in conformance with the approved local map amendment. They meet all of the requirements for a preliminary and site plan. They also achieve substantial conformance with the master plan. The master plan specifically called for elderly housing. It also envisioned the continued use of the academy, which will remain. And there are also a host of other recommendations that are really being honored in this project. I already laid out that the application is meeting the requirements of forest conservation as well as our environmental guidelines. You do have all of the agency letters in your packet. In terms of community correspondence, this project has met all of the signage, noticing, and submittal requirements. The applicant did hold their pre-submittal public meeting, which they had really great attendance. I will say that this project has had, this is a really great community. The residents care about their neighborhood and they want to see a great product, and so they've been providing some really good comments and questions that we've addressed thoroughly in the staff report. We also have a really robust response to all the public comments as part of the local map amendment. Many of these comments that you see on the screen, they were echoed from the local map amendment in terms of cut-through traffic, the traffic study. As I mentioned, all of the LATR requirements have been satisfied. The applicant is proposing all of the mitigation. Generally, There are no changes in terms of the conclusion of the traffic study in terms of the project will not the project will not negatively impact the neighborhood. And I'll also mention, we also received correspondence about lighting and landscaping to the east of the property where the loading area abuts the Holy Cross Church, but those items have been addressed and will be addressed through the certification process with additional landscaping. One item that I'd like to bring to your attention for revision for a condition of approval with the preliminary plan is that the applicant must provide cost estimates for the LATR for off-site mitigation alternative project list. This is table, I believe, 4 in the staff report. We don't actually need these cost estimates now, but should one of those priority projects not be able to move forward, we would draw from this list, and so having these cost estimates would be required. I also want to mention that the difference between the proportionality guide, what the cap is, and what the applicant is proposing in projects, there's about a $7,500 difference. I just want to clarify that the applicant is not required to provide a mitigation payment per the LATR guidelines for that amount. The planning board also received a reissued letter from SHA. Very minor changes here. You may have noticed the letter actually said November 8/8, and so this clarifies that it should read 28, and then it also just clarifies the date of the LATR. So in conclusion, I just want to reiterate that we recommend approval of this project. It's a great project. It meets all of the findings, and we're happy to answer additional questions that you may have.
Thank you. I'll let the applicant speak if you have anything that you object to in the staff report. Otherwise, if you can get done within 8 minutes or less, that would be fine too.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Erin Gerard with Miles and Stockbridge on behalf of the applicants, EY and Brandywine. We don't object to anything in the staff report, and we thank staff for working so closely with us over these last 2+ years on a project that we are very excited about, but obviously had a number of things that we needed to work through. It's constrained environmentally. We had to go through all the traffic analysis, and we think we're in a very good spot. I did just want to reiterate the process that we've been through. I mean, we started this journey officially on August 4th, 2021 with the local map amendment. I'm sure some of you are familiar with that process, perhaps all of you, but that was a very intensive process where we had to go through staff review, planning board review. We had 2 days of hearings in front of the hearing examiner. I see very familiar names on the screen, so I believe all of the speakers that will be speaking today participated in those proceedings. The Garrett Park Estates and White Flint Park Citizens Association to the north had counsel that represented them through those proceedings. And when the 45-page hearing examiner's report came out, there was a request for oral argument. So we actually had oral argument primarily on the traffic impacts in front of the county council, where we did receive unanimous approval. This project that's before you today is substantially similar to what was approved by the county council. What we've worked through in these applications has really been fine-grained details, such as the width of the driveways and the cross sections of the roads and the architecture. The biggest thing that really came out of this more recent process is the side path extension to the east, which I know was something that was desired by the community. We've been able to work that out. And so, as I said, we're excited. We have all of the consultants here, the representatives of both applicants, and all of the various disciplines are here to answer any questions you may have. But we're happy to reserve the rest of our time for anything that may come up we need to address.
Thank you very much for that and being concise. We have 5 speakers, one of whom is in the audience, yes? No? Oh, we have everybody on Teams now. So let me call the order. The first is the representative from the Garrett Park Estates and Whiteland Park Citizens Associations, Arthur Ribeiro. I'm sure I've mangled the name. If you could correct me, I'd appreciate that. If you could take not more than 8 minutes.
Sure. Thank you very much, and I don't think I will take more than 8 minutes.
Where is he?
Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. As you said, my name is Arthur Ribeiro, and I am a resident and homeowner at 5101 Strathmore Avenue, which is on the corner with Stillwater Avenue and across the street from the proposed development. I have lived here for 15 years with my wife and 3 children, who all attend or attended Garrett Park Elementary School, Tilden Middle School, and Walter Johnson High School. I have 2 main concerns to speak to today, traffic and stormwater management. It would help, I think it would help the planning board to look at a map of the area as I'm discussing it. So I'm happy to share a map, just basically a Google map of the location right now, if that works, or if I don't know if Tamika wants to put up a map of the area, whatever would be easier for the board to see. But I think it would help with as I'm going through what I'm discussing.
Can Tamika share her screen? Yes. Yes, no? Okay, we're good. We're gonna share a map picture here.
Okay, great. Thank you. So I testified here before the planning board during the public hearing for the site 1 year ago. My neighbors and I highlighted many concerns with the development, many of which the planning board ignored, but the main one had to do with traffic. Strathmore Avenue, which is a Maryland State Route 547, is a key east-west connection between Rockville Pike and Connecticut Avenue, despite being only a 2-lane state road. It sees particularly heavy traffic during AM and PM peak hours, given the presence of 4 schools in the half-mile stretch of this road that coincides with this development. Tamika mentioned the Academy of the Holy Cross. She mentioned the Holy Cross School. There's also the public school, Garrett Park, the elementary school, Garrett Park Elementary School, as well as the school to the west, the boys' school, Georgetown Prep. And that's in addition, so this peak heavy traffic because of the schools is in addition to the normal rush hour traffic that has become heavier as fewer people take public transit. In fact, the Maryland State Highway Administration agreed with our conclusion that there were issues with the traffic analysis commissioned by the developers and requested additional studies. They rightly concluded that this development as currently planned would result in, quote, unacceptable delay and queuing, end quote, on Strathmore Avenue. To mitigate this traffic problem, I suggest 2 solutions. One, to build a separate entrance to the Academy of the Holy Cross from Tuckerman Lane, and 2, to install a traffic light at the intersection of Strathmore Avenue, Stillwater Avenue, and the planned western entrance, which I think Tamika was calling Street C, right? Yeah. The first and best solution for relieving traffic on Strathmore Avenue during these peak periods would be to divert all traffic associated with the Academy of the Holy Cross away from Strathmore Avenue by building a road connection to the Academy from Tuckerman Lane. I don't know if the map is in front of you, if Tamika is showing it, but Tuckerman Lane is a 4-lane road with very little traffic and is much better suited to handle peak and school time traffic. It's just to the south of the Academy. It's a win-win for everyone involved. The Academy wouldn't have to fund the crossing guard every day on Strathmore Avenue and would have a private entrance to their school, which they could secure, unlike the current one going through this new residential community. The residents of this new development would also benefit by not having school traffic going through their neighborhood during peak hours every day. And the county would benefit by having less congestion and traffic on an important east-west artery during rush hour. The developers are against this solution since it would be costly to them. They have hidden behind the excuse that it would have an environmental impact, an excuse that the planning department has facilitated. Since the Stony Brook community has already built a bridge over the same creek at Cloister Drive, I'm not sure if you can tell from the map that hopefully you're seeing, there is a street called Cloister Drive that connects to Tuckerman Lane, and there is a bridge over that on that Cloister Drive. Since there's already a bridge there, there shouldn't be any reason why there can't be a second bridge. So I don't see the environmental concerns, basically. The second solution would be to install a new traffic light. The Maryland State Highway Administration stated that adding a stoplight at the center entrance of the development with a westbound left turn lane into the development from Strathmore Avenue is a requirement for this development to address what I mentioned earlier, the quote, unacceptable delay in queuing. The concern I and my neighbors have with this solution is that it would prevent residents in Garrett Park Estates from exiting our neighborhood to go east on Strathmore Avenue during peak traffic. We already have great difficulty to make a left turn onto Strathmore Avenue from Stillwater Avenue or Flanders Avenue to go east during peak traffic periods, and the added congestion caused by the traffic light would make it impossible to exit our neighborhood. Hopefully you can see what I'm trying to say through the map that hopefully is in front of you. Let me know if you'd like me to share a map to show this. Stillwater and Flanders Avenues are the only roads we can use to exit our neighborhood to go east. Our preferred placement for the traffic light is at Stillwater Avenue and the planned west entrance of the development, Street C again, as I was saying earlier. I urge the planning board to consider this configuration instead. Another advantage to placing the stoplight at the intersection of Strathmore and Stillwater Avenue is that it would improve pedestrian safety at this intersection. This is a very dangerous crossing for pedestrians since there is no pedestrian crossing light. It's especially dangerous at night since it's a very poorly lit intersection. I've almost been hit by a car at that intersection myself. The pedestrian crossing sign has been run over several times. I have witnessed multiple car crashes at this intersection in the years I've lived there. He lived here. Therefore, I again urge the planning boards to place a stoplight at the intersection of Strathmore and Stillwater Avenues and this new western entrance of the development instead of at the Strathmore Avenue and center entrance of the development. My second main concern with this development is stormwater management. The intersection of Strathmore and Stillwater Avenues is a topographic low point for this area. And because the creek that crosses under Strathmore Avenue is clogged, water frequently puddles and floods on the access road at this intersection in front of my house, even after light rain. Today, I'm looking out my window right now and I can see a puddle and flood on this area. And if you hopefully have a map in front of you to see where I'm talking about, and I'm happy to show you if you'd like.
Please take about one more minute.
I'm almost done.
Okay.
Thank you. In reviewing the plans for this new development, I noticed that where the undeveloped land is currently flat and below the height of Strathmore Avenue, the new development will be raised up to a height above Strathmore Avenue, and the western entrance road will slope down to Strathmore Avenue. This means that a huge new amount of water will flow towards Strathmore Avenue at this low point that already frequently floods. Flooding of Strathmore Avenue would close traffic of this vital east-west artery, not just to cars, but to emergency vehicles with life-threatening consequences. I urge the county to ensure that stormwater from this development does not drain towards Strathmore Avenue, but instead drains south of Strathmore Avenue, downstream. So in summary, I urge you to address the traffic and stormwater issues as follows. 1, require the developers and the Academy of the Holy Cross to build an entrance to the school from Tuckerman Lane, relieving Strathmore Avenue of school traffic during peak AM and PM rush hour. 2, require the developers to install the traffic light at the intersection of Stillwater and Strathmore Avenues and the western entrance to the development, a 4-way intersection, instead of at the central entrance to the development, which would be a 3-way intersection. And 3, require the developers to ensure that the stormwater from this development doesn't drain towards Strathmore Avenue, but instead drains downstream south of Strathmore Avenue. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have on my suggestions, and thank you again for your consideration.
Thank you. I will save questions for later, if that's okay with commissioners. Next, we have Vanessa Liddy on Teams.
It's lied.
Thank you. Forgive me. Please go ahead.
Good morning. Yes, thank you for the chance to voice my concerns about this project. I live at 5013 Strathmore. That's on the north side of Strathmore Avenue, across from the proposed development, and on the north side, it's not particularly clear from any of the maps. We are separated from the main Strathmore roadway. We are on an access road that with a green buffer strip separating us from the roadway and the road noise and the road traffic. That access road is very narrow. It's essentially a 1-lane road with cars hopefully going slowly enough to yield and try and pull in where there might be a parking space to let the other car go up or down. Cars are parked on the north side of that access road. That's the only parking for the vast majority of the homes on that street. They do not have driveways. So my concerns about this are in several different areas. One, you've heard about the traffic. Everybody's heard about the traffic. Everybody seems very happy to dismiss the traffic. But the reality is, as I shown with the pictures that I submitted with my written testimony, traffic does back up. It does back up very badly, and we know that. We're just asking for our concerns to be taken into consideration so it doesn't get worse, because when it is worse, that's when cars try and zip through on Flanders, on Stillwater, on other streets in our neighborhood, but also on this narrow access road, which is just a disaster waiting to happen because it's a 1-lane road. You can't zip up and down it, but people try and do it. And that's what happens when traffic backs up in the morning and in the afternoon on the main Strathmore Avenue roadway. The green buffer strip is important to us. It preserves a little bit of quiet. It keeps us off of this main highway. And despite numerous conversations and assurances and testimony, in fact, by the developers and county planners that there will be zero impact, the plans do, in fact, carve into this. And they say, oh, it's just a few feet. But it actually brings an entire lane of traffic. We're 1 lane closer to traffic because it also eliminates the shoulder area. So that's problematic, and it's really not acceptable to the residents on the north side for several reasons. Our houses were built 70 years ago. You've heard comments about architectural enhancements, noise attenuating features. We don't have those. We don't have soundproof windows. You know, that simply, I think, puts an added burden on us. And we don't quite understand why this additional right-of-way doesn't come from the actual project site, why it has to come from the north side of Strathmore Avenue.
If you can summarize, please.
We will now have to, I'm sorry?
If you could summarize, please.
We will, well, I would like to have my say. This is a public hearing.
Yes, you had 3 minutes so far. That, please.
That's fine. Let me point out the other major problem here. That this, by taking away this shoulder on this road, that's where cars pull over for the frequent east-west traffic of emergency vehicles. The Kensington Fire Department is located in Kensington. It frequently goes this way. Other emergency vehicles go the other way. So my concern here is that by taking this shoulder away and creating this 3-lane Strathmore Avenue to facilitate, it's basically just to make things easier to get in and out of the new development. As my neighbor said, it makes it more difficult for us to get in and out of our own neighborhood where we've lived for a long time. But in addition, it creates a scenario where 5 years from now, 10 years from now, when the county decides it's unacceptable, the delays for emergency vehicles, then the only solution is to carve further into the green buffer zone. So that I think places an undue burden on the people who have lived here for a long time, and that is not acceptable to me.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now we'll hear from George Martin from Holy Cross Church and School. He's not on. Joanna Wells is speaking for him, or? No, he's not testifying. I don't have Joanna Wells on my list. I have Kathleen Preble. Is
Yes.
she, if you could go ahead, please.
Yes, thank you. My name is Kathleen Preble. I'm a president and CEO of the Academy of the Holy Cross. This is my 10th year here, and I will be very relatively short in my statement. I just wanted to elaborate on a few points. We've been working, or I personally as well, have been working with EYA and Brandywine from the beginning of this project. We are very excited about the opportunities that a multi-generational community present, from the service opportunities for our students to mentoring opportunities of the seniors to our students, as well as the opportunity of the school to continue to provide enrichment opportunities for all of our neighbors, whether it be a theater production or a dance concert, it's summer programming, summer camps. We have been really pleased with the collaborative relationship that we have had with both Brandywine and EYA. They have been very responsive to our needs and requests, whether it has to do with the new road and providing, safety with that road with sidewalk and landscaping, to the new traffic measures that are being presented for Strathmore. We are committed to continue to work with the county and provide officers during arrival and dismissal time for our school. They've worked very closely with us for the buffer zone, the landscaping between the townhome community and the school itself. And also just the level of cooperation that they and their interest and in creating not only an attractive but a safe community for those of us who are impacted. Obviously, as a school sitting immediately behind this new community, safety is of primary concern, and we've been really pleased with that level of cooperation that we have received from EYA and Brandywine. It is important to us to remain respectful members of this community. The sisters have, the Academy of the Holy Cross is actually 154 years old. We've been in this area since 1956, a long time, and pride ourselves in being a vital part of this community. And we are committed to remaining a respectful members of this community by working with the developers and the community on all these improvements. So I'm just here to say that we are in support of this development, and thank you for the opportunity to share that.
Thank you. Do we have one other speaker? Joanna Wells.
Hi, yes, hello. Thanks for letting me speak. My name is Joanna Welch. I am the mayor of the town of Garrett Park. And I'm going to go through my notes as quickly as I can. We've got 6 areas that we would like to highlight as additional conditions that we would like for you to place on this preliminary, in order for this preliminary plan to proceed. We appreciate the recommendation of requiring pedestrian facilities to meet up with the sidewalk that begins at Kenilworth Avenue in the town of Garrett Park at the street light that's there at Kenilworth. And we strongly encourage good faith, expeditious negotiation with the neighboring property owner to acquire the requisite right of way so that there can be full access from essentially adding that sidewalk that's mentioned in the plan will connect Strathmore Avenue with Connecticut Avenue for the most part. And so we would ask that you please engage in good faith negotiations with the property owner for that. Even though the development is so close to Grosvenor Metro, this is an auto-centric orientation. The site plan is very heavily car-based, and this will only add to, as the previous Garrett Park Estates residents have mentioned, it will add more congestion to this area that's already heavily traveled. The other thing that having this area be so auto-centric, the problem that creates is all the 3 entrances and exits of the development. This is not a safe way for anybody to be crossing or walking along Strathmore Avenue. We would ask that those be consolidated and that we get it down to 2 entrances. And the way that this can be done would be to modify the development circulation plan so that vehicles servicing the care facility could access it through the signaled main entrance and the main intersection. And so you reduce from 3 to 2 the curb cuts that are unsafe for children, especially children walking along Strathmore Avenue to get to any of the 3 schools in this nearby area. Another thing we suggest is adding an eastbound left turn lane on Strathmore Avenue onto Stillwater. So this would be a different way of going. Not that we don't support moving the street light to Stillwater Avenue, but if that's not a possibility, then we would ask for the consideration of an eastbound left turn lane onto Strathmore, from Strathmore onto Stillwater, to allow eastbound traffic to continue to flow. We are frustrated that the plan doesn't include a direct pedestrian pathway from the development to the Grosvenor Metro. We would like for that to be something that is considered down the road. We would also like to consider the addition of back pathway from the south side of this development over to the Garrett Park Elementary School complex. Garrett Park Elementary School will be significantly impacted by this. This is a school that has a long history of overcrowding, and it already has portable classrooms in place. The new developments at Strathmore Square, Harwood Flats, and the White Flint area, they all feed into Garrett Park Elementary. And while the chart in the staff report only calls for 21 new students to be adding from this development, it doesn't take into consideration all the surrounding development that feeds into Garrett Park Elementary. And we find it unacceptable that the county has not yet approved additional funding for another elementary school in this cluster as part of this preliminary plan. That is essential. And finally, our final point, and then I'll summarize, is that this development does not have adequate recreational facilities for its residents. We know that there's the public nature trail along the creek side, and that's fantastic, but it's not adequate to have a single small playground along the roadway and away from the residential portion of development. What will happen is that families with children will cross Strathmore Avenue. It's a busy state road, and overcrowd existing playgrounds across Strathmore Avenue and also to the east in the town of Garrett Park. The communities of Garrett Park and Garrett Park Estates have built and supported existing play spaces. We did so thoughtfully The new development should also be required to be thoughtful in their inclusion of outdoor play space, and those play spaces should be within their residential area. We would like to echo something that our Holy Cross Church neighbors have mentioned in this process about the unsightliness of the truck loading zones on the new Brandywine Care Facility. And we would like for there to be an additional requirement of landscape screening to maintain the street view on Strathmore Avenue, but also to maintain the view from the church property. The truck loading zone area for the care facility is so close to Strathmore Avenue, and it has a significant deviation. Having it there will have a significant deviation from the current beautiful street view character of our neighborhood. So in summary, my 6 recommendations for what should be for additional conditions is to reduce the number of entrances and exits directly on Strathmore Avenue. This would make it safer for pedestrians and bicyclists and minimize the visual impact of the care facility loading area, because that would then be able to be accessed from the new main entrance. Consider adding an eastbound left-hand turn lane from Strathmore Avenue onto Stillwater to facilitate eastbound traffic flow. Support the Department of Transportation condition to include adequate pedestrian facilities along Strathmore eastbound to meet up with the existing sidewalk on Kenilworth. We urge expeditious good faith negotiation with the neighboring property owners to acquire the requisite right of way. We ask that you ensure there's planned expansion of MCPS elementary school space within the cluster to support the additional housing. And we ask to ensure the playground facility is both adequately sized and placed within the new residential area to support the single family and townhomes. And we request that we support and request the Holy Cross Church request for additional landscape screening of the care facility along Strathmore Avenue and the church property. So
Thank you very much.
Fast. Appreciate it very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I didn't realize you were on the call. I would have recognized that. But thank you for your testimony. We did receive everyone's written testimony, so we had that. We certainly had the mayor's and Vanessa Lied. I have to get her name right. We had that.
Lied.
Thank you. I'm sorry. So we had that in our packet. With that, I'll open it up to commissioners' questions. I know a while ago, that's Cherie Branson has a question.
Yeah, I do. I'm a little concerned about some of the things I've been hearing. I am, first of all, I am very concerned about the school issue. I looked at, when I was looking at the report, I noted that the school impact fee does not have to be paid here. I think that's an error. If you know, it seems to me that that there have to be other projects, as the mayor of Garrett Park indicated, there have to be other projects that feed into this school, and so these schools, it's more than one, and so to look at this one project in a vacuum, I think is a real serious mistake. And I think that needs to be redone. The second question I have is of course, I always ask this, will there be charging stations on the parking lot? I always ask this. I didn't see anything about it, and it just seems to me that there should be. And I guess the other big question I have, of course, is about the traffic flow. It just, maybe because I am not, it's hard for me to visualize this site. But I can't imagine that that this traffic flow will not have major impacts. The queuing issue seems to me to be something that is worth reconsideration.
Okay, can I let staff answer those?
That's what I'd like to say.
Okay, if staff could take schools first,
Sure.
charging stations second. and
Sure. Thank
traffic
you
third.
for the question. As I mentioned earlier, part of the preliminary plan includes our determination of adequate public facilities. That includes our annual schools test. So that comes out of our 2020 to 2024 growth and infrastructure policy. Page 47 of the staff report outlines all of the requirements for our annual schools test. It also talks about the calculation of student, how we calculate the student, the school impact area. So that's based on the unit type and also the generation rates based on elementary, middle school, and high school. So this is a formula that's already been approved. This is our methodology that we use. It did determine that the townhouse portion and the single-family detached portion will not exceed the utilization rates and generate a requirement for the utilization impact tax in the residential care facility because they're not generating any school-age children that it's exempt. So the calculations in the staff report do follow our growth and infrastructure policy.
And isn't that the council's policy?
Yes, it was approved by the county council.
Yes, it is.
And now for charging stations?
So the charging stations, so our zoning ordinance basically has like a 50 parking space threshold. So if a structured parking has more than 50 spaces, then they have to provide a space for a charging station. They also need to provide a space for a future car sharing station. For the structured parking in this project, they are under the 50 parking spaces threshold, so they do not have to provide the EV charging stations.
Does the applicant intend to provide a charging station even though it's not required?
I'm asking that question of the group. We can certainly provide one if that is a recommendation of the board.
Okay, and she's got one more left on her.
I want to follow up on that.
Oh, okay, please, on the charging.
I just wanted to kind of understand the potential to plug in electric vehicles going down the road in the future. I presume from the townhouses and the garages, that's fully capable, and there could be plug-in capability in the garage and the older facility, I presume?
Yes, it can always, yes, we can accommodate that.
Okay, thank you.
And I didn't know if staff wanted to address traffic, but we're certainly, as I noted at the outset, these same arguments were heard throughout the local map amendment process. They were heard throughout the 2 days of hearings. They were heard in front of the county council. So we would be happy to go through that analysis for the board again as to how the project impacts traffic. I think a fundamental thing that everyone seems to be missing, and although we've said it many times, we keep hearing the same arguments. The pulling of the school traffic away from Stillwater and aligning that intersection creates a much better situation than exists today. Right now, Stillwater and the entrance to the school are offset. So it's very difficult to make those turning movements, and school traffic trying to get in, making the left, slows down traffic on Strathmore Avenue. So by installing that traffic light, the turn lane, moving the school traffic over to the new entrance and aligning the intersection, that in and of itself will make a drastic improvement to the safety and the traffic circulation of this area. So it is very infrequent that I can sit in front of a body and say that a project is actually going to improve the traffic situation, but that is the case here, and that is what the county council found when they approved the LMA. So I just wanted to kind of emphasize that.
And you did examine the Tucker Open Lane alternative?
We did. That was raised, yes, that was raised during the local map amendment as well. You can see it on your screen if everyone else is seeing the screen. I am. The Academy of the Holy Cross to the west of that is heavily wooded. There's actually stream valley buffer there, and there's forest. And we're adding, there's going to be forest conservation easements there. It is a significant environmental impact, or would be a significant environmental impact to bring a bridge to get over to Tuckerman. Aside from that, the recent approval of Strathmore Square there is going to add a significant amount of traffic onto Tuckerman. So it doesn't make sense from an environmental standpoint, and it doesn't make sense from a traffic standpoint, because Tuckerman is already going to be at capacity with the new development that's already been approved.
You might as well hit the trifecta. The other thing we had was the three entrances that I understand exist now and will exist in the future, and why can't that be reduced to two entrances in this new proposal?
Right, and so as I mentioned, there's this Stillwater entrance that's primarily going to, or the entrance across from Stillwater that's going to be primarily for the residential component. There's the new main road that's going to serve both Brandywine, the residential, and the single-family residential, and the Academy of the Holy Cross. That third entrance, which does exist there now, is going to be loading and service for the back of house for Brandywine. As you've kind of noted, there's the project is built into a hill. And so that allows them to tuck the garage underneath the new Brandywine building. So most of the visitors and staff will be accessing from the main driveway. But that also means that the back of house where deliveries will be is somewhat raised. So creating that other entrance is important to separate that traffic from the the new main road. But also it just makes sense from the way the building has to lay out given the grade.
And staff was satisfied that the three entrances are required?
Yes, and if I may also add, I believe I heard that there was a concern about pedestrian safety along those three access points, and the driveway aprons will be flush with the sidewalk, and so it would not be, wouldn't create a dip or anything like that along those three access points. So the pedestrian safety element will still be addressed.
And do you have any reaction to having a stop at Stillwell as proposed by Garrett Park Estates?
We do have the transportation agencies on the line, but I will say, I believe that this was mentioned earlier, but because of the policy area that this is located in, they do not have to fulfill the modal adequacy tests. So the traffic signal that's being proposed at the intersection of Strathmore Avenue and Street C is actually
Street A.
Yes, thank you. Street A is actually not necessarily required, and so they are proposing that improvement to address all the issues that were just laid out. I'll turn it over to DOT to talk about, there were some signal warrants that were conducted, and that fed into the recommendation for the traffic signal.
Excuse me, just one interjection before you do that. I'm interested to know about the specific comment about queuing as well, that said it was unacceptable. The one gentleman who testified brought that forth. Could you address how that was handled? I think he said it was from State Department, said that the issue and resulting queuing would be unacceptable.
Thank you for the question. Matt Folden, Mid-County Regulatory Supervisor. That comment was from an earlier iteration of the SHA review of the traffic study at the LMA stage. And so we went through subsequent review, both with the LMA, which was ultimately found to be acceptable by DOT, by SHA, by Park and Planning, by the hearing examiner, by the county council, and then also again, when the traffic study came in for the subject applications, it was also found to be acceptable by the transportation agencies and planning staff.
Okay, and then would this light potentially improve the queuing situation, or?
It's a complicated site here, and perhaps I can answer your question by just stepping back from a policy standpoint and then getting more specifically into the site access. When this project came forward at the LMA stage, it was subject to the 2016-2020 subdivision staging policy, which is now called the 2020-2024 Growth and Infrastructure Policy. As part of the change from the 2016 to 2020 policies, this area was upgraded from an orange policy area. We have color-coded policy areas based on proximity to transit and as the board knows, goes all the way out to yellow and green policy areas as you get less transit proximate. And so when this area changed from an orange policy area to a red policy area, it was no longer subject to the motor vehicle adequacy test that it was subject to under the 2016 test. And that was a policy change that was put forward by the former planning board and then also adopted by the county council to get more emphasis on pedestrian and transit improvements in the area. And so the package of off-site pedestrian improvements that Ms. Graham acknowledged, the sidewalk, the lighting, the ADA improvements, and I believe I think there was one more, but I think it was another sidewalk connection. There were 5. Those satisfy the motor vehicle adequacy test as it would have been applied formerly. It just doesn't apply to this particular site. And to get to your specific question about adding a traffic signal at Stillwater, there's some issue with how close that is to the main access point, which serves both the school and the residential community. So where Street A has a proposed traffic signal, putting a traffic signal also at Stillwater is very close proximity and creates some operational issues. But as Ms. Graham said, the transportation agencies are also on the line if they want to offer a more specific
I think it was
answer
a
to that.
stop sign at Stillwater was the suggestion.
Yeah, my apologies. I'll defer to my colleagues at DOT. I know they're on the line.
This is Rebecca DeParma from DOT. To be honest, we did not consider a stop sign. And I think that it's a state road, so the state would have to make that decision at this point. Since they haven't suggested it, it wouldn't come until later in the process for when they go through their DOT review or their SHA or access permit review.
Okay. I think I see Roberto Pinero's hand up. It's a hand in a circle,
Yes.
so.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I mean, I've been listening to all the speakers and the mayor and the Garrett Park. And I mean, the concerns I had with traffic and the issue that I think it was the president of Holy Cross, she mentioned that the road to Tuckerman Lane that the Garrett Park representative proposed was creating some environmental concerns and probably was going to be too much of a costly issue for the developer. One comment I have, which I think it was raised by the mayor, she mentioned how, and I'm thinking also about our Thrive 2050. You know, we're trying to create walkable communities, and this site is just so close to the Grosvenor Metro Rail station. So I'm just wondering whether there's any way, I mean, I don't want to put this on the developer, but if there's any way that we can connect, you know, both the Strathmore Music Hall, the Metro Rail station to the communities that live in this area so that they don't have to go all the way to Wisconsin Avenue to then have to walk all the way to the Metro Rail. That's one concern I have. The other issue, let me tell you, I'm in favor of this development. I think the issue that the president of the Holy Cross Academy said that they have a very good working relationship with EYA. To me, that means a lot. When I was on the board of the Housing Opportunities Commission, we had a wonderful, EYA is a very conscientious, very thoughtful developer. We did a lot of affordable housing with them in the Lindley project. So I only have good things to say about EYA. So I think this development is in good hands, and they're very reasonable to work with the neighbors to find solutions that we've been looking for. So that's my comment. And my question is, again, can we have even a pedestrian access to the Metro Rail station?
I can address that if that's acceptable. I'll just plow ahead. I can't see if it's not acceptable. So we did explore a connection over to, if you look again, it's a little hard to see, but between the site, which is highlighted in yellow, and the townhouses to the west, which is Symphony Park, there is a path that directly connects from Strathmore and brings it down to the metro. And so residents from this site would go along this sidewalk, which now will be expanded to that connection and down to the metro. The reason there can't be one to the south closer directly, again, comes down to environmental issues. It's really not a cost issue. It really is an environmental issue. There would be a bridge that would have to go through the forest and over the Stream Valley Buffer. And while that may sound nice to us, environmentally, the standards don't allow for that. We did explore a connection further north at the narrowest part to connect over to that side, or to the side path that's on the Symphony Park property, but that is owned by their HOA, and they would not allow for that connection. So we did have those conversations, but unfortunately, we can't provide a more direct connection, but regardless, it's still pretty proximate. We think that their residents will not have a hard time just going a little bit on Strathmore and then cutting down to Metro.
Okay, thank you very much.
Commissioner Hill has some questions.
Yeah, I would first like to have a real big question here, which is, what aspect of this project really makes it transit-oriented?
Well, one, I'm sorry, Erin. One, as I mentioned, this area is already served by existing Metro bus service along Strathmore Avenue. So residents of this site would be able to utilize existing bus service. And then also its proximity to the Grosvenor Strathmore Metro Rail Station. And it's not quite walkable to the Kensington Mark Station, but it is closely accessible. So allowing people to live in an area where they can walk and take transit and reach a number of destinations within a fairly short distance, are some of the things that make it transit-oriented.
I was just going to add, for the record, Carrie Sanders, Chief of Mid-County Planning. There is a path that was just described by the applicant that is there today, where folks can essentially walk to the metro. So we do have and bike. We do have a path that's essentially along the eastern, where that dotted line is shown on your screen, on the most western portion there of that dotted line. You can see that there is a path at that location. So folks that are living in this development will be able to walk or bike to the metro. We do feel that adding housing at Metro is really important to meet the goals of sort of increasing our housing stock in the county for all housing types, but also to increase transit use. We really feel that in order for transit to grow and to move forward, we need to put more housing by transit. So this project does meet those goals.
Okay, I don't need more. That was somewhat a setup question, because it strikes me that, first of all, Ms. Graham's description, you described almost everything in the mid-county area of the county in terms of bus access and walkability and street access. So I don't think that criteria, to me, qualifies as a transit. I understand the idea of putting density at transit, but it's critical to me to call this a transit-oriented project to solve the last mile access to the metro station. And that's going to come down to a pedestrian way. And I understand it's counterintuitive, I think, to any users to walk away from the metro station to walk to the metro station. And if you're at the back part of this property, you walk 2 blocks away from the metro station to turn around and walk back to it. And that, I think, is a problem that needs to be solved for me to really consider this an effective transit connection. And I'm wondering if there actually is an opportunity for a walking direction through the Academy of the Holy Cross. And I appreciate that's walking through a school that's going to have some sensitive issues about that. But that seems to me a viable alternative. And I want to add to that, because this is related to it. I want to pick up on Mr. Ribeiro's suggestion, because as I look at the map closely, I assume Cloister Drive is a public street. This is the street that comes off of Tuckerman and goes behind.
It is not.
It is not.
It is not.
It is a street from the townhouse development that it goes to. Okay, that's a problem. Or that's not a problem, but that's a constraint here. Because the description of saying we have to go through a forest area to connect something from Holy Cross to Cloister Drive, as I see it, there's about a 10-foot buffer, grassway buffer between their parking lot and Cloister Drive. So that seems like an opportunity to develop a better connection to the school, and I appreciate that may be very hard to make a nexus to this project because it involves school operations, someone else's private road now. But that strikes me as the best opportunity, and I'm a little surprised that Holy Cross isn't interested in that, because now that they've got a housing development across their monumental entryway, I think that starts not being a monumental entryway for them. But that's a choice the school has to make. And if you want to respond to any of that, go ahead.
Carrie Sanders for the record. We definitely want to see these pedestrian and bike connections whenever we can. So I do feel that we explored that both at the early stages of the project and throughout the project. How can we make it better connected? So I think all these points that you've made, Commissioner Hill, are very good. But I do feel that we have some constraints, unfortunately, on the site, both with the private property that is adjacent to this site between the metro station and the site. And then we also have the constraint of the forest, which really does, I know we have Steve Finley, our environmental planner, here for detailed questions, but we do have constraints with that as well. I do feel this existing path that, as I mentioned, is just alongside this site. And I'm wondering if we can actually pull up an image so folks can see it a little bit better. But thank you, Tamika. That will provide that pedestrian and bike walkway so that folks that would like to access Metro can do so. But I understand the points, and I do feel that we looked at that as closely as we could and tried to make sure we were making this a really good place for people to walk and bike to. That was actually a big discussion in the early stages in terms of how we can get those two roadways aligned at Stillwater, because as it's located today, it really does create a turning movement challenge as folks are trying to turn and also kids are trying to cross at that location. So I think we feel that alignment makes that a safer condition. Also, stopping traffic with a traffic light at the entrance, we feel, is going to allow some breaks in traffic so that people can get in and out of their communities better. So I think these are all really good points, and I appreciate you bringing them up. But I do think we have explored that and looked at that carefully.
Can I just say?
I just want to chime in.
Just for our prior speakers, I'm not going to recognize you unless a commissioner has a question directly to you. So
can we actually let Ms. Preble, who's the head of Holy Cross School, maybe answer or just speak to some of the things I brought up, because the school is kind of intrinsically in the way of what could be the best connections to the metro station.
And before she does, I want to say that I am in agreement with Commissioner Hill regarding the nature of this being, transit oriented, and that's why I was asking the car questions. We can't, on the one hand, say we're not going to do anything to mitigate the traffic because this is transit oriented, and then on the other hand, not connect that last mile in a way that is efficient. So I'm very interested in the answer to that and how this might be solved.
Who did you want to speak to?
I think it was Ms. Preble, the headmistress, I presume, of the school.
Is she still on?
I see her with her hand up, I think.
Oh, okay. That's how I can't recognize people. Go ahead, Ms. Preble, if we could let her speak.
Thank you. Yes, and so yes, I am president of the Academy, and I just give you before I go to a couple of those questions. With the map that you see in front of yourselves, when the sisters bought this property in the 50s, they owned everything up to Rockville Pike, including what is Symphony Park. They owned the land that Strathmore Music Hall sits on. They actually lived in the mansion. They owned the land that the Holy Cross Parish and schools sit on. Now, we're an independent school, they're a diocesan school. And they also owned the land that is Stony Brook. So over the course of the 70 years that we find ourselves in, the sisters sold those parcels to various entities, and in fact gave the land that the church and the parish schools sit on to the diocese. In when Stony Brook was built, we were allowed to maintain access through their private road for just our students and our faculty by foot to go to Metro. So if you look at the back of our property, you'll see what looks like a parking lot right next to Cloister Drive. And there's a little path that our students can walk out of that parking lot down to Cloister Drive, which is also a lower elevation. But no access on Cloister Drive by cars. It is a private road. Unless you've been on our campus, it's probably hard to visualize what that back area that has been described as environmentally important really is like. It is extremely, the stream goes right through the back. It's a beautiful area. The stream goes right through the back. It's heavily wooded, and it is the slope is quite extreme. In fact, you're looking up at Strathmore Music Hall. So there's not an easy solution to building a road out the backside of our campus to Tucker.
The question was whether pedestrians can use it and get to.
Okay, so right, so that the second part was the pedestrian question, and I know that you all will understand that as a campus, we have to provide safety for our students and cannot just have an open campus for folks to walk through. I mean, we just can't allow that kind of access and provide the kind of safety that we need to have, not in today's world. So we are not offering access to anyone in the community, even now, to walk up our property and through our back gate. It is a gate that we keep locked and has a code on it that is just accessible to our community to access the private road that Stony Brook has allowed our school to use and no one else. It's hard if you don't know the property next to us, where the path is that has been described, it's kind of hard to see on this map, but there is a full walking path. There is a full walking path from Strathmore between Symphony Park and our land, all the way up to the music hall, past the music hall, to Tuckerman and cross over to Metro. It is a full walking path that is used all of the time. And so that path is where people would access it.
Okay,
yes,
thank you.
It would be nice if, okay, thank you.
Just to be clear, I'm not advocating going into the forest conservation area, and certainly not with a road. I think it's still a possibility I'm curious about of connecting that pathway we're now talking about down the west-hand side in some manner for pedestrians and bicyclists perhaps over the creek there. That does not look like an impractical way to do that. And that would at least eliminate probably 2 blocks of walking that someone has to do to go up to Strathmore. And again, it's just counterintuitive to go away from where you're trying to go to any distance for a pedestrian to do that. So that's something I would like to see more attention to. I appreciate there's cost. I appreciate that's probably a stream stream questions, floodplain questions that come into bridging that, but it doesn't seem to be impractical. Two more points, Mr. Chair.
I just wanted to reiterate we would love to provide that connection. We can't. We asked, and it's private property, and they're not going to allow us to connect there.
Okay. I will just flatly say I'm not supportive of 3 driveways for this development. It strikes me that 1 driveway to access the residential component and 1 driveway to access the elder community is the right combination. I think the best traffic solution is to line up an intersection that is signalized with Stillwater Drive on the other side of the road. Ms. Saunders, I appreciate your comment about a traffic light making traffic breaks. That's a thought that I had, that even if the traffic light ends up somewhere else, at least having a stoplight going on and off with some frequency causes people on each side of it to have some breaks. I think that will improve the traffic situation out there. But I will just state that, and I do have one question from the letter from, it was Mr. Murray, mentioned that the hearing examiner had made a statement about being in favor of a single driveway, and that didn't seem to come forward. Is that an accurate statement in that testimony?
Again, for the record, Matt Folden, Regulatory Supervisor. I did see that in the correspondence. The hearing examiner's binding elements for this particular application said no more than 3 driveways, and so she supported the access configuration as it's proposed today. One thing, if I could elaborate on that, there's somewhat of an issue with only having 1 access point for the residential component. The number of dwelling units within the neighborhood exceeds the number of dwelling units that can be supported on 1 access point for fire access. And so there need to be 2 access points into the neighborhood. And then with respect to the elder care facility, as was discussed earlier in the presentation, that access point handles loading and service, and so it keeps some of that traffic off of the neighborhood streets. And we did look at a way to consolidate the access off of Street A around the south side of the residential care facility. I don't know if you could pull up the one of the environmental constraint. Yeah, actually, yeah, that one's good. I can speak to that. So you can see if Ms. Graham could highlight where the residential care facility is on the screen. There's a stream valley buffer. It's very hard to see on this particular image, but it's the circular buffer around the stream valley in that location. So there were environmental constraints even on this part of the site to get a new driveway around the south side of the residential care facility. We would have a road within the stream valley, and that's what we would have to do in order to eliminate that access point. So it's just additional environmental impact.
Can whoever's manipulating the mouse point to what you're describing?
There's a faint red orangish line. This is the Stream Valley buffer.
And that must wrap around the southern part of what's essentially that hill there that the retirement community is going to sit on.
Yes.
Okay, so that's active stormwater management, waterway.
It's marked for preservation. I was just seeking confirmation on the stormwater question, but it is an active stream valley.
Okay. My last point is just very brief. On page 56, under the description for the forest conservation variance, the 3rd sentence on that, I will be moving to strike that sentence. It's the one that starts, it has necessary layout of the development in it. It strikes me that that sentence is kind of preposterous to say that the necessary, let me find it here, just really quick, I have it. The unwarranted hardship is caused by the necessary layout of the proposed development of the subject property, and then it goes on to describe what are essentially the regulatory requirements and declaring them as unwarranted hardship. And that, I don't think that's accurate, and I think it's not an acceptable argument to me to say that meeting the regulatory requirements causes unwarranted hardship. Those are the regulatory requirements. They're warranted, not unwarranted. So my suggestion is just striking that sentence. I don't think it's necessary to still support the idea of the forest conservation, because the following sentences take up each of the trees involved and state specifically about what's necessary for each of them. And that's something I expect to move.
Thank you for that question. For the record, Steve Finley with Mid-County Planning. I want to clarify that the finding of unwarranted hardship is not about the requirement to provide the necessary infrastructure. The unwarranted hardship has to do with what happens if we deny the ability to disturb those trees under the variance approval. And so there's this conflict between the required infrastructure and the trees. The infrastructure has to be provided in order to serve the site so that we can recommend approval. And the tree just happens to be in a place where the infrastructure is coming through. So we have to permit the infrastructure, as you note. And the tree is going to be impacted. So there's no way to avoid it. If we denied the ability to disturb the tree.
I understand that, but when you say necessary layout, to me, the necessary layout is the constraints of the site and the constraints of the regulatory requirements that individually we warrant as meeting our social, engineering, or cultural needs. Right? What's left is a building envelope. And the layout on that building envelope is under the discretion of the applicant. So I think what you're arguing is that unwarranted hardship is a result of a discretion of the applicant when you combine unwarranted hardship with necessary layout. And that's what I don't think it interferes with the ability for the conservation variance findings to be made. Those are detailed below that. But that general statement, I don't think is something the public would recognize.
So you would still grant the variance?
I'm not saying that each tree is described as to what the impact and what the hardship is for each tree. I think that's good. That general statement, I think, does not make sense to me.
Okay, right now I don't see any commissioners' hands up. I'd entertain a motion. Silence.
Might we have a little discussion among commissioners?
I think we have been, but.
Well,
okay. I now have Ms. Presley's hand up. Excuse me?
Commissioner Presley, you're muted.
You're muted.
She's muted.
Sorry about that. I said, I agree with Commissioner Hill regarding that statement. It's not necessary. It's actually kind of conflicting. We can still approve each of the variances for the trees without having a general statement that could confuse one to believe that it's necessary in terms of the regulatory requirements. So I do agree with that. It won't change the approval of the specific requests for variance.
Okay, that's fine. If there's a motion to go forward.
So, excuse me, just to be clear, Chair Zines, you are asking for someone to make a motion regarding the removal of the language cited by Commissioner Hill?
Actually, what I'm asking for is a motion to approve. Yes, to approve or disapprove with or without the sentence. I'm asking for the will of the body.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion that we approve with the changes that Mr. Commissioner Hill is proposing. But that we approve, I guess it would be the preliminary plan and the site plan and the resolution.
As
for this
recommended.
project to move forward.
With all of the conditions recommended by staff.
Yes, yes, with all the conditions.
Okay, and do I hear a second?
Just to clarify, there is no resolution at this point.
There is no yeah, it's
Okay, thank you very much.
And if I may clarify, Carrie Sanders, as I understand it, this will, we won't be able to amend the staff report where this is written, but we would be able to note this in the resolution, which would come before this
The
body.
wording doesn't make it to the resolution.
Correct.
That's fine.
Right, we can't change history, it's there. Okay, with those clarifications that were, we would approve for writing a resolution that included all of the conditions as amended by both staff and Commissioner Hill.
And just to clarify further, Mr. Chair, you are finding the hardship necessary to grant the variance?
Yeah, there's a number of variances embedded within these conditions, including the parking, including the forest variance, including the dimensions of the open space, and I'm sure I didn't remember them all.
There's a sound waiver
And the
there's
sound waiver.
the blocks and two
Yeah.
tiers exception.
Yeah.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure we were all on the same page.
Well, you'll write the page when we get to the resolution, and we'll use that page.
I will spin gold from straw, yes, sir.
All right. Anyone else like to speak on the, did we get a second? I think we did. We didn't get a second to the motion?
No, the motion hasn't been seconded, Chair.
Okay, I'm looking for a second. I'll second the motion. The motion has been seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 All those opposed?
I vote nay.
Amy, did you, Commissioner
I
Preston?
said aye.
Okay, so that's 4-1, correct? Yes?
Correct.
And just as a comment, Mr. Chair, I vote nay over the issue of the multiple driveways. I think that it is not in the public interest to have 3 driveways here, and a better configuration for the site is possible.
Yes, and the thing I would say is that, you know, this is as well the will of the council to a large degree, and recognition of their approval of the local map amendment and the conditions they put on that, and the hearing examiner's report, and all of the review that the council did as well. So I don't want to ignore that. Yes? Yeah. Oh, and, yeah, this is now we have to do the same thing for the site plan. Do I have a motion to approve the conditions for the site plan as recommended by staff?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
I second it. I second it.
Okay. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 I also vote nay for the
Aye.
same issue.
Okay, it's 4-1 for the site plan. You know, this was a tough one for staff, I recognize. It's a complicated issue. It's certainly not without its controversy. I understand you went through a lot of iterations, and it's helpful, even though it takes us some time. Thank you.
Ms. Graham, you gave a particularly good presentation.
Thank you.
Even though he voted no.
Yeah.
Good morning still. This is December 15th Planning Board session. We're on item 6, staging allocation request number 28,000 for Grand Park Development, Phase 1, Site Plan 8, 2022-0040. The staff recommends approval. The staff has any presentation for this item, or yes? Where?
Yes,
Oh,
Mr. Chairman, good morning.
I never know where to look. I'm sorry.
It's okay. Good morning, board members, and Yearwood. For the record, this is a staging allocation request for Grand Park Development Phase 1. Staging allocation is a process that's unique to the White Flint plan areas. That's White Flint 1 and 2. It accounts for development limits before building permits, essentially draws down on the residential and non-residential capacities within primarily White Flint 1, as well as a portion of White Flint 2 is governed by the board's implementation guidelines, as well as council resolution number 17-213 from 2011. The White Flint plans, especially White Flint 1, which is shown on the screen here, is a phasing plan, and we're within phase 1. The original plan from 2010 had 3,000 units and 2 million square feet of non-residential in phase 1. That was increased when the council approved the 2018 White Flint 2 sector plan. So those numbers went up to 4,800 for residential units and 2.75 million square feet of non-residential when White Flint 2 was approved. So Grand Park development is located along Old Georgetown Road, Grand Park Avenue, also called realigned Executive Boulevard, and Banneker Street. This is an overall aerial of the overall project. The staging allocation request is only for the site plan portion. Again, to orient you to the immediate north is Pike and Rose, Old Georgetown Road, Town Road, which is currently close to completion. Executive Boulevard is to the west. So the staging allocation request is for 210 residential units, 16,000 square feet of non-residential development. It's linked to the site plan that was approved by the board earlier this year. So in terms of where we are in staging allocation, so the map on the left shows the various areas within the sector plan where the board has previously approved staging allocation requests. And then the table gives you an update prior to the board action today in terms of prior approved staging allocation requests and where we are regarding the existing development limits that are still outstanding. So there's tons of capacity for more development within the White Flint sector plan area 1 as well as 2. So staff recommends approving staging allocation request 2800 is consistent with the site plan as well as the implementation guidelines. And I'm here to answer any questions you may have.
I don't see any questions. Can I have a motion to approve this allocation?
Mr. Chair, I move that we approve the scrolling the Grand Park Development Staging Allocation Request 28,000 Phase 1 as submitted.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
I second that motion, Mr. Chair. This
Okay.
is Commissioner Pinheiro.
Except we have a third.
Oh, okay. Well,
That's okay.
then
It's okay.
I will take it back.
I don't know where to look either, so it's all okay. All those in favor, say aye.
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 That's unanimous. The allocation's approved. I think we have to pause again for the next meeting. We'll see you on the other side. Greetings, this is item 7 on December 15th Planning Board session. It's 4901 Battery Lane preliminary plan and site plan. I won't repeat the numbers. We have a staff presentation, and I'll turn it over to staff.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. Good morning. For the record, Adam Bossi, the lead reviewer for this case with the Down County Planning Team. As the chairman mentioned, this is item 7 for 4901 Battery Lane. This does include preliminary plan 120220100 and site plan 820220160. Staff is recommending approval with conditions of both of these applications. So here, the preliminary plan seeks approval of a subdivision of land, which includes a review of adequate public facilities to serve the development, dedication of Battery Lane right-of-way, and protection of natural resources and sensitive environmental features. The site plan provides a detailed overview of the proposed development, and it is used to determine if the proposal satisfies the requirements of the zoning ordinance. Both these application types are also reviewed for conformance with the underlying master plan. So this site is located in the northern portion of downtown Bethesda, just south of the National Institute of Health campus. The inset map we see on the left-hand side of the slide here is of downtown Bethesda, again with our site highlighted with the little star. So is the aerial image, excuse me, I have hit something on the keyboard inadvertently.
No,
Apologies.
But that was okay.
As the aerial image here shows, the site is on the north side of Battery Lane, approximately 450 feet west of its intersection with Woodmont Avenue. Again, it's bound by the NIH campus to the north, the Sunrise of Bethesda Senior Living Facility to the west, and multifamily residential buildings to the east as well as to the south across Battery Lane. If you have had the opportunity to visit the site, you would have noticed some other development proposal signs posted throughout Battery Lane. Those are mostly associated. I'm sorry?
It's not up on the screen.
Did that solve our problem, or?
You're not sharing your screen, is it?
Apologies, let me try to reset that. Not sure what I may have hit to do that, but.
He's not connected? Can we have some technical help here on?
You're not even showing up. Oh, maybe go.
We all do love technology, don't we?
Go out. Open Teams.
It makes our lives better, Jeff. You know that, right?
You keep trying to convince me of that, and I'm not certain.
Well, that's saying. I'm just, repeating what I heard.
Well, we fixed that technical issue.
continuing on where we were.
All right, continuing on where we were. I believe we were on slide number 4 here, which in the aerial image, we saw that the site is located on Battery Lane, south of the NIH campus. And I think I was mentioning, if you did have the opportunity to visit the site, you probably would have noticed there were other development signs posted around the neighborhood. Most of those are associated with a separate proposal known as the Battery Lane District project. An excerpt from that sketch plan is shown on our lower right-hand image here with our subject site, 4901 Battery Lane, highlighted in red. The proposal for 4901 Battery Lane we're discussing today is not part of the Battery Lane District project, but I did want to recognize the larger context that 4901 is starting to come together within. So the site itself is generally rectangular in shape and has a tract area of just over 2 acres. It's developed with 2 existing apartment buildings and surface parking accessed by 2 curb cuts to Battery Lane. One services the central parking area we see here in the aerial image between the 2 apartment buildings, and the second services a small parking lot located just to the south of the eastern building on the site. Also visible here are the Bethesda Trolley Trail and Battery Lane Urban Park to the left of our site. That's the west side of it in this image. So the site itself is zoned CR 1.5, C 0.5, R 1.5 with a height of 120, and it's also in the Bethesda overlay zone. The CR zone is shown here in orange, and the overlay zone is represented by the striping on top of that. Most properties nearby are similarly zoned, but with the senior living facility in the R10 zone, and the NIH campus is residentially zoned. The site is not within the Bethesda parking lot district or the urban district. Quickly here, some general information about the Bethesda overlay zone. It was created to implement the sector plan recommendations and does have this overlay zone density tool, which is a pool of density proposals can draw from to increase the density proposed in their projects to a level beyond what is allowed in the underlying zone. To use BOS density, a proposal must use all of that density from the underlying zone, as well as make a park impact payment. And this is calculated based on the quantity of overlay zone density that is requested. The site is located in the area associated with the Bethesda Downtown Sector Plan. The sector plan divides the downtown into 10 districts. This is shown on the inset map in the bottom left corner of the slide. The subject site, again, is in the Battery Lane District. This is in the northern edge of downtown. The numbers and coloration shown here on the main image are linked to specific zoning recommendations of the sector plan. For our subject site, again, which is shown in an orange hue and under the number 6, the sector plan recommended rezoning it to the CR zone to promote enhanced redevelopment opportunities to foster a quality mix of housing options. As you'll see, the project before you today is in line with those goals. Some additional goals for the Battery Lane District are outlined here on the right side of the slide, and those include preserving affordable housing, promoting redevelopment to foster a mix of housing options, improving bike and pedestrian connectivity, and expanding the local neighborhood park. So within the Battery District, the sector plan does recommend the establishment of a series of through-block connections to expand the existing pedestrian grid. The image shown here is an excerpt of Figure 3.13, the Battery Lane District Public Realm Improvements from page 132 of the sector plan. Conceptual locations for through-block connections are represented by the green dashed lines that you see here. It shows sections of 2 of those connections spanning our subject site. One of them goes in an east-west direction and one to the north and a north-south direction. The sector plan and its implementing guidelines provide design criteria for these through-block connections, which in summation looks for a linear corridor 15 feet in width that is open air and open to the public. This proposal does incorporate the through-block connection segments recommended for the site. We'll talk about those in some of the upcoming slides. The subject site here does build from a prior approval, the sketch plan that is noted here, 320-220040, which was approved earlier in 2022 and included a general development concept, some of the details of which are outlined here. So the proposal in front of you today, again, includes the two applications, the preliminary plan and the site plan. Essentially, full redevelopment of the site is proposed, and that includes the development of a new single multifamily residential building with 372 dwelling units. As shown on the illustrative site plan on the right side of the slide, the new building will occupy most of the central portion of the site. Speaking to the preliminary plan, it does propose to consolidate 3 existing lots into one lot to support the development of, again, 372 multifamily dwelling units. This layout is compatible with the development pattern in the Battery District. Public services were found to be adequate to serve the site. As our public schools, they do have capacity to serve this development, and all recommended right-of-way dedications for Battery Lane are provided. As part of the transportation adequacy review, based on the scope and scale of this project, it is required to contribute toward improvements to the pedestrian and bike infrastructure in the neighborhood. So this proposal will fund or construct a series of sidewalk, bike lane, and bus stop improvements to the tune of approximately $1.7 million. The location and general description of these transportation projects are shown here. More detailed description is included in the staff report. Again, in total, the applicant will be funding just shy of $1.7 million in improvements. And again, these will directly enhance walkability and transportation options near the site. The selection of these particular projects was based on need and feasibility, and frankly, the result of a lot of collaborative effort between the applicant, planning staff, and county transportation staff as well. The preliminary plan does conform with the requirements of the Forest Conservation Law. The site does have a previously approved natural resources inventory and forest stand delineation that showed no major sensitive ecological features are present on the site. There is a portion of stream buffer present on the northwest corner of the site associated with an off-site stream, and there are several specimen trees located primarily around the periphery of the site. Through the design review process, there was quite a bit of attention given to minimizing impacts of the development within that stream buffer, and this included ensuring the building's footprint didn't encroach in that area, hardscaping was minimized, and planting was maximized. The proposal does include impacts to specimen trees, which does require a variance be approved for their removal. This is specific for 3 specimen trees, and there is rationale provided in the staff report that does support that, and staff does support the variance request as well. DPS has also approved a stormwater concept plan for the project. Talking specifically about the site plan, it does propose a single multifamily residential building, 120 feet in height, to include 372 dwelling units. There will be 416,367 square feet of residential uses, which is inclusive of 713 square feet of BOS density. As shown earlier on slide 6, the site's CR zoning includes a total development density of 1.5 FAR, and the total density proposed for the site is equivalent to the max residential FAR allowed. So the development can exceed the max density allowed for the CR zone with that BOS density. The proposed building here, looking at the image, will occupy the central portion of the site. It will front on Battery Lane. Outdoor amenity spaces for residents are being provided primarily on the west and north side of the building. These include gardens, an enclosed dog run, and places for sitting and gathering. The building's rooftop will include additional recreation amenities for residents, including a pool, other seating areas. Trees, landscaping, and outdoor lighting are provided throughout the site. Looking at access and circulation, a single driveway is being provided and is located on the east side of the building, and it will access Battery Lane. The area of striped pavement on the southern portion of the driveway that we see here coincides with an entry plaza and porte-cochere at the building's lobby, and that's really to be used for short-term drop-offs, deliveries, and so forth. The driveway then extends to the north, passes the lobby to a loading dock, then continues to the entrance of a subsurface garage at the building's northeast corner. A pedestrian through zone is shown on the lower part of the top image. This is one of the through-block connection segments that the project provides. So the through-block connections to be provided with this project are really the on-site pieces of those new pedestrian corridors that are envisioned with the sector plan. The image on the left, again, shows that excerpt from the sector plan we saw on a previous slide. The image on the right shows an excerpt from the approved sketch plan for the Battery District proposal with the illustrative site plan for 4901 Battery superimposed on top of it, and the image is further annotated with the arrows indicating the locations of through-block connections. As you'll note, for 4901 Battery Lane, the north-south connection is shifted to the east side of the site, where the sector plan shows it to the west side, abutting the senior living facility. During discussions for 4901 Battery and the Battery District sketch plan cases, it was determined that the eastern location for the north site connection at 4901 was preferential, and that's really given the nearby location of the trolley trail to the west and the emergent development pattern that we saw with the sum of these cases. At that time, it was also determined that a single north-south connection between Battery Lane and the new east-west connection between the trolley trail and Woodmont Avenue, that's that far northern east-west connection that we see here, was appropriate versus two connections as shown on the sector plan's image on the left side here. The shift to a single connection is in line with the Bethesda Downtown Plan design guidelines, which do really push for single through block connections in contexts such as this. You can find that specific reference on page 28 of the design guidelines. The location further to the east also puts this mid-block connection, through block connection more in the middle of the block rather than very close to the existing trolley trail on the western side of it. Here we have a plan view of the access and circulation elements on the site I spoke about a moment ago, indicated by the yellow arrows here. Those are those through block connection segments where they are to be provided on the subject site. So here we're looking at a section drawing for the proposed north-south through block connection. The inset map on the left shows the location of this connection, again on the east side of the site. The green line indicates the location where the section was taken from. As the section shows, the through block connection includes an 8-foot wide paved path, which is highlighted here with the orange coloration, and that's to be flanked by landscaping on either side. The connection corridor is 15 feet wide, open air, and will be open to the public in accordance with the downtown plan design guidelines. Here we see the section drawing for the northern through block connection that spans the site east to west. Here the pedestrian pathway is proposed to be 10 feet wide. And again, the connection corridor, a minimum of 15 feet wide, open air, and will be open to the public. The section drawing here was taken where the path is actually closest to the northern property line. So we see just landscaping provided on the left side of the path, the south side of it, at this pinch point. The section doesn't show existing tree canopy just over the property line on the NIH property. And on our subject site, where the path is further from the property line, there is landscaping provided on both sides of it. So overall, we expect this to be a fairly pleasant green pedestrian corridor. On this and the following slide, we have some illustrative images of those through block connections. The slide shows the north-south connection. Image on the left is looking north from Battery Lane. The image on the right would be from that northeast corner of the property looking to the southwest. And on this slide, we see illustrative images of the east-west connection at the northern portion of the site. The image on the left-hand side is looking to the west, and the image on the right-hand side is looking to the east. Looking at the proposed building, its design is characterized as traditional modern and is respectful of the existing development in the neighborhood as well as other redevelopment projects that are proposed nearby. Here we see the south face and southeast corner of the proposed building in these images. This portion of the building will front on Battery Lane. This does include the main pedestrian entrance, again, that fronts on Battery Lane, which is highlighted by the image on the lower left portion of the slide. The building design does include a distinct base, middle, and top, and includes multiple step backs, which do help break down the perceived mass and bulk of the structure. The base is most visually prominent along Battery Lane and does include significant fenestration, which you can see here with the larger windows. Working our way around the building, the image on the left side of the slide is the eastern facade of it. You can see the porte-cochere drop-off on the lower left corner of the building, loading and access in the middle, and garage access, although not visible, is in the northeast corner of the building. That's on its right side. On the image on the right, we do see the northwest corner of the building. The upper level step backs here are visible as are balconies for residential units. To the right of the building, we see the grade outline of the Sunrise of Bethesda Senior Living Building. The proposed building at 4901 Battery is 2 floors taller than this building, and there is adequate distance provided between the building towers in accordance with the sector plan design guidelines. Here we see the western facade of the building on the left and the southwest corner of the building in the image on the right. While not apparent in these images, there are mature trees on the Sunrise of Bethesda site that will help reduce the visibility of the retaining wall that we see proposed along the western side of the 4901 Battery site. The wall is required as part of the design to help manage grade change across the site. Overall, the building's unique shape, massing with multiple step backs, terraces, and use of traditional materials will blend to create a building that is visually interesting and enhance the public realm in a distinct manner. Here, the CR zone optional method of which this project is proposed under, and as well as proposals in the sector plan area seeking BOS density are required to provide public benefits as part of their proposal. The Bethesda overlay zone does tailor the public benefit categories and does increase the quantity of public benefit points that are available for projects that are proposed in the downtown area. This project is required to provide at least 100 public benefit points in 4 categories and has achieved that as shown here on the table. Here the proposal achieves more than 100 points in the categories of connectivity and mobility, diversity of uses and activities, quality building and site design, and protection and enhancement of the natural environment. These are consistent with the categories for public benefits that were approved with the sketch plan. Within the overlay zone, the exceptional design public benefit point category are reviewed by the Bethesda Design Advisory Panel, who you appointed 2 new members to this morning. And within the overlay zone, a minimum of 10 of 30 exceptional design points are required for projects. The Design Advisory Panel did review this project at the sketch plan level in September of 2021 and the site plan earlier this year. They did vote unanimously for the project to achieve the 15 points for exceptional design that was requested. And recommendations from the Design Advisory Panel have been included into the project design. Regarding community outreach, this project did hold a pre-submittal public meeting back on February 9th. They did complete the required site posting as well as written notification, and we received no community correspondence about the project. There are 2 corrections to the staff report that I'd like to add to the record here today and suggest these revisions be incorporated into the Planning Board's resolutions for these cases. The first correction is really a clarification to the text of the preliminary plan. Under page 41, under the Forest Conservation Various section, this is about halfway down the page, the text mentions bike lane improvements associated with specimen tree removal. The bike lane reference here should be removed as indicated by the strike-through and red text changes, as there is no bike lane proposed with this project. Second correction that I do want to mention pertains to the moderately priced dwelling units density figure as presented in our report. It was not correct. And this figure does factor into the park impact payment calculation, so subsequently that figure in our report was not accurate. So both of these figures are included in recommended condition 5B for the site plan, which I've copied here and annotated with the correct figures. That moderately priced dwelling unit density figure should be 44,045 square feet, and the corrected park impact payment figure should be $2,666,151.88. So again, staff does recommend these corrections be reflected in the resolution should the board choose to approve the case today. So overall, staff is pleased to report we do believe that this proposal conforms with the requirements of the underlying sketch plan. The preliminary plan does conform with the requirements of the subdivision regulations as well as the sector plan. Similarly, the site plan does meet the development standards of the zoning ordinance as applicable and the requirements of the Bethesda downtown plan. Again, these are both as conditioned. The applicant has met all their noticing requirements, and staff does recommend approval with conditions of the preliminary plan and site plan with the corrections, again, as presented here today. With that, I conclude our presentation. Look forward to answering any questions.
I would just like to preempt Commissioner Branson. The parking lot has more than 50 spaces in it, so that charging stations will be required.
We didn't get specifically into charging stations in the staff report, but per county requirements for transportation, I believe that is the case.
Right. All you had to do was say there's more than 50 spaces required. Commissioner Hill, you have something. Oh, and I have other questions.
Yeah. So coming back to the walkway, and I appreciate the description you just gave us, because I didn't get that from the staff report. But what I took away from the staff report was the plan for this district was to have a grid of walking areas. So it struck me as important that line up on the north and south side of the street. But what you're saying now is the east side configuration of that through past this property is an attempt not to be redundant with the trolley trail, although I would argue that the trolley trail is kind of a long-term usage, right, for pedestrians and bikes, and this is for people on the street to connect in the grid, right? But there's no intention of having a second one of those then?
That's correct. That was something that was determined during the sketch plan review, which was essentially concurrent for Battery District as well as this 4901 Battery Lane project.
Okay, that makes sense to me, but we are getting away from the grid concept in the Battery District then, because these don't line up, right?
Elza Heisel McCoy, Chief, Down County Planning, for the record. I think, it's, the diagrams that we include in the sector plan are really intended to be illustrative. And so I think when we get to implementation, for things like through block connections, we're sort of looking at how the properties come in and develop. And so I guess I wouldn't characterize it as sort of moving away from anything. It's more about how these, as these projects are realized, how we implement the goals of the plan to get the connectivity from sort of that northern edge along the NIH property down to Battery Lane.
Okay, so what I hear from that is it's a compromise of optimal placement of things in a tight urban environment with what gets built out.
Well said.
Okay. On page 45, this is section 6, there's a table there of site plan findings and all the numbers. And item 2DI is commercial GFA and FAR. And there's either some problem with the labeling here, or I don't understand what the requirement actually is, because it seems to me that suggests that there should be some commercial GFA and FAR, and the proposal has 0. So can you just explain that?
Yes, that's a great observation. So the property, we're at zone CR 1.5 with a commercial density of 0.5 and residential max density of 1.5 FAR. With this particular project, they've proposed all residential at the 1.5 FAR, which fulfills the overall density requirement of the zone. Therefore, they're not required to provide the commercial, but they certainly, at the outset of the project, have the option of providing up to 0.5 FAR commercial, and in that case, slightly lesser residential to stay within the overall allowed FAR of 1.5.
Okay, so I guess my confusion is the tabular presentation here labeled required is in fact not a requirement, right? And that's more an expression of what's in the table as opposed to what is allowed.
I think it actually reads permitted / required. And so because some of the requirements are maximum and some are minimum, we just, as a standard, have that. But yes, that's where the confusion is.
This is just a comment. It really breaks my heart to see the white ash tree come down. It's a surviving ash tree. It's a beautiful specimen, but I accept the eventuality of that in this urbanizing environment. But I do want to bring up on page 50, the second paragraph. So this is about the through-point connections related to granting BOS points for exceptional site plan design. And similar to what just happened in the last case, I would actually like to strike that paragraph for 2 reasons. One is the BOS density credit for those pathways already appears under connectivity and mobility, and it strikes me as double dipping to have it show up somewhere else. And it also strikes me as not exceptional design because it's required by the plan. So to me, that makes it not exceptional. My intention here is to strike that. I think the rationale in the rest of that section still supports the finding of that Bos density, but that reason strikes me as overbearing.
So I'm happy to respond to that. So with that, the text that you're referencing is about the exceptional design public benefit points and the rationale for supporting the points requested. So we bring up the discussion of the through block connections there because they are big drivers of the site design, and that ended up being drivers for high visibility architectural treatments around the entire building, where you're adding sort of these pedestrian visibility points to the rear, to the sides of the building. So it was something that we felt appropriate to recognize as part of the exceptional design package overall. But to your point, the points themselves for the through block connections are awarded under the connectivity and mobility section, specifically for the through block connections. The exceptional design of this case, is the through block connections may be a feeding factor into that. But when you look at the actual requirements as written in the guidelines, it's really geared more toward, I think, the rest of the description as you recognized as it was presented. I don't know if Elza had anything to add to supplement?
No. Well,
I mean, only that, Commissioner Hill, to your point, we wouldn't recommend a different number of points. We wouldn't recommend anything different. If the board wants to take that paragraph out, I think that's.
Yeah, I'm not suggesting this causes a difference in that plan. I just don't think it's a good public explanation. And I like your explanation of saying because you can get all the way around the building, that caused some factors, but I don't read, that's not what this says when I read it.
okay. I see Commissioner Panera would like to speak.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I agree with Commissioner Hill that there are certain things that we require that shouldn't be, in terms of the public interest, an incentive for the developer. So I would be in favor of striking out. I have a concern overall with the point system, and let me bring it now. It's not with regards to this specific project.
Well, what will we,
but,
excuse me, we will go into the point system in another discussion.
I know, Mr. Chair. I know, Mr. Chair. It's just that I think we're overemphasizing too much design qualities when that's in the eye of the beholder. I think we need to emphasize, like we've been told by regional associations, the need for more affordable housing beyond the 15% MPDUs. I think I hope when we discuss the point system, that issue, as we are discussing the Thrive 2050 and the equity issues in the county, that we value, I'm going to be looking at that. That's my comment. Now, with regard to questions, I want to ask, who are the people living in that site right now? Are any of those units occupied? Have they been notified that there's going to be a redevelopment there?
Commissioner, I'd like to turn to the applicant to respond to that.
Okay.
And actually.
And we also have Lisa Gavoni, our housing policy planner, available as well.
Okay.
So this is Nancy Reglin. I'm the counsel for the applicant from Shulman Rogers. So yes, there's 87 units on site, and W.C. Smith has been managing this property since the 1970s continuously, so they know their tenants very well. Even though the staff report only indicated the required public outreach, in fact, there was private communications with the tenants before it was filed. And they've been with us through private communications prior to the sketch plan, and now prior to the site plan and the preliminary plan. They were invited to the public community meeting, and in fact, a number of them did attend to get additional information. We also are working on the outreach for should this project move forward to construction when it does. The county has an entire program on relocation assistance with significant time periods for notice. And because WC Smith knows these tenants well, they'll be working with them on a one-to-one basis. So these tenants will be taken care of.
Okay, all right, thank you. My other question is, when you do the multifamily building, are you looking at doing rentals or condos? What is the
So
plan?
this is a rental facility, multifamily
Okay.
rental.
Okay, and I'm going to ask, one of the things that I'll be looking for in the future is that you don't cluster, you don't concentrate all the MPDUs, the 56 MPDUs in one particular area of the building, that they have the same access to the building that everyone else does. Don't give them a different entrance, don't give them, be sure that they are spread out through the building, and also access to, to the parking, that they be not concentrated in one specific area. So that's one of the things. That's just a comment, something that I'll be looking for in the future.
It's also a requirement within the MPDU law itself, so it's taken care of in the administration and how the units are picked up. I could have staff answer that if you want.
Well, Chapter 25A,
Okay, sure.
Lisa Gavoni for the record, housing planner. Chapter 25A actually dictates that MPDUs must be reasonably dispersed throughout a development. So that's something that we will look at, DHA looks at before they sign off for an agreement to build. So that is part of it. And just a little forward, we will be bringing an overview of the MPDU program, the requirements, what all of that entails on January 12th. So that's something for you to look forward to.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Presley?
Yes, I want to say I look forward to that discussion on the point system too. I was one of the originals when we were debating all these things, what we can do and what we can control. And frankly, it tried to be a balance between increasing the MPDUs, but also as a board, we can't really speak into the design. And that was something at the time, actually, Royce and others were interested in encouraging people to do better design and to articulate things, the fenestration with the massing and everything. And I will say that I think that this applicant has done a beautiful job with the fenestration of the building, and the through buck connection is not simply a pavement. Apparently my dog appreciates it too. It's not simply a pavement, it's very nicely treated. So I really appreciate what the applicant has done with that.
Commissioner Presley, this is Robert Cronenberg, for the record.
Yes.
Just to, I think to your point and to the other commissioners' points, we are working on an update to the CR public benefit points right now. So I think the feedback that we're getting is very helpful. Clearly, MPDUs are a requirement in Bethesda at the 15%. We do get some that go higher than that, and you'll see some projects, I think, in the future that do that. But we will be bringing that update to you so that we can reevaluate those. And I do remember those discussions many years ago about design. And one thing.
Robert, am I right?
Yes, you are.
I just interjected quick. I wanted to know if I was right about there are those who have put forth higher percentage MPDU for additional points.
Oh yes, that's true. And in fact, under the CR public benefit points system, if you provide 25%, that's the only category that you have to satisfy. So yes. we do have some that go to the 25%, but I think in Bethesda what we've seen is anywhere from 15 to maybe 18%. But we do have a project that would likely be going and providing the 25%. The other point that I would bring up is that Bethesda is, I would say, unique in the way that we have structured a design advisory panel, and it's the first one of its kind in the county. We felt like Bethesda was a good place to start it. We are initiating that in Silver Spring as well. And not that staff doesn't focus on design, but having another set of eyes and ears on it that really provides some guidance on how that design would fit into kind of the fabric of what we're doing in Bethesda, I think has been critical in a very good way.
Commissioner Branson.
Thank you. So a few things. The garden apartments that are there now, I assume, are affordable, classified as affordable housing. Is that accurate?
The rents.
They are
Can
The
I,
rents.
I mean, the applicant can address this if you'd like.
Sure, whoever.
So Nancy Reglan for the record. So there are 87 apartments. They're indicated in the in the sector plan as market rate affordable housing. Market rate affordable is not defined as MPDU rents. There are a full range of rents that are below what is under the newest development. So the affordable rents, these accessible rents, are generally on these edge communities like Battery Lane, in where there are garden apartments that are aging out of their life, have no amenities, have low performing electrical, utility systems, have no amenities, have, lots of difficulties with accessibility, etc. So with regard to rents, it's a full range of rents here at this particular project. And this applicant actually went and looked and evaluated the 87 units, and only 12 of them, their rents at the time when they started this project were at MPDU rents. So they looked at that, and the 15% provides 56 units. So they are replacing 12 MPDU rental type, rental rate level units with 56. And I think the key point here, though, Commissioner Branson, is any tenant that is competing, applying for a unit here at this project, the 87 that exists in the garden apartments, they're competing with the whole pool of applicants, whether or not those applicants have income that they need an affordable unit or whether they choose an affordable unit. And so by replacing the 12 units with 56 that are restricted for 99 years, that allows income restricted tenants to have the ability to get units in this. So four, almost 5 times the number of MPDU level rent units will be replaced.
Okay. I appreciate that explanation. However, I think that what I heard is that the applicant made the determination about whether the 12 units were in fact MPD rent level units. So I would like the staff to determine whether those units are, how many MPD level rent units we have, because it seems to me that we're actually losing affordable housing. We're going from 87 to 56, and it doesn't really matter how they get classified as, it seems to be a loss.
We have staff here.
And wait a minute, that's not all I want. The other thing is, I see no provision for children in this building. There are dog walks, but I don't see any play area designated for children. Very disturbed by that. And I guess finally, if we are adding all these units, where is the school impact stuff? I don't see that. So because there have to be children in this building. People have a habit of having them, and so there should be some provision for that. I don't see any of those things here. This does not seem like it's building community to me. It seems like it's actually forcing out some people, and it's not assuring that families will actually be in this very desirable location.
So for Lisa Boone, for the record, really quickly, we have the capability of doing analysis. We have 2 resources. We have CoStar, which we pay for access, that aggregates rents by bedroom type. so it wouldn't be one by one. DHCA actually has a rental facility survey that they do every year, where it has the rent for every single unit in the county. I can certainly access that from DHCA and ask them for that, but the applicant would be the property manager would be the one reporting the rent to DHCA, so it's kind of similar circumstances. And one point I want to make is those 12 units are unregulated. Now, what that means is they can grow their rent by the market. And so last year, coming out of COVID, the average rent growth in Montgomery County was 10%. Now, for the MPDUs, they're only allowed to increase their rent by the voluntary rent guidelines, which is very small. Last year it was like 1.7%. So I think we're kind of comparing apples to oranges, where all of the units here currently are unregulated, where they would be replaced by regulated units. So that's 2 points. Certainly happy to do that analysis, but it will take time. And I know that the applicant is here today, so.
Yeah, and I would like to point out a couple of things to respond to Commissioner Branson's concerns about recreational facilities. What you don't see by just looking at the site plan on this property is perhaps some of the details about what is in some of the outdoor spaces and what are in some of the indoor spaces. So this is a heavily amenitized building. And by that, I mean there are a number of improved outdoor spaces. So if we look at the courtyard on the west side of the property next to Sunrise, it is a huge courtyard. It includes at-grade gardening facilities. It includes open space as a play space that is free and open for play. There are other courtyards on the east side that as well. And then, of course, the through block connections also provide additional space. When you get to the roof includes an indoor recreational facility, like a club room. And then, as you can see, the entire roof includes some open space, some green space to play. It's amenitized with a swimming pool. It's amenitized with eating and drinking areas. And when we evaluated what small children, we meet the recreational points to provide these open spaces and these facilities, both indoor and outdoor, for children in the building. The other thing that you indicated was you're not sure about the community that's being provided here. One of the things that also W.C. Smith looked at is because they know these tenants, and even though the majority of the tenants are young professionals that come in and out, whether they're in the employment area of downtown Bethesda or they're NIH employees because of the convenience of walking, and so they're very transitory, there is a core group of tenants who love Battery Lane and are here for a long time. And they also recognize that those tenants, as they age out, have different needs. So one of the things that's being offered in the new development are enhanced accessible units, so enhanced handicapped units. And those aren't available in most projects. This is an add-on so that there would be these enhanced accessibility units so that someone, whether they're empty nester trying to move back into Bethesda out of their house, or someone somewhere else in Bethesda that wants to stay in Bethesda but has some additional mobility issues, or because of aging mobility, accessibility issues, this project will provide these enhanced units.
Thank you. If I
would
can have
also-
staff answer this question on schools.
Sure. So if I could, right before I get to that, just because it's related to what Commissioner Mertz was asking, I think it's also very, noteworthy. We're talking about a community here. We're talking about redevelopment, and the children who live in this building will be half a block away from the Battery Lane Urban Park, which is a very well-used community park. There are playground facilities. There are facilities for adults. I think there are tennis courts and other things. That there are many public amenities that the children living in this building will be able to walk to. With regard to the school, I think Adam mentioned in his presentation that, as with every preliminary plan, we do an adequate public facilities review that reviews the estimated student generation from this development against the capacity available for the schools in the area, and that, as Adam indicated, there at this time remains capacity for the schools in the area. So the schools are adequate for this development at this time, and they will not be making a payment for schools.
If I can also add Tanya Stern, Acting Planning Director, for the record, I think it may be helpful for the board for us to provide a briefing on the schools element of the growth and infrastructure policy, since this is at least the second time a similar question has come up, so that you understand exactly how these analyses are done, what the county council approved in terms of what is required, what is not required, and how we determine the impact on school capacity. So I think that just may be some helpful background as you continue to review these projects.
Okay.
I think that
I would
would be
appreciate that
great.
review.
And let me just say, I think it would also be helpful if in all these plans, we really should mention children in these housing plans. It is curious to me that children are not specifically mentioned when it comes to how how they will live in a place. That's disturbing to me.
Ed,
And so going forward, I would suggest that just give it a little verbiage.
and we'll go through the recreational point calculation as well at some point in the future.
Certainly.
Commissioner Presley.
Oh, you're muted again.
You're muted.
Of all people should know how to use that. Okay, I was saying that one of the things we tried to get away with back in the day, was all of the developers creating little pocket parks. So sometimes the requirement for, play areas for children resulted in that. Whereas I can see from what these folks have done, there is that consideration to the children, but I agree with Commissioner Branson that should come forward in the reports so we know that this is how the children in the play areas were considered, and that way, you don't have to get grilled about it on the day, but, I can see that these things have taken place, but it's also helpful to note what is in the surrounding area, because if there wasn't anything like that walkable, then it would be a concern of mine as well. So I think those are good points for the future.
Okay. In the present, we have a plan before us and a site plan. Do I hear a motion?
Mr. Chair, I move that we approve preliminary plan 120220110 and site plan 820220160 at 409 Battery Lane with 3 modifications for text in the resolution. One of those is the strikeout of the reference to a bike lane on the site frontage on page 41 of the staff report. Under condition 5, there are updates to the monetary payment policy that were cited by staff, and I take as staff's numbers here presented as testimony that legal staff can pick that up, and that we drop on page 50 the first full paragraph that the paragraph starts with the text, the project provides a site design that incorporates 2 through-block connections and goes on from there as unnecessary to justify that particular item and a little bit problematic in terms of its description.
And reflect that in the resolution.
Yes, those are resolution changes.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
Any other further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 Okay, unanimous. Thank you. That concludes.
And just to be clear, that was just to make sure legal has what they need.
Preliminary plan and site.
That was 2, that covered both plans. There was 1 vote for 2 plans.
Yeah, and it included the variance requests, correct?
Yes.
I meant our legal.
My motion would include both of those, but if you advise otherwise.
Okay, we're clear?
Okay, for the purposes of the record, we should probably have 2 separate motions, please.
All right, we'll take two separate motions. Again, were your amendments to the preliminary plan or the site plan?
Just for clarification purposes, the corrections that Mr. Hill outlined are this first one to the preliminary plan that's up on the screen. This is finding 4A. The second one that I had brought up is a site plan
okay.
condition correction, and then the Mr. Hill had mentioned the paragraph related to the site plan analysis.
Okay,
So
well-
two site plan corrections, one preliminary plan correction.
Will you accept our first vote as on the preliminary plan?
I will accept that, yes.
Okay, could I have a motion on the site plan, please?
Mr. Chair, I move that we approve site plan 820-2201-60 at 4901 Battery Lane with two modifications that were referred to in the previous motion that apply to site plan text in the resolution.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
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 Once again, unanimous.
Thank you.
In a surprise vote. We have to stop for a second and get to the next meeting? Yes. Yes, okay. Greetings. As I was saying, it's exactly 11:47 on planning board time, although it's 12:47 in real time. We're on item 8. This is 1910 University Senior Housing Preliminary Plan number 1/2021, 10230. And we have a staff presentation.
Good, afternoon, commissioners. For the record, my name is Emily Tettelbaum with the Mid-County Planning Division, and I'm here to present preliminary plan number 1/2021-0230, 1910 University Boulevard Senior Housing. This is a really exciting project for us, and we are recommending approval with conditions of the preliminary plan, which will subdivide the property into 2 lots as detailed in the staff report. This project is a result of a partnership between a synagogue and a nonprofit housing developer, and the resulting development will provide critically needed affordable housing for seniors on the synagogue's underutilized property while funding improvements to the synagogue's facilities. So a little bit of history about the project. The county hearing examiner approved conditional use number CU 2022-04 last month to allow an independent living facility for seniors on this property. Just as a reminder, because I think you've reviewed at least one conditional use. Conditional uses are a use allowed in the zone, and they include an additional layer of review. There are 2 public hearings. The first hearing is at the planning board, and the planning board issues a recommendation to the hearing examiner, who holds another public hearing, and then the hearing examiner makes a decision on the application. So, and the county hearing examiners, I'll also mention, hold a quasi-judicial hearing. It's quite detailed. And I also want to bring up that conditional use it's comparable to a site plan, perhaps even more detailed in the level of review of each proposed use. So we did a very detailed analysis of the site design of the proposed independent living facility with the conditional use. And the hearing examiner's report and decision is attached to the staff report. A little bit more about the senior housing. The conditional use approved 90 dwelling units, and the latest and greatest news that I just got from a member of the applicant team is that they're planning 100% of these units to be affordable, and they will all be income restricted. The majority of the units will be available at or below the county's MPDU income limit. And so that's a slight change from the staff report. But the applicant anticipates keeping this affordable unit mix moving forward. So the building, because of the topography of the property, which slopes down from University Boulevard towards Reedy Boulevard, and I'll show you an image of the site in a moment, but because of the topography of the property, the building, which you can see here, appears as 4 stories from University Boulevard. The first story is tucked into the slope here. You can see all 5 stories from the synagogue parking lot, and then the building steps down to 3 stories along the Reedy Drive neighborhood to the rear of the property. So the current regulatory process we're looking at now is a preliminary plan, which is required for the creation of lots, which is what we're looking at in this case, blocks, and new roads. For a preliminary plan, the planning board looks at the layout of the subdivision to make sure it's appropriate, conformance with the master plan, the adequate public facilities, forest conservation, and stormwater management. So now we'll take a step back and look at the vicinity of the property. So the property is right here in red. It fronts on University Boulevard, just several blocks east of where we're currently sitting. Actually, if you go across Reedy Drive here and cross Georgia Avenue and a few blocks, it's right at the terminus of Reedy Drive. right here. Just a few blocks from here. And the area is primarily residential with detached houses and townhouses. There is a large property with a WTOP radio station across University Boulevard to the west with 3 radio towers. And this property is approximately half a mile from here and the metro station, and there is an existing bus stop along the property frontage. Finally, the property is within the 2012 Wheaton CBD and vicinity sector plan area. I'll also mention there is a public park south of the property along University, just a few blocks away. So here's a closer look at the 3.56 acre property, which is located in the R60 residential zone. It consists of a platted parcel on the south side here that contains an approximately 30,597 square foot synagogue. And it also consists of an unplatted parcel here on the north side that contains a former house currently occupied by a food pantry. The property also has a playground here and several surface parking lots. As I mentioned earlier, this northern parcel does drop significantly in grade from University Boulevard down to Reedy Drive. And as I mentioned, the proposed building here is taking advantage of that grade and stepping the building down. I'll also mention there is an old, existing, and nominally functional stormwater management facility approximately here, kind of in the middle of the 2 parcels on the west side of the property. There are specimen trees located on the property, but otherwise there are no other significant environmental features. You can see here the ingress to the property is right here across from a crosswalk across University Boulevard, and then that's a ingress and egress right now, and then there's an egress here, egress only, right turn only, exit lane for the property, just south of the synagogue building. So moving on to the proposal, the preliminary plan will implement the approval of the independent living facility as part of the conditional use approval. So the preliminary plan proposes 2 lots, one for the senior building on lot 1 and another lot for the synagogue on lot 2. As I mentioned, the senior building will provide 90 units of affordable housing with all of the units planned to be income restricted. And most of the parking for the senior building will be located on the synagogue lot here. The synagogue plans to demolish a portion of the building here along University Boulevard and replace it with parking that will serve congregants of the synagogue and for parking for the senior building. After the demolition of a portion of the building, the synagogue will be approximately 22,000 square feet in size. And a little bit more about the parking situation here. So between both uses, the synagogue and the senior housing, there are 89 total parking spaces required. And between the 2 properties, there are 93 spaces provided. So the synagogue lot has 83 spaces, the senior building has 10 spaces, and all the remaining parking requirement for the senior building, which is 37 additional spaces, will be provided here on the synagogue lot. And the 2 parties will have to come to an agreement about the parking to share the spaces. And they made a lot of progress on that. There's one copy, an earlier copy of the draft agreement attached to the staff report, and I've been working with them on an updated version, which will be recorded before the preliminary plan is certified. So the synagogue and the senior housing will share access points here, which are staying in the same location where they're currently located. Egress will still be on this driveway here on the northern side of the property. And circulation will move around through the senior building lot and the synagogue lot, and then a driveway. This is a new driveway right here where my cursor is, and that will allow egress back from the synagogue lot, and right turns will be allowed onto University Boulevard. Left-hand turns will not be allowed from this driveway. And then this driveway down here next to the synagogue will continue to be for egress only and right turns only. There are two pretty significant pedestrian improvements with this project. The first one is a buffered 10-foot sidewalk along the property frontage on University Boulevard. This is going to be a huge improvement because the sidewalk right now is right against the vehicular travel lanes, very narrow and right against a very busy road. So the buffer and the wide sidewalk is a huge improvement here. And the other improvement is an 8-foot wide pedestrian and bicycle path along the side of the senior building here that will connect Reedy Drive, the neighborhood back here, and University Boulevard to help people from the neighborhood get to the bus stop and beyond. And this is a closer up image of the pedestrian connection that will be very well landscaped and will be attractive and well lit. So moving on to forest conservation, the prior approval included a preliminary forest conservation plan approval. It was approved by the planning board when they approved the conditional use, and that preliminary forest conservation plan also approved impacts to variance trees, which are shown here in red. These are the trees with impacts. They're planning to save this tree here that I've marked. It will be impacted, but the applicant is proposing to use protection measures to try to save the tree, although they have planned mitigation for it regardless. There's no existing forest on site, but there is a 0.53 acre afforestation requirement that will be met off-site. So the findings for the preliminary plan are basically listed here. That the preliminary plan is consistent with the provisions of the subdivision regulations, the zoning ordinance, and the sector plan. Adequate public facilities exist for the proposed development, and the more detailed findings as shown in the staff report. The applicant has met all proper signage and noticing and submittal requirements. There are 2 supportive emails attached to the staff report, and just last night the board received an additional 2 emails of support, which we're really happy about. It's not all that common, so we're very happy to see that. And in conclusion, staff recommends approval with conditions of preliminary plan number 1/2021-0230 to implement this wonderful partnership, and I'm happy to answer any questions you have.
Well, I think Commissioner Panera, Panera would like to ask a question.
Certainly.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think this looks like a great project. What I'm trying to understand here is sometimes you talk about an applicant, but then you talked about 2 parties.
Right.
Has that site been separated into 2 different
So right now
proposals? Yeah.
Yes, thanks. Good question. So I think I can answer this, and Mr. Klein can jump in if I don't have it quite right, but there is a contract for purchase of the senior housing property, which is lot 1, I believe. The nonprofit housing developer has this under contract and will be purchased from the synagogue. So right now the synagogue owns both, and this one will be purchased if it hasn't already been. So I hope that answers your question.
Yes, it does. Okay. Thank you.
Sure.
Commissioner Branson? Sorry, I was muted. Commissioner Branson?
Yeah, I just have a little question, 'cause I'm a little confused here. I think on the University Boulevard side now, there is, I guess what I can describe as an occasional traffic light. I mean, there's a traffic light there, but I think it's only used when the synagogue is doing something, that's likely to have a high volume of attendance. And I'm wondering if that occasional traffic light remains or if it becomes, a permanent light or something like that.
There are no changes proposed to that traffic light. And I believe it's a full signal. It's a little, the configuration is a little odd because it's offset here. I think Mr. Folden is looking up to see exactly what it is. But there's no change proposed to that traffic signal.
Ms. Telbaum,
Yeah,
why
because,
don't you add the condition that you did impose, though, about the turning movements coming out?
Right, right. So right or left turning movements will be prohibited from this driveway onto University Boulevard because of the configuration of that traffic signal. It doesn't allow safe movements from this property onto University.
Mr. Klein, did you have anything to say on behalf of the applicant? I forgot.
Good afternoon. For the record, my name is Jody Klein, attorney with the law firm Miller and Canby, representing the applicant. And normally I'd love to brag a little bit about this partnership because it's really been interesting the way it's evolved and come together and evolved. But given you're about an hour and 15 minutes behind your lunch, I'm sure you'd rather not. So all the conditions recommended in the staff report are acceptable to the applicant. My team is available, not here, but available virtually if you have any questions, though.
Thank you. Commissioner Hill.
Yeah, I do have a question, and I'm not sure who's going to answer it, but under condition 23A, this pegs the final building location to the issuance of building permits, and that just strikes me as a little unusual. Typically, that would be in the site plan, and I was looking for an explanation of that.
If I might, Emily, I think I'll give you a quick answer. Good question. Has been probably maybe mentioned or been brought to your attention. When you go through the process we're dealing with, you don't have a formal site plan as set forth in the zoning ordinance. What happens, though, is the conditional use application is quite fixed and hard, and that drawing, upon approval by the hearing examiner, is transmitted to the Department of Permitting Services. And then when the preliminary plan is approved and certified, that's sent to DPS. So when my clients file for a building permit application, DPS lays both of those plans on the table. And if the building permit application is not consistent with the approved special conditional use plan or the certified site plan, then they will not issue the permit. So effectively, the two of them function as the site plan.
Okay.
And, I mean, if we had to move something 2 feet because of a field modification, probably DPS wouldn't work. But any substantial modification, they would reject the permit. We would have to come back and amend both the conditional use and the preliminary plan.
Okay,
So
thank you for that
no site plan
explanation.
per se, but there is a site plan review process.
Okay.
Any other questions? No, seeing none. Can I have a motion?
Mr. Chair, I'd like to move that we approve the, the preliminary plan
Yes.
for, for the 1910 University Senior Housing
With the conditions recommended by staff?
with the conditions, yes.
May I also offer a friendly amendment to say that we're accepting staff's change of 100% affordable units?
Wasn't a
Yes.
Yes, there's no condition
That
about
wasn't a
that,
condition.
but,
No, but it's part of the report that we're changing, so we should accept that into the record.
sure, yes,
Sure.
thanks.
Okay,
I
Any-
seconded that.
excellent. All those in favor say aye.
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 Unanimous, mazel tov, as they say in the old country.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, it is 1:07. We'll come back to order at 1:45. So my commissioners, if I can see you then, that would be great. Thank you for bearing with the technology. This is a real adventure on this side, I'll tell you. Good afternoon. Welcome to the afternoon session of the Montgomery County Planning Board on December 15th. It's a beautiful day in the neighborhood if you're in a different neighborhood. Now we're going to do the Silver Spring Downtown and Adjacent Communities Design Guidelines Briefing. And with that, I'll turn it over to staff. Who's going to speak?
Good afternoon, Chair and Commissioners. For the record, my name is Atara Margulies, and I'm a planner in the Down County Master Planning Division. I'm here today to brief you on the design guidelines that are being written to accompany the recently approved and adopted Silver Spring Downtown and Adjacent Community Sector Plan. Today is a briefing. We are not asking the board to take any action at this time. This briefing is to provide the board with an introduction to the Silver Spring Downtown and Adjacent Communities Plan design guidelines. When we return to the board in January, you'll have an opportunity to review the full document, and we will present the design guidelines in greater detail. At that time, we will be asking the board to approve the guidelines with any proposed revisions. Note that design guidelines do not go to the County Council for approval, so once the board approves them, hopefully in January, then they'll be in use. Today's briefing has three main parts. First, I will let you know where we are with the sector plan process and explain what design guidelines are and why we're writing them. Then I'll bring you up to speed on the Silver Spring Downtown and Adjacent Communities Plan and follow that with an overview of the current draft of the design guidelines. I will keep the sector plan summary as brief as possible, but since the preparation of design guidelines is one of the last steps in the process, some background information is warranted for context. Even after a sector plan is adopted, there are several additional steps needed to complete the process. The sectional map amendment and the zoning text amendment are the processes through which the zoning recommendations in the plan are codified, and for this plan, that took place in October. Design guidelines, in this case recommended in the sector plan, are created to guide development and raise the quality of design in the plan area, and here that's downtown Silver Spring. Design advisory panel, something that's also recommended in the plan, which we will talk about in a few minutes, will be established to review new development projects in Silver Spring. There is already a similar design advisory panel for Bethesda that has been reviewing projects for several years. So first, let's understand what design guidelines are. The final product will be a document that guides development projects and public space improvements in the plan area. It will be a tool for applicants and property owners, as well as a tool for the regulatory team when reviewing development applications and determining whether or not a project achieves substantial conformance with a sector plan. The design guidelines will also help achieve the sector plan's recommendation for design excellence in the downtown. Why are we writing these design guidelines for Silver Spring? Why does this plan need them? So this is actually a new document. There's no previous standalone design guidelines document for Silver Spring that we're updating. The approved and adopted sector plan has general language about urban design, but it does not get into a lot of detail, and it doesn't really address sort of the building level. It's more global design guideline statements, which we'll talk about a bit. In an urban area, there are sort of common design principles regarding building massing, form, and orientation to the street that contribute to a successful public realm. That is, all of the space that the public shares in a downtown, the sidewalks, the streets, the public spaces, parks, plazas. A well-designed public realm has really been shown to be key to an urban area's ability to attract more residents, businesses, and visitors, and that's part of what will make Silver Spring successful in the future. Hence, this document is important to getting there. So who are the users of this document? There are multiple audiences. It'll be read by the community to better understand the future vision for development in the downtown. It'll be used by property owners and applicants to understand the intent of the sector plan and to guide their applications. And it will be used by the Design Advisory Panel, the DAP, we'll talk about them on the next slide, to evaluate the projects before them for review, and of course by the regulatory team when reviewing development applications and presenting those projects to the planning board. Design Advisory Panel is something that was inaugurally done with the Bethesda downtown plan, and that's been in place for several years already. There's a screenshot of the Bethesda DAP meeting now. And the DAP is a 5-member panel, so it's going to be comprised of experienced design professionals in architecture, landscape architecture, or urban design. There'll be a member of the development community and at least one resident of Silver Spring. We've already received I think 28 applications for those 5 positions, and we will be bringing the nominations to the board in January. The zoning text, just a note for the board to know, requires that the Silver Spring Design Advisory Panel reflect the diverse community that it serves. The DAP will conduct a design review for all projects pursuing optional method of development in the plan area. So that's the summary of, what are design guidelines generally and why are we doing them. Now I'm going to give a very brief overview of the sector plan, so you have sort of the appropriate context and background for when we talk about the specifics of the Silver Spring Design Guidelines. In June of this year, the County Council, the Planning Board, and the Maryland National Capital Park and Planning Commission approved and adopted the Silver Spring Downtown and Adjacent Communities Plan as an update to the 2000 Silver Spring Central Business District Sector Plan, which was the last time Silver Spring had been master planned. The boundary includes the area formerly known as the CBD, or Central Business District, which is what most people think of when they think of downtown Silver Spring, in addition to a handful of blocks surrounding the downtown to the north and east that are within a half-mile walk of either the transit center or the upcoming Purple Line station at the library. And you can see both those stations on the map noted with a star. The first year of the plan, as typical with sector plans, was largely focused on engagement. We spoke to hundreds of stakeholders and emerged with a vision for Silver Spring that includes many of the ideas expressed in this summary graphic. The themes of the plan that you see here emerged from the engagement and visioning sessions with stakeholders. All of the goals and recommendations in the plan and the design guidelines build on these themes. As in many plans, we divided the plan area into districts, and here it's 8. They are largely corresponding to the existing neighborhoods in the downtown. The plan includes recommendations that are plan-wide and those that are district-specific. Now I'm going to run through a very high-level review of key recommendations in the plan, so you'll have some context for the design guidelines. The plan increases zoning flexibility and allowable heights for future development and allows properties to obtain additional density via contributions to a fund that will support infrastructure and public realm improvements in the downtown. The plan requires 15% MPDUs for residential projects in the plan area, which will yield more affordable housing. The plan also makes recommendations to support the local small business community in Silver Spring, which is really a key part of Silver Spring's identity, something that emerged in the plan. And that includes retaining existing light industrial zoning in some locations and also creating a legacy business registry, which will recognize businesses that have been in the downtown for a long time. The plan focuses on improving safety, comfort, and access for pedestrians and bikers, and it recommends expanding bus rapid transit, or BRT, in the downtown. The plan recommends a green loop of resilient streets with a focus on large canopy trees for shade and stormwater management that will connect the districts in the downtown. It's a loop because in Silver Spring we have the Metro Rail that divides, so a true grid is not really possible. And so when you look at the way Silver Spring is sort of the makeup of it in terms of an urban area and the patterns that emerge, the streets that people use to move throughout the districts that connect them form more of a loop than a grid. And that gets into detail in the sector plan, but just to give you a bit of background because that is in the design guidelines as well. Several new parks are recommended in the plan, as well as the renovation of existing parks, including a major reimagining of Jessup Blair Park in South Silver Spring. The plan focuses on the urban heat island effect in the downtown and all of the various ways to mitigate it that align with the county's climate action plan. Silver Spring is home to numerous historic resources, some of them quite well known in the county. The plan recommends one building, the Weller's Dry Cleaning Building on Fenton Street, to be studied for full historic designation. As part of this plan, staff researched and developed a more expansive history of Silver Spring, including the stories and experiences of groups that are typically underrepresented. The plan recommends recognizing sites and buildings in the downtown that served a key role in the diverse cultural and social history of Silver Spring. And now the plan also makes recommendations for urban design, which are the jumping off point for the design guidelines and the design advisory panel. The plan emphasizes generally a walkable environment where architecturally innovative buildings engage with the public realm at the lower level. The design guidelines are the tool that will get us there. So now that concludes the brief overview of the 200-plus page sector plan, and now we'll move into a overview of the draft design guidelines, where we are with them right now, which will really key up the larger and more detailed conversation that we'll have when we come back in January. So the design guidelines, much like the plan, are organized with plan-wide guidelines as well as district guidelines. The plan-wide guidelines address streets and streetscape elements, site design, building form, and parks. There's also a short section with guidelines for connections over the rail tracks, as the plan actually does recommend 2 new rail crossings in 2 locations, and so we speak to that briefly in the guidelines. On the next set of slides, we will go through a few of these sections. Since 2021, street design in the county has been guided by the Montgomery County Complete Streets Design Guide. Jointly authored by Planning and the Montgomery County Department of Transportation, the Complete Streets Design Guide identifies street types that cover the entire county and a menu of components for each type. Here is a map showing the street types found in the plan area, and you can just see that there's 5 street types generally, and they are spread throughout the plan area. And so we've got a bunch of things to address in the guidelines. We have downtown boulevards, which are quite wide, and the larger, this is going from large to sort of small. Downtown street, neighborhood area, neighborhood or area connector, neighborhood street, and some of them are also yield streets, and a shared street. And I'm not going to go through all of those types now. That's something that we'll do when we come back, but just to give you an idea of what we're going to do for each street type. So we're going to have an illustrative diagram like this for each street type. This is just one example of a downtown boulevard, sort of based on the kind of street that East-West Highway is, for reference. And we'll also have a table with minimum and maximum dimensions for all of the street elements shown here, and we'll talk about this diagram in detail on the next slide. All of this, as I said, is bringing things that are in the Complete Streets Design Guide and sort of bringing them down and getting a little more detailed so it's at the sector plan level, because that guide is covering the entire county, and we're trying to sort of specify things just for this sector plan area and just for things that are, getting a little more downtown Silver Spring specific, if you will. The street section will also include additional guidelines about those green loop streets I talked about earlier, and sort of prioritizing trees and stormwater on those streets a little bit differently than on some other streets. How we do stormwater management in the right-of-way, something that we have not dealt with extensively in too many documents so far, but we're starting to get there. And it also addresses accessibility. Now, this diagram that you see here is based on the Complete Streets, but Silver Spring specific, as I said, and just to explain the approach. So the Complete Streets Design Guide identifies 2 different zones in every street, a street zone and an active zone. The street zone is that area between the curbs for the vehicular traffic and often for the on-street parking, if there is. The active zone, which is what the design guidelines focuses on, is where the people are. And so it can be found on both sides of the street zone in a downtown. The active zone always includes sidewalks and at minimum 1 green buffer with trees and plantings, but on many streets with bike facilities recommended, it will include those separated bike lanes, additional buffers, sometimes a secondary buffer, as you see here, between the street and the bike lane, not just between the bike lane and on the sidewalk. And sometimes it also includes what you see here labeled FZ, a frontage zone, which on the wider streets in the downtown is a separate area between the front of the building and the sidewalk, and that's where the furniture, the advertisements, stuff to support retail can take place without actually obstructing the pedestrian clear zone on the sidewalk. So every single street type, this is just a draft one for Downtown Boulevard, but we are in the middle of developing more than one of these, even for every street type, looking at different typical conditions, and they're all accompanied by tables that explain for each of these little items that you see in the key here, sort of considerations and minimum maximum dimensions, all based on the Complete Streets Design Guide for every street type in the downtown. The next section is site design. Site design builds off many of the environmental recommendations in the sector plan. This section identifies which stormwater management strategies best support the goals of the sector plan, and it includes guidelines on other things like how to consider solar orientation when siting buildings. We do have numerous sites in the downtown that are not just standard infill. They may be large enough for multiple buildings, and there are more environmental considerations to think about when you're taking into a large site that may have open space, multiple buildings, and things like that, and this section really speaks to that. It also addresses through-block connections and provides guidelines for locating service and loading entrances. The guidelines stress that using alleys for service entrances and loading docks is ideal, and if this cannot be achieved, to avoid placing those entrances on primary frontages of buildings. The next section is building form and design. This section is focused on raising the quality of design in the downtown, ensuring that new development responds to the existing fabric while being new and exciting at the same time, and that buildings engage the public realm at the lower levels. So the entire section is sort of organized around this diagram. This diagram shows the 6 building massing components that the guidelines identify, and the text then will go on to identify design guidelines that are both for all buildings and also for each component here. So just to talk through the diagram so we understand the concept, all buildings will start with a base, and this is that first lower, get the mouse to work here, this massing right here, and all bases will include a 1 to 2 level pedestrian level shown in orange. Taller buildings will also include a middle, so both this and this, as you can see from the labeling, are middles, and that will be differentiated from the base via a step back, as you can see here. A step back is when the walls of a building literally step back from the floor below, so there is a distinct shift in the massing, and you can really see the difference between that base and the middle. Mid-rise and high-rise buildings will both have tops, so a third component, that should be differentiated from the middle. And the guidelines outline a variety of ways to achieve that. It could be a step back like you see here, but there's lots of other options, so it's not prescriptive. For high-rise buildings, the middle is considered a tower, if it's, super tall, right over 150 feet or so. And designers are going to be encouraged not to just differentiate those top few floors, but to do something architecturally interesting that will contribute to the skyline. So essentially, these components are an outline for how all buildings we expect to see in Silver Spring. If we have a low-rise building, it may just be this. A mid-rise building will have some of these components, and a high-rise building should have all of them. But all buildings will have this 1 to 2 story pedestrian level, and that's what I'm going to focus on in the next few slides. So a major focus for Silver Spring is that pedestrian level. The sector plan acknowledges that not every new development in Silver Spring will have ground floor retail. One of the things we changed in that was to not require ground floor retail in the zoning and to let the market determine that sort of thing. But active ground floor uses and facades that engage with the street are extremely important and are key elements, as we mentioned earlier, of a lively and interesting public realm, which contributes to the success of the urban area. So even when you have a largely or even fully residential neighborhood or block, you still want to make sure you have engaging and interesting stuff happening at the ground floor. So on this slide and the following slide, we illustrate several ways this can be achieved with sort of diagrams paired with some precedent images, even with ground floors that are not commercial and they're just residential lobbies. So on this one, you can see transparent ground floor facades where you can see into the lobby. So if something is happening, there's that level of engagement with the street. And you can see a little bit of change of massing on the ground floor, entry canopies, balconies that face the street. These are all strategies that really help the public realm engage with the buildings in that way and be sort of a seamless experience. Additional examples here show individual entrances in some buildings off the sidewalk for ground floor units and ways to vary the massing on the ground floor so there's real depth and change there and it's not a flat facade. There are many more examples in the design guidelines. We'll get into real detail about all of them. There are, of course, many sites in the downtown, particularly near the transit center, where new development will be high-rise buildings. The guidelines discuss tower separation. That's a sort of an urban design concept, identifying distances that should be between towers so that they're not overlapping on each other and that there's light and air around them and that you don't feel like you're walking in a tunnel when you're on a street with high-rises on both sides. It also addresses facade design that will discourage birds from flying into the building, something known as bird-safe design. And again, it talks and will give examples of architecturally expressive tops of towers and ways to really make the skyline interesting. The building session goes on to discuss roof design, including green roofs. It talks about incorporating structured parking into a development so it's not so visible. And it talks about sensitively reusing existing buildings, including those of historic interest, of which there are quite a number of in downtown Silver Spring. And that section will talk to all the different types of buildings we have and what their historic significance is and how to handle reusing those buildings. Now I'm going to pass it over to Christina Sasaki from the Parks Department to discuss the Parks and Public Spaces Guidelines.
Thank you, Tara. Good afternoon, chairs and commissioners. For the record, Christina Sasaki, Park Planner in the Park Planning Stewardship Division. So all proposed parks and public spaces in the Silver Spring Plan will be guided by the Energized Public Space Functional Master Plan Design Guidelines, what we are calling here the EPS Design Guidelines. So this document, it guides the design of the system of parks and public spaces within the EPS study area. So it's the area where you see in the map highlighted in green. So it's pretty much where we have a lot of the urban areas where we have more people, which includes the Silver Spring plan that we are discussing right now. So these guidelines provide design principles, the area-wide design guidelines, and also the design elements for these urbanizing parks in the county. Next. So there are 3 design guidelines that provide the foundation, design principles that provide the foundation for these guidelines. They would steer the design of all public accessible parks and public spaces within the plan. Number 1 is access and connectivity. The park should feel open and welcoming to all. The second is a sense of community. The park should celebrate community identity, value, pride, and social gathering. And the third is urban ecology. The park should support social and environmental well-being and encourage stewardship and responsible interaction with the natural habitat. Next slide. So the design of public spaces should be considered through the lens of the following 5 design guidelines that you see on the screen. And so the first one will be the incorporating the context. So we're going to be looking into the existing and future plans surrounding projects and existing conditions. And we also want to celebrate each place by incorporating features that highlight the community identity. The number 3 is making places inviting by bringing comfort. Number 4 is providing a variety of flexible spaces to serve a growing diverse community in the county. And number 5 is the enhanced community connections through improvements on physical and visual access. Next slide. All proposed parks and public spaces fall within the urban park type category according to our Parks and Recreation Open Space Plan. And we'll respond to these 5 design elements that are listed on this slide: function, service area, main program, key features, site placement, and size. And you can see a lot of the different symbols that are shown in the map right now. They will be pretty much focused on the main program, either being active, contemplative, or social gathering experiences. There is a combination of public and privately owned public spaces in the proposed Parks and Public Space Network, and the likely ownership of each park is defined already in the sector plan. And we will be shown in the guidelines as well to help, when developers and designers are using this document. The proposed green loops and connectors that you see in the central loop and the outer loop, and the connector showing the dash line, they will be tying together these proposed parks and public spaces. The next one. And last, we're going to be talking a little bit about the privately owned public spaces that we call POPs. The planned study area houses a considerable amount of privately owned public spaces. A lot of them have faced, issues of visual and physical accessibility, like Atara was mentioning, how we really want to encourage sort of a transparency and a ground floor that can activate the spaces independent of having commercial uses or not. So we want to make sure that specifically the POPs will focus on access, safety, and design parameters that would have in mind that these spaces have to be integrating with the rest of parks and public spaces. That concludes the presentation for the Parks and Public Space chapter. Next, Atara will cover recommendations by district. Thank you.
Thanks, Christina. As I mentioned earlier, the plan is divided into districts, and design guidelines are included for each of the districts listed here, as these are the districts that include the vast majority of opportunity sites in the plan. So opportunity sites are those sites in the downtown that we expect to redevelop sooner than other sites based on various factors. And sector plans typically call out those sites in the plan, and we've done that for Silver Spring. That doesn't mean we aren't excited if other sites redevelop. It's just that these have various characteristics that make us feel that they are sort of ripe for redevelopment. We are looking in these guidelines at Metro Center and Ripley District sort of together, as there are some major opportunity sites that bridge those boundaries. In the sector plan, we had sort of reasons for separating them, but in the guidelines, we've kind of made them a pair. So we're not going to go through all those sites today. I just wanted to explain sort of the approach. When we come back in January, we'll walk through all the ones we're specifically talking about. So here is a map from the sector plan that is sort of our illustrative plan, if you will, showing all of the opportunity sites that we highlighted in the plan, and the ones with the blue stars are the ones that the design guidelines is focused on. So these sites are highlighted because they are generally more complex than a standard infill site. Some of them are large enough for more than one building, or they The recommendation for that site includes a pretty significant proposed open space that is likely to be a POPS, as Christina was just explaining. Some of them even include new proposed streets or new proposed through-block pedestrian connections. So whenever it's sort of two elements in one site like that are a little bit more complex, that's where we want to come in and say, let's provide a little more guidance than what's provided in the sector plan. So we address things like access, orientation, frontages. If there is a key view corridor, meaning there's some key landmark that we want to still be visible through the site or some kind of key adjacency to these sites, that's what we focus on in the design guidelines. There's no architecture direction. That's not what this is for. It's to really set up a framework and say, well, you have this massive site. How does the sector plan and the design guidelines point in this direction? And do they have any guidance on this? And this is where we go. So it's really focused on the topics that you see here. And it's not that many sites, actually, as you can see here. And so we just do it by district. There are a handful of guidelines for each district, but they're very relatively high level. Fenton Village is probably the one where we get into to the most detail because it is a pretty unique place from an urban form perspective. So just to recap, today was just a briefing on all of this to give you guys the context for the design guidelines. I know we're coming at the end of a process, but you're coming, you haven't been privy to the previous 3 years, and so we wanted to give you some background. So when we come back in January with the complete draft, we will post it for your review, and we'll do a good detailed presentation. You'll have this context to help you, understand where we're coming from in that presentation. And as I mentioned, we'll come back in January as well with recommendations for the design advisory panel members for Silver Spring. Thank you.
Questions? I have some. Commissioner Hill has
I just have 2 quick comments. I like the idea of considering legacy businesses separately, but I'll be curious what you bring forward on that. And I presume, you mentioned one particular historic building, but I presume the subject of sort of buildings of the recent past period are very germane in Silver Spring, because that's, I've assumed, the period where most of them were created, and that's on the radar, I presume. A lot of presumption there.
Yes, in fact, just again, because I know that there was a lot that we did that we didn't talk about in this presentation, but just to that point, so you are aware, a lot of the research that was done was, for instance, about the history of the civil rights movement in Silver Spring, for example, where there was a lot of significant stuff that happened, significant people who were involved, and there are buildings that are still, that are there today that were sites for significant instances during that period. Actually, our historic preservation planners, John Liebertz and Rebecca Ballo, gave an extensive presentation to the planning board, I think back in September a while ago, I guess of last year, and it's on our website, on our plan website, where they really went into that whole history and they identify some of those sites. And so the recommendation in the sector plan is that there should be a program developed to kind of recognize those, whether it's markers or some kind of a tour, that history is important and it's broader than what you currently understand from walking around Silver Spring today. That is giving a little more detail on
that. Commissioner Branson. You're muted.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you. First off, a question about the boundaries, because it was a little hard for me to see. I'm wondering if this includes Littonsville?
No, it does not. Littonsville is covered actually in an entirely separate sector plan that was completed a few years ago.
Okay. The other question I have is, will this include a discussion of what to do with the now missing Wayne Avenue tree canopy? Because the purple line pretty much took out the tree canopy on Wayne Avenue.
Yes, so there's only a little portion of Wayne Avenue that's actually inside the sector plan boundary. I know this map is really hard to see, particularly at home, but this is Wayne, where the purple line is coming, if you can see my cursor. And so it's just from the purple line station at the library here, right past where there's a senior living facility here on Wayne. So they did take out all those trees. And so the plan has recommendations now to makes clear that tree canopy is extremely important to the downtown, and it really pushes that it should be provided wherever possible. And the recommendations for that particular section of Wayne include, trees. That's about as far as the sector plan can go, but we do bring that up, yes.
Yeah, if you mention it, that's good enough, I think, at least for now. The other thing I'm concerned about is on the privately owned public space, right? I think that's how you call what you call it. Discovery Building, which is now no longer the Discovery Building, had a little park out back that faced the Silver Spring Red Line. I know that was privately owned. Now there's not a Discovery Building. It's not owned by Discovery. What is the treatment of that particular privately owned public space included here?
So whatever we're writing here is going to apply to whatever new development is coming forward in the downtown. So that's sort of how this works, right? So it's for a new sector plan, so it covers anything that's going to come forward. So it's not necessarily going to have an effect on current POPs unless the building changes ownership and there's redevelopment and they have a project that merits coming through the planning department's review process. So any new project that is, and something I will say here that just for context on that, the sector plan does not encourage projects to just come through and make an open space if they happen to have a open space requirement and it would yield this tiny little open space. The sector plan actually says, we've thought about this a lot. We have a network of spaces we're proposing, and that was in Christina's presentation, the map that showed all the little things, and it shows you where we're proposing open spaces. And if you have a development project that's on one of those sites, then you need to realize that. And if you don't, and you have an open space requirement, we'd like you to actually contribute towards the closest open space that's recommended, so that we're trying to consolidate and get useful open spaces. What we are hoping through the design guidelines is one of the challenges right now in Silver Spring is we have lots of those POPs. Some of them are quite large, but they don't necessarily aren't designed in a way that feels open to the public. People perceive them as private and only for the users of those buildings. But in fact, most of those were realized because they were part of an open space requirement under the zoning code, and they're supposed to be public. And so this is hopefully a little bit of a push, and the guidelines are pretty high level, and as Christina said, they're focused on things like access and safety. It needs to look public, it needs to feel public. It does not appear like you can only get in through one little spot, so it feels like it's private for the users. It has to be designed in a way that is welcoming to all users of the downtown. And, we haven't been this explicit about that in a while, and, certainly not, but this was a big deal in Silver Spring because we know that the vast majority of the open spaces that we're going to get in the future are going to be ones that come with private development. There are a handful of public parks, including one that's sort of underway now, but most of the open spaces we get will not be managed by us. They will be managed by a private entity. So we want to at least provide some guidance on that, so hopefully we can get some more usable POPs that the public feels good about.
Thank you.
Commissioner Panera.
Yes, hi, good afternoon. Yeah, I like what you've presented so far. It seems to me that a lot of it will be incorporated into the sector plan, but a lot of it is also not necessarily restrictive, but it's more like suggestive. Well, I don't want to use that word, but in terms of, when people submit a development, you talk to them and you tell them, well, this is what we have in mind in terms of the design. And in that regard, I looked at your last comment where you said you're putting together a design advisory panel, and it would be a good idea. I mean, since Silver Spring downtown is pretty diverse, to have a kind of a diverse representation there. And it's a good way of doing outreach. What I want to ask you is, how much involvement have you had in discussing this design guidelines with some of the community groups, with the local officials? I know you probably discussed this with the county, but other stakeholders, let's say, in the area, have you been discussing it? Have they had any reaction to it? And I'll stop there. Thank you.
Sure. So I'll start, I think, from the beginning and then work through your comments. So just to be clear, the sector plan is already approved and adopted, so we don't None of everything that I said was in there is in there, and nothing else can go in now. It is true that design guidelines, and actually the sector plan as well, is mostly made up of what we call recommendations, and they are sort of strong suggestions. But the way it works is that the sector plan, which had been accepted by the council and the commission, and is now part of what we need to review plans in light of that sector plan. When plans come in, they have to demonstrate substantial conformance. So that is not a mathematical calculation, but they need to substantially conform with the sector plan. And the design guidelines are sort of a document that explains what the sector plan wants in terms of urban design. So yes, we cannot compel people to do everything, but they have to demonstrate that they are doing a reasonable amount of things that we are saying we want in order to get that substantial conformance, to check that box. So that is speaking to one thing. And yes, hopefully the DAP will do everything that you mentioned. And in terms of outreach, so have already been coordinated, obviously, with Montgomery County Department of Transportation on all the street stuff, and we've already presented to them, and spoken to them a few times, and we will continue to. As we worked, we have numerous meetings with developers over the course of the sector plan, and once we got more towards the end, and it was clear that we were going to be writing design guidelines and forming a DAP, we started talking even then with them about the design guidelines. So there already is there's a set of design guidelines for Bethesda that was written, I guess right after the Bethesda plan around 2017, 2018. And many of our sort of guidelines about high-rise buildings are very similar to what's in Bethesda. I mean, we were using that as a jumping off point and only making changes if there was something Silver Spring specific that we needed to respond to. So we did let many developers and architects that we spoke to in the realm of those other meetings that we are working on this. It's going to be very similar in many ways. When you're designing a building, we're concerned about the same issues. So we talked to them about that a lot, and they seemed comfortable with that because they are already comfortable with the other design guidelines, so they knew exactly where we were heading. In addition to that, once we get the draft sort of in between now and when we come to you guys next time, and in the month of January, we're going to meet with a handful of other community groups that are interested, like the Urban District, the Regional Services Center in downtown Silver Spring. We've been working with them extremely closely for the last 3 years on every aspect of all of this, and we periodically give them updates, and we said we would come, in January with a design guidelines update, so we'll be doing that. And we've reached out to a few other groups to let them know that this is underway and what the issues are. So we've been, having sort of conversations along the way, because this was some of the things we often would talk about with community members, and we would tell them, that's a great idea, that's sort of a design guidelines idea. So we'll bring that forward when we get to the design guidelines, particularly some of the environmental stuff that came up during the sector plan. Some of it was just more, if it's more detailed, it's better suited to the guidelines. If it's sort of more broad and general, it's better suited to the sector plan. And so we tried to take into account many of the engagement that we did already. Once we got towards the end of the plan and we had the recommendations set, we already started talking about this. So I would say it's not as much engagement as you do with the sector plan, but it's been something we've been talking about with folks for a bit.
Commissioner Presley.
Thank you.
You're muted.
First of all, very good presentation. I'm a fan of design guidelines. One thing that always troubles me, though, is the same trouble that I have with just master plans in general. And that is, what way will you have for setting up sort of a chart of expectations of deliverables? I think the public does, provide input, and then they get excited about these things. The public spaces look like they'll be fantastic and engaging, but how do we tie it to, as development is coming in, how much do you expect to be delivered at what points in time? And then can we track it? I had asked this, I think, a couple of sessions ago about master plans. Will there be a way that you can set up a chart of elements to track and then give a presentation to the board? If it can't be monthly, every other month or something like that, to state where we are in the process, so that when plans do come in, the board will be informed as to whether or not all these other elements are coming in with the new development.
I'm happy to address that. Elza Heisel-McCoy, Chief Downton County Planning, for the record. I think these are nominally 20-year plans. Sometimes, like in Bethesda, there's a lot of pent-up market demand, and so you get a lot of new development that happens very quickly, and you get new public spaces, you get new public art. In some cases, it happens that quickly. In other cases, it happens sort of over a longer term. And we certainly, with every project, we review, and I think for projects in Bethesda and in Silver Spring, as they come before this board, you will see conditions of approval that require implementation in one way or another. I think, it's certainly, at least in Down County, there wouldn't be much to report month over month, but I think on a semi-annual basis or even an annual basis, I think, we would be happy to present sort of the sector plan recommendations that have been conditioned. I think, Commissioner Presley, you, I think particularly appreciate that there's a time lag between development approvals and building permits, and that construction of buildings takes 18 months once they have the permits, and so it's a longer term deal. But we are with every project that comes in, we are looking for all of the goals, affordable housing, design excellence, open space that's recommended in the plan and the guidelines. I think, again, on a regular basis, I think we'd be happy to update the board on what's happening in Down County.
I will also add Tanya Stern, Acting Planning Director. As Elsa noted, it's really frankly challenging to provide an update on master plan implementation month to month, or even every couple of months, or maybe even 4 times a year. However, we do have some different ways to share updates. In preparation for our semi-annual presentations to the County Council, which we typically do in the spring and the fall, we oftentimes will present data on the amount of development projects that have gone through regulatory reviews, which ones are in the pipeline. So we do provide data at that point. And we can also include other, major updates from plan implementation. And then there are certain plans, such as the Bethesda Downtown Plan, where we do provide a regular monitoring report. And we also previously did a master plan checkup for some of our older master plans, and actually looked at the data on the ground and compared it to what was recommended in those plans to track, the level of development and other implementation that the plan anticipated. So we do have some different ways to share that information, and we can look at other ways. But again, I think it's more meaningful to do that no less than twice a year. But in some cases, it does take time to show some actual progress.
But in the interim, and I guess this is my real concern, we have some live examples. I can easily speak to Clarksburg because I've been involved in that for so long. So many things were contingent developments, contingent on, just as one example, a rungs and ladders approach to the roadways. And then 40 years later, M83 hasn't gone in. So the people participate and they think they're going to get these things to support the development, but then their traffic is backed up. They have no way out. We didn't get the hospital and some of the other working buildings so that people could really actually live, work, eat, play in one area. They didn't come to fruition. So the development came, but those other beautiful things that were supposed to make it work, they didn't all come. And that's my concern with, beautiful plan like Silver Spring. How do you, as you go, put more emphasis on I guess I would call it delivery in time, because if the planning board, whomever they are at that point in time, only gets to see the development proposal and only gets to see a sort of a checkup once a year, and I understand why you might not be able to do it more frequently, then there should be some other way to create a nexus between each plan and how the guidelines are developing, how the deliverables for amenities are delivering. Otherwise, you wind up getting the developments and then, some 20 years later, it's whoopsie. So I would love to know that staff could be thinking of some way, even though with the design guidelines, as an example, as you said, there's strong recommendations, but I'd like to see a way to really engage the developer community to desire to put those things forward, in lockstep with the development.
So Commissioner Presley, this is Robert Cronenberg for the record. I think with Silver Spring, we're at the beginning point, I think, in terms of new development and new ideas and new implementation. And similar to Bethesda, where we've done an annual report and kind of working with an implementation advisory committee that really was focused on implementation of both amenities but other infrastructure in those plans, we could do something similar here, even though we don't have a IAC set up in that same context. I think staff would be able to easily track. It's easier to track things like transportation improvements because it's more
Sure.
linear in nature. But some of the larger spaces that we would see being implemented either by the public or by private industry. That's something that we could track, whether it's on our website or through some of the reporting. I think that's something that we could do on a very regular basis.
Also,
think
if
that
I
would be
may
really
add,
helpful.
the nature of what's proposed in Silver Spring, it's already a very developed urban area, right? So most of what's proposed, right, are infill or small, additional things that are going to happen on this block, not wide swaths are being, redeveloped.
Right.
And so most of the amenities, not all, for sure, we have some visionary amenities in there that are not tied to private development, but most of the open space amenities, for example, excluding the MNC PPC owned ones, which are going to proceed on their own sort of CIP sort of schedule. And two of those projects are already getting started. The public spaces are all already, the land is sort of already, it's already an empty parcel or whatever, and it's part of a development project. And the sector plan makes the recommendation, meaning that if you're going to come forward and develop that block, you're going to be required to realize that open space somehow. It may not be in the same shape or orientation that we have in the sector plan sketch, but it is linked to the site. It's not necessarily it's not saying, well, if you do these 5 things, then that other thing might come later. Most of the open space amenities are directly tied to a site. It's already on the site. The site is big enough, you have to provide it. That's not to say that we could predict the way everything is going to develop, and of course we can't, but there are a number of significant sites where if you're going to redevelop that site, the open space is literally on the site, so it's going to happen that way in some way, as opposed to being sort of separated and a totally separate standalone. We don't have sort of a standalone open space that's not publicly owned.
Well, and Commissioner, I think another thing that I was informed after the previous discussion that we had on kind of an update to our CR public benefit points, because that's really more associated in many respects to the private development that comes through, whether it's on the rooftop, whether it's part of the building. One of the things that the team is working on right now, which I'm to understand you'll see in February, at least as a scope, is that our team looked at all of the optional method projects that went through sketch plan. So that's pretty much going to be your downtown areas. White Flint, there's going to be some other areas within the mid-county as well that have gone through a public benefit point system. They have mapped all of those out so that what we can do is we can compare and contrast with how, what we're getting in Bethesda versus Silver Spring versus Wheaton. And so you'll be able to see that in a few months. And I think, this might be a good tool or avenue maybe to start tracking some of those as, not only for Silver Spring, but for Bethesda and some of the other, and Wheaton and even White Flint. So I think that that's not getting to the up county in many respects or in some other areas because they're not going through a sketch plan. And so, and that's really just speaking to more of the public benefit, structure that we have that's associated with certain zones. But we can certainly continue to look at how some of these other master plans are following through on the implementation recommendations.
Commissioner Branson would like to speak again.
Sure.
Yeah, just briefly, I think, Amy, what you've raised is an excellent point of the need for continual community involvement and therefore community outreach. People may not necessarily know when there are points, when things occur that they may need to be aware of, right? I mean, people are not sitting around saying, hey, I wonder what the planning board is doing today. The board does these, does the community outreach, in preparation for X, Y, or Z, right? But this seems to me to speak to the need for organized, continual kind of outreach, that, I'm sure, that is, I'm sure that, the press office does that kind of thing. But in a place like Silver Spring, or, where, it is, where the development stuff can come kind of fast and furious, there may need to be more. There just may need to be more. And it also, to me, speaks to the need for a different kind of collaboration, like with, the Economic Development Board, or it seems to me there's some connections that would be helpful, that at least do not appear obvious at this point.
Commissioner Presley?
Yes, I just wanted to follow up on that. I think it's truly important to have the post follow-up with the community, because the community at the time, they're not thinking this is going to be in 40 years. I mean, they're thinking you're telling me something's going to be infill here where it used to be an empty space, and they get nervous about it, and then they see all these lovely things that are going to come. But understandably, development does sometimes take time. So if it's 20 years and they don't see it, and they haven't had a report back as to what's really going on, it can often feel as if they've been tricked into, going along with development. So I think it's a great idea to try to think about how to expand the continued updates in the community, even if you don't have exact deliverable dates, just to let them know where things stand. I fully agree with that.
I had a couple of technical problems, work program problems, questions. We have a BOZ. Are we going to have a SOZ?
So the structure in Silver Spring, and it's all in the sector plan, if you want to, we can talk about it, and then, we can read it, is to create a fund called the Civic Improvements Fund. It's not going to be managed by us, it's going to be managed by the county. And unlike in the BOZ, there's no established cap. So something that I didn't get into, but I'll get into now so you have some background. In Silver Spring today, we have about 14 million unused FAR from the zoning before we wrote this plan.
Sure.
So this plan's goal was to figure out how to capture some of that 14 million FAR, not to necessarily pile more FAR on top of it. We made a handful of small rezoning adjustments here and there, but they didn't, in the span of the 43 million mapped in Silver Spring, they did not really change that total. So the goal was to, the FAR is spread out sometimes in unusual ways. You have more here, and you probably need more here. You might not have enough here. So one thing we did, similar to Bethesda, was raise the heights. Just gave everybody more height. And then we added something to the menu of options of what you can do to get more FAR. So you still have the regular TDR rules that are there now. We did not change any of those. And we added, and of course you could continue and go beyond the 15% NPDUs and build more. And the third option now is that you could contribute there's one rate for residential square feet, one rate for commercial, that was determined by the council. You could contribute to this fund and get more FAR, not to increase your height, to help fill up more of your envelope. And then that fund's money will go to help any number of public infrastructure, public realm type projects. There was a whole list in the sector plan of what those could be, or anything basically at the planning board's discretion that they felt was important at that time to point the funds in that direction. So it's not exactly the BOZ construct.
But you have a similar kind of
It's a similar kind of idea,
fund.
although there isn't necessarily a cap the way the BOZ has a cap. There's just so much opportunity in Silver Spring. It will be probably the next sector plan before we are but we're going to keep track. The idea was that we would use the current transportation network adequacy test and do that every so often to make sure that that the network is still working with the whatever development is there now. But of course, since we ran that test with the max build out and it was adequate, and we have 14 million to go.
So the point system isn't going to get me more density. It's going to allow me to develop, to the density that I have.
The points,
The
fund, the ability to contribute,
no, the
public benefits.
public benefit points.
I mean, there's the categories of the public benefit points.
I know the categories,
Right.
but when I get to the total, what does it allow me? It allows me to go forward or
Yes.
allows me more density?
It does not
Allows
allow
you to go forward.
Yeah, allows you to forward.
Allows you to go
The
forward.
only one that gets you more density would be providing more MPDUs.
Right, and similar to Bethesda, there were a few public benefit categories, I think, that were reevaluated, maybe
Just
even
one.
eliminated. Just
The only
public
one, we
parking.
didn't, Bethesda reevaluated, reassigned different point values. We didn't do that. Everything is the same as it is, somewhat because we knew public benefits were going to be reevaluated very shortly after they approved this plan, just to not make things even more confusing. You know, we knew that was coming up right on the heels of this plan. The only thing that we actually proposed to eliminate 2 categories, but council only agreed with one of those. We proposed that you shouldn't get any points for proximity to transit if you're building in downtown Silver Spring, because by virtue of the fact that you're in Silver Spring, you already have proximity to transit. They agreed with that. So in downtown, if you're inside the downtown districts, you won't get any points for that. We argued that you should be able to not get points for structured parking either, because that is a given. If you're building any parking in the downtown, it's going to be structured. That's just a given in nature. Plus, we are encouraging projects to come forward with as little parking as possible. We've had a project in Silver Spring that came forward with no parking in recent history. So we were arguing for that, but the council did not agree. It was like a split vote on that one, so that's still.
Yeah, you're dealing with a parking district where you don't have to provide any parking to begin with.
There's a lot of parking in downtown Silver Spring, and even though the plan recommends that many of those standalone garages could be future development sites, the idea is that they would still replace the parking. It just wouldn't be a standalone garage. It would be like a great building with the garage inside.
All righty, I don't see any more questions. Thank you for a presentation. You can see
very
that
nice.
this is going to be of interest when we get it back.
Great, fantastic. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. This is the December 15th Planning Board session. We're on item 10, Chamberton Solar Santa Rosa Site Plan number 8, 2022-0210. I'll turn it over to staff.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and Planning Board members. My name is Philip Estes with the Up County Planning Division. I'm here today with the planning team and the applicant to present agenda item number 10, which is a site plan application to approve a solar collection system producing more than 120% of on-site energy use in the RC Rural Cluster Zone in the Potomac Subregion Master Plan. This facility would produce up to 1.75 megawatts of energy, where a maximum of 2 megawatts is allowed. This would be enough solar energy to power 400 homes. Site plan number 820220210 includes approval of a preliminary and final forest conservation plan, a tree variance, and an alternative method of compliance for screening, all of which is recommended for your approval. Under the current zoning regulations, solar systems are allowed in every zone either as a limited or a conditional use. The zoning code distinguishes between two different types of solar system classifications. Systems producing 120% or less on-site energy are reviewed as an accessory use and are not under review by the Planning Board. Systems that produce more than 120% on-site energy use, up to 2 megawatts, are allowed with an approved site plan, and there are other additional thresholds for the ag zone, but for this particular zone, the 120% threshold is what is triggering the site plan application. Our community outreach and correspondence. For the record, the applicant has met all the required noticing and sign posting requirements. On February 17th, the applicant held a required pre-submittal meeting with neighbors to review the application. Today's hearing was adequately noticed, and the staff report was posted online according to code requirements. Planning staff did receive one call from an adjacent property owner to the west, and the comments included a general opposition to solar energy and then concerns about potential off-site views. In response, the applicant contacted that neighbor and responded by providing additional plantings to supplement the existing mature vegetation, which is along the subject property's western property line, and staff found this to be satisfactory. Just want to highlight the that property to the west, which is fronts Manor Stone Drive, and the rear properties in general. On the left, it shows existing mature shrubs and stand of trees, some of which are more than 50 feet in height. And then the land also slopes downward from the panels to the neighbor's property by at least 20 feet. And as I mentioned, the applicant is supplementing the existing landscape with additional plantings to screen the facility. And staff is of the opinion concludes that all these elements will adequately screen the facility from off-site views. Subject property is located at 13330 Signal Tree Lane and is located about 1,200 feet north of River Road in the community of Darnestown. This map shows the subject property in relation to the master plan map for the Potomac Subregion Master Plan. The vicinity is predominantly developed with single-family homes on large lots. There is some limited agricultural uses, and those are predominantly located to the west and southwest of the property. Subject property and vicinity are zoned rural cluster, and the rural cluster zone is intended to allow for a compatible mix of agricultural and low-density residential use, and the proposed solar system is allowed as a limited use in the RC zone. Subject property itself is 10 acres of land, and it's currently improved with a single-family residence, which will remain in place. As you can see here, most of the property is an open lawn area, with that house located near Signal Tree Lane on the left. As I mentioned, the general topography of the land slopes downward, and this begins sloping downward from the house towards the rear. And then there's one access point, currently a driveway off of Signal Tree Lane. I want to spend just a moment talking about the proposed solar technology. And this is a relatively new technology which is manufactured by a company named Earthos. The proposed system consists of earth-mounted solar arrays, which is shown in the image on the left. This contrasts somewhat with the conventional fixed-tilt solar panels you can see on the right. The Earthos system has been installed primarily in western states, and this would be the first such installation in Montgomery County. The Earthos panels uses a mesh cabling system which is secured very closely to the ground, and then the solar panels are secured to that cabling system. This eliminates much of the steel pile foundations used by the fixed-tilt solar systems. And I just want to note several of the advantages to the Earthos system. Most notably, it produces twice the energy density per acre when compared to the fixed-tilt solar system. And in this case, the project, as I mentioned, would produce enough solar energy to power 400 homes. Additionally, the low profile characteristic, less than 1 foot off the ground, typically around 6 inches off the ground, is another advantage. And this significantly reduces the potential for off-site views and very effectively mitigates neighborhood compatibility issues. It's also much faster to build by around 60%, as the construction is simplified mostly, does not require the steel foundations. And this significantly reduces construction time, cost, and noise. And then cleaning is automated by robotics, which reduces maintenance costs and improves the performance by frequent cleanings. So these are some of the advantages of this system. Most notably is the energy produced per acre, and then I think neighborhood compatibility because of its low profile system. Staff would also note that while the system may appear to be a solid surface, there are actually gaps between those solar panels of about 1/8 of an inch, which allows some rainwater infiltration to the ground. However, most of the stormwater runoff would be managed by stormwater management facilities. And then finally, operationally, this system would operate as a community solar project, which is regulated by the state of Maryland, but it would offer subscription services to any ratepayer in the territory. This is a rendered site plan view of the subject 10-acre property. As I mentioned, the existing house at the front portion would remain. The driveway will be reconfigured to accommodate fire and rescue access with the addition of a fire service lane. The solar panel array system, which is shown shaded in blue, occupies the central portion of the property. And then immediately surrounding the solar panels would be a 7-foot specialty woven wire perimeter fencing for security and safety purposes. On the north edge of the panels is the stormwater management facility, which would capture and process the water. Just would like to note the applicant has received approval of the stormwater management concept plan. The property does not contain any streams, wetlands, or other sensitive environmental features except for a small portion of unforested stream valley, which is located in the far northwestern corner. The required landscaping and screening is provided, and I'll note along the south property line, a 30-foot landscape buffer is provided. And then along the west and north property lines, the existing mature landscaping would be supplemented with additional plantings. And then along the front, the existing mature landscaping, that is also present. And additional trees are proposed. And given the higher elevation at this point, these two elements in combination would provide effective screening from the roadway. The applicant has requested an alternative method of compliance for the screening. The code requires that the project be screened from residential uses or from a roadway. And in this case, a 30-foot strip with a variety of trees and shrubs, including 2 canopy trees for every linear feet, is required. Mature canopy trees produce shade, which is an issue with solar energy collection. So therefore, on the south side where trees would shade the panels, the applicant proposes to substitute 2 evergreen trees for every 1 canopy tree. This substitution is reasonable given the evergreen trees will screen the facility, meeting the intent, and then it'll also screen the facility year-round while not causing shade on the panels. To the west, north, and the front property lines, as I mentioned, there's existing mature vegetation, and then the applicant would propose to supplement that with additional plantings and landscaping and ground cover. So altogether, in addition to the low-profile panels, the project would be adequately screened from all residential properties, including those abutting the rear and sides, in addition to the downward slope. So staff does conclude the alternative method would satisfy the findings and the intent of the screening requirements. A couple of images here that show you the views from Signal Tree Lane, and this is, you can see the highest elevation of the property with the house on the top. Then, as I mentioned, it slopes downward to the west, and also visible is the mature landscaping and trees. There would really be no material impact of the project from the roadway. And this slide highlights the existing mature landscape on the left along the property lines and the applicant's proposed rendered landscaping plan on the right. As you can see on the left, there's a wide berm of trees and shrubberies present. These lines would be supplemented, as I mentioned, and then on the south line would be the fully landscaped 30-foot buffer. Also, because this project is located in a residential zone, a finding of compatibility must be made. For the reasons detailed in the staff report and highlighted here on the screen, the project would be compatible with the existing residential area. As I mentioned, I have gone into detail about the landscaping. Would also like to mention the system generates virtually no audible sound and no outdoor lighting is proposed for the facility. Also, along with this application is a preliminary and final forest conservation plan. The track area for the forest conservation includes the 10-acre property plus 0.04 acres of off-site disturbance. This equals a net track area of 10.04 acres, which results in an afforestation requirement of 0.84 acres, to which the applicant will meet by purchasing credits or by the fee in lieu of payment. Also, with his application is a tree variance request, and the tree variance provision applies to any impacted tree greater than 30 inches in diameter. And given the location of the tree, which is shown by the yellow star, and the solar array system, along with the required setbacks, the stream valley buffer, this impact cannot be avoided and allow for a reasonable location for the proposed solar array system and for it to operate efficiently, as the location of the tree would shade a large portion of the panel. However, the applicant will mitigate the removal by planting 3 3-inch caliper overstory trees on site, which when will mature will ultimately replace the removed tree. In conclusion, staff finds the project satisfies all the necessary findings to approve a site plan for the proposed solar collection system, including development and use standards, stormwater management, and forest conservation. It substantially conforms to the master plan and will be adequately served by public facilities, and as designed is compatible with the character of the residential neighborhood. Finally, at the request of the applicant, staff would like to clarify the terminology used in the staff report. The solar industry refers to the proposed system as an earth-mounted rather than ground-mounted. Staff concurs with this request and notes this for the record. And with that, the staff recommends approval of site plan 82022-0210 with a preliminary and final forest conservation plan, tree variance, and the alternative method of compliance. The planning team and the applicant are here to address any comments you may have or questions, and this concludes staff's presentation.
Thank you very much. Does the applicant have anything to say? I would be looking for any objections you had to the staff recommendation.
Good afternoon. This is Françoise Carrier with the law firm of Bregman, Burbridge, Schwartz and Gilday. Couldn't remember the name there for a moment. Representing the applicant. I also have with me the project engineers and representatives of the applicant. The applicant accepts all of the conditions of approval recommended by the staff. We'd like to thank the staff for working collaboratively with us on this. It's potentially an important new technology, and there were some things that had to be worked out with anything that's new, and staff was very helpful during that process, so we appreciate it. We have a presentation if the planning board would be interested in it, and we also are happy to answer questions. And I had a little something I wanted to say about the regulation of solar power in the county, unless the planning board, I know you're running behind. If you want to skip all that, of course, that's up to you.
I think I'll look for planning board questions right now. Personally, I had a little bit to do with the solar regulations when I was up at council, so I lived through this a little bit, but I'll entertain questions. Cherie Branson has questions. If you would lower the aim of your camera, we could see more of you and less of your ceiling. Thank you. Oh, and you're muted. You're muted. You're still muted.
Good, because I was just saying snarky things. Thank you for reminding me to lower my camera. I just have a few very small questions. I thought I read something about a neighbor having concerns about transformer noise. And so I just wanted to, hear. I know the presentation said that there was minimal noise. I just wondered if you would sort of clarify,
Sure.
whether there's any noise that folks
Yeah.
should be alarmed about.
We're happy to. I'm going to ask Ryan Boswell of Chaberton to share his screen, because we have a slide that shows you sort of the range of noise that's created by this kind of system. It is very minimal, but we're happy to give you some detail on that.
All right, good afternoon, everybody. Ryan Boswell, Director of Development with Chaberton. Thank you for the question, and thank you for having us today, especially in light of the weather. Really appreciate being able to hold our hearing today. To address the question about the transformer, if you were standing next to the transformer, it does generate a very low hum, and that hum is approximately 60 decibels. So to kind of bring that home to something we're all familiar with, that's similar to if you were standing right next to your refrigerator as the compressor, cycles on. So even standing next to it, it's not a very loud noise, but we try to take care to locate the transformer on site in a place where we can minimize any perception of that sound. So if we look back quickly at our site plan, if you can see the area I'm hovering over here in the middle of the field, this black line here indicates where our transformer will be located. That is more than 400 feet from the nearest residence, the corner of this property to the north. And so to illustrate that, at beyond 300 feet, that sound is really imperceptible. It's equivalent to, whispering maybe into somebody's ear.
Okay. All right. Thank you. That's very helpful. That's it. That's the only question I had, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Anybody else? I have a question. I'll go then. What is what's under the panel? Is there a concrete footing of some type? Is there some structure that will require construction and prohibit removal?
I'm going to ask one of the project engineers to answer that question.
Yeah, hi, this is Jennifer Anderson, Century Engineering project manager on this job. With respect to what goes underneath the panels, our intention is to install a pervious liner, most likely a landscape matting material that is installed with staples around the perimeter to ensure that there's no sliding or issues, so that we can get the environmental benefit of the recharge underneath the panels without to eliminate as much of runoff as possible to get that benefit while still ensuring that there will be no growth underneath to impede the actual panels themselves.
Well, I think I'd like to also point out that while the panels are almost, but not totally impervious, the stormwater management system was sized as though they were completely impervious. So the stormwater management system can handle the entire runoff as though there were no filtration of rainwater through the panels.
You answered my next question.
Excellent.
Commissioner Hill?
Yeah, I just wanted to say, as a new technology, I'm really glad to hear there's some spacing here and the ability to recharge into the ground, because otherwise it acts like a big roof, and I think you guys have thought of that and taken care of it. That's excellent.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'll also add that we have, I don't think it was mentioned yet, it's a little hard to see on a larger scale plan, but we do have an 18-inch perimeter gravel that will act as energy dissipator as well for whatever runoff does come and convey directly from the panels. So a little extra effort there as well.
And is there any glare that our friends in airplanes have to worry about either?
Ryan?
Yeah, I'm happy to address that. So the panels, there's nothing unique about the panels used. The Earthos system is really how they're mounted. The panels that we use are industry standard, and they're treated with an anti-reflective coating. In general, the FAA has gotten to a point where they aren't very concerned about glare because of the treatment on the panels. But this site has also been, the FAA has been notified of the site, and there's no restrictions accordingly that they're concerned about.
Thank you. I'm aware of the other industrial standards for the more standard solar panel, but this is new to me. I've never heard this one. It looks amazing on its capacity to generate electricity, which is what these things are supposed to do. Anybody else? I'm sorry to cut you short for your presentation, but you might like the yes faster than a longer term for the yes.
We're always ready to get to yes.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Staff would like to make one correction
sure.
in our presentation. Please. For the record, the afforestation requirement is 2.01 acres. I misspoke in the presentation. It was correct on the slide, but for the record, it's 2.01 acres.
Is it correct in your report?
It is.
Oh, okay. That's good. Okay, I'll entertain a motion with the corrections noted by staff to go to earth-mounted instead of ground-mounted. And
Mr. Chair, I move that we approve site plan 8/20/2022-0210 at Chaberton Solar Farm on, I forget the name of the road in Potomac, but I think that's adequate to identify it.
Do I hear a second? Oh, thank you.
Second.
Thank
Yes.
you. Okay. All of those in favor, say aye.
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 Aye. Thank you very much. Welcome to the county. I hope you can find more sites. This seems like a remarkably acceptable site for all the neighbors and for the size and everything. If you get too big, you're dealing with the Utilities Commission and not us. That's a whole nother story. But you guys know that too. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We appreciate your time.
Good afternoon. We're on item 11 on November 15th. This is our last item. It's Remembrance Park Preliminary Plan Number 1, 2021-0150. And I'll turn it over to staff.
Hello, good afternoon. For the record, Sandra Pereira. I'm the regulatory supervisor with Up County. And today I'm filling in for Jonathan Casey, who's the lead reviewer of this application, but was unable to be here today with us. This is an application for a preliminary plan number 1-2021-0150 for Remembrance Park, also known as Reflection Park. This is a request to create one lot for a cemetery with a community assembly building with a capacity of up to 200 people, as previously approved by the hearing examiner as conditional use number 2021-06 Reflection Park. The property is located in Cloverly, east of New Hampshire Avenue, as shown on the map here, and south of Ednor Local Park, which is right there. The site drains towards the lower Patuxent River watershed, and you'll hear some more about this later in the presentation. The property is known as Parcel 911 of Snowden Manor, Snowden Manor. It is a total of approximately 40 acres, and it's mostly unimproved, also mostly forested, as you can see on this image, with multiple streams running through the property towards the rear, and also connecting to the surrounding area. There's also wetlands on the property as identified in the NRIFSD, and the property is zoned RC, Rural Cluster, as well as within the Patuxent River Primary Management Area. This application was followed all the sign posting and noticing requirements that include the pre-submittal community meeting, sign posting, application notice, public hearing notice, as well as having the staff report published online 10 days in advance of the hearing. While staff did not receive any correspondence during the review of this application, after the staff report was posted, we did receive correspondence, which was sent directly to the chairman's office. And the correspondence included mostly technical data related to potential groundwater contamination. Also, we have received correspondence from a community member related to posting and noticing requirements. But as confirmed, this application met all the posting and noticing requirements. The property is subject to a conditional use, as mentioned earlier, known as Reflection Park. This was previously approved by the hearing examiner in October 2021 for the establishment of a green cemetery, and the approval included a variance to the minimum lot width at front building line. It also included a variance to minimum lot width at front lot line and a waiver of the parking standards. This is now a proposal for a single lot to accommodate a cemetery and associated buildings and parking. Access to the property will be via a 20-foot wide driveway off of New Hampshire Avenue that loops around the site and provides access to the different buildings proposed as well as the burial sites. Also, the application is providing sidewalks and trail connections throughout the property. There's going to be 3 small buildings near New Hampshire Avenue that include a small maintenance building, a small office building, and an entrance pavilion located around this area near the entrance. And then there's going to be a larger community building of approximately 6,000 square feet, as well as a larger maintenance building of approximately 1,000 square feet located in the rear of the property at this approximate location here. And the buildings were located on purpose towards the larger buildings were located on purpose towards the back of the property so that it would reduce visibility from New Hampshire Avenue. This application is dedicating along the frontage along New Hampshire Avenue, and they're also improving the frontage with a 6-foot wide concrete sidewalk. The property is subject to 2 master plans, the 1997 Cloverly Master Plan and the 1993 Functional Master Plan for the Patuxent River watershed. The application substantially conforms with both master plans, and even though there's no site-specific recommendations for this specific property, there are broad recommendations that apply to this application, including protecting the water quality and the rural residential character through low-density zoning and imperviousness limits. And the proposed preliminary plan will maintain these goals by providing a largely forested site in a mostly natural setting. The application is within the Patuxent River Primary Management Area, and my colleague Josh Penn will discuss this in the next couple slides.
Good afternoon. For the record, Josh Penn with the Up County Planning Division. This is within the Patuxent and Hollings River watersheds, and so this is considered the primary management area for the Patuxent River and their watersheds. So what this means is there's a special water quality potential for this area. So any distance in the they have what's called the transition area within that primary management area. That transition area is 660 feet from any stream or any stream in that watershed. So you can see that there's streams running along the back of the property and up along the side of the property. So most of the property is within the transition area. The goals of one of the goals of the PMA is to reduce impervious below 10%. However, in certain circumstances, if there's a higher imperviousness, you can go across the entire property and not across just the transition area. And in this case, the master plan had a recommendation to protect the semi-rural neighborhood effect along New Hampshire Avenue. So we asked the applicant to push their buildings to the rear of the site, which pushed them into the transition area by eliminating buildings up along New Hampshire Avenue, maintaining that character. So that's why we agreed that they should be doing it for rural character, going above the 10% in the transition zone to making sure it was 10% across the property, which is allowed under the PMA. Just for the exhibit here, the imperviousness, the property is 40.39 acres. There's 24.12 acres of transition area. So if you did that over the transition area, they'd be at 12.8%, which is, of course, above 10%. But if you do it across the entire property, 3.95 acres across the property, they are at 9.77%, which is consistent with the code when you calculate it across the property. Along with that, we did get a final forest conservation plan submitted for the application with this application. The preliminary forest conservation and the variance requests were all approved at the time of the conditional use. But there's 40.29 acres of forest. There will be an overall of 25.63 acres of forest clearing and 14.66 acres of forest save. Now, while this seems like a lot of forest clearing, it's not going to all happen at once. For forest conservation purposes, they have to show the ultimate clearing, not the individual clearing states. So this is going to be done in small areas as they need it, and as each area gets filled up or used, they're going to replant that area in forest above and beyond any requirements, just as part of their natural scenery kind of manifesto that they have going on. They want to keep it as natural as possible. So they will be reforesting these areas based on their own specs, not on forest conservation law. There is no additional afforestation or reforestation requirement required, and like I said, there was a variance with the preliminary forest conservation plan. They have not changed the LOD since the preliminary forest conservation plan, so no new variance is required at this time.
So all public facilities that are adequate to serve this preliminary plan application according to the 2020-2024 Growth and Infrastructure Policy. The applicant is not required to submit a transportation impact study to satisfy the local transportation area review because the proposed use generates fewer than 50 peak hour person trips within the weekday morning and evening peak periods. And all other public facilities as well as access to the site are adequate for the proposed use. As discussed in detail in the staff report, the preliminary plan application conforms to all required findings for preliminary plans of subdivision. And I also want to add, it also complies with the conditions of approval for the conditional use 2021-06 Reflection Park, including condition number 7 pertaining to the riparian buffers. Those are actually the same as the stream valley buffers that we have, and they will all be protected under the forest conservation law with a forest conservation easement. So with that, staff recommends approval of preliminary plan number 1, 2021-015-0 with conditions, and we are here to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you. Would the applicant like to say anything, Mr. Klein?
Good afternoon, maybe good evening. My name is Jody Klein. I'm an attorney at the law firm.
Oh, your mic.
Jody Klein, Miller and Canby, 200B Monroe Street in Rockville, representing the applicant, in this case, Reflection Park, Inc. And as compared to this morning when I wanted to try and brag a little bit, I frankly think what I'd best is answer any questions you have, because this is a unique concept, and it'd probably be best that I make myself available to tell you that all the conditions in the staff report are acceptable to the applicant, and we have the team available to answer any questions. I'd probably like to reserve any comments, so maybe till after you have speakers who would like to speak, because I think my comments could be a little bit better focused if it occurred that way.
Well, we'll see if the commissioners have any questions. We do have.
That'd be fine. Thanks.
Excuse me? Who said what? Oh, I'm sorry, I'm hearing voices. We do have 3 speakers for this. The first is Donald Chamberlain from the Patuxent Watershed Protective Association.
Mr. Chair, I don't know if Commissioner Branson's hand is up. I don't know if you wanted to go to her first.
I'm sorry, I didn't see. Commissioner Branson, would you like testimony first, or you have a question?
Well, I have a question. Maybe the testimony will address it. I have a couple of questions. The first question is, as I understand Maryland burial law, that if a body's not embalmed, there has to be, it has to be kept refrigerated or something for some period of time. And so what I'm curious about is the structures that are recommended, that are requested in this plan, seem to not mention refrigeration. And so I'm curious about that. They seem to be mainly for equipment, storage, and like a gazebo, like meeting place or something. So I am curious about the necessity for refrigeration.
All right.
That's my question.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Science,
Sure.
I think that question is a little bit distinct from the other questions that might come up after the testimony you heard. So possibly I could have my client answer that question now.
Yes,
and talk
please.
about the burial process. Mr. Eldada, are you available, and can you introduce yourself and answer Commissioner Branson's question, please?
I am, certainly. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I'm Basil Eldada. I'm one of the applicants and co-founders of Reflection Park. Commissioner, the question that you're referring to actually gets at the distinction between a funeral home and a cemetery. We are a cemetery, and so we will not have any role in addressing the preparation of the body. The body will be prepared in accordance to whatever standards in Maryland law by a funeral director, or if the family so chooses, a home funeral. And we are there simply to receive the body. I will mention that, embalming is not required by law in the state of Maryland. That's what allows us to perform natural burials. But the expectation is that if the burial is going to take place several days after death, then there should be some method of refrigeration of the body, which is acceptable under Maryland law.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll go to those who wish to testify now. Donald Chamberlain from the Patuxent Watershed Protective Association.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yeah, about 8 minutes, please.
Okay, I'll do less than that. For the record, I am Donald Chamberlain, representing the Patuxent Watershed Protective Association, and they approve this testimony. The PWPA exists to protect the safety of the public drinking water supply in the Rocky Gorge Reservoir, which supplies 800,000 people. PWPA's objections to the placement of Reflection Park Cemetery close to the Rocky Gorge Reservoir were not sustained in the OZA hearings, and quite frankly, we lack the resources to continue our objections through the courts. Well, so be it. There are, however, 3 additional conditions that need to be added to any plan approved by the Planning Board. Number 1, there is a requirement for replanting. The county arborist must certify that all required tree replanting has been completed for a development phase per the hearing examiner's decision of 15 June 2022, prior to the start of clearing for the subsequent phases. And any previously planted, replanted trees which died must also be replaced. Item number 2, the Ednor Road tributary, which is the major stream coming out of the feeders around the cemetery, must be regularly tested for nitrogen pollution emanating from Reflection Park. WSSC has acknowledged nitrogen pollution in Rocky Gorge resulting in harmful algae blooms. In a study by the National Science Foundation, Syracuse University, and Georgia State University of a cemetery with a stream running through it, the investigators found that the nitrogen concentrations were 124 times higher in cemetery groundwater than in the residential groundwater nearby. During the summer months, the stream is constantly gaining groundwater discharge, and the stream nitrate load is consistently 20 to 40 kilograms per day higher downstream of the cemetery in the months of June through September. The cemetery handles 350 to 500 burials per year, and it is estimated that 25 to 50% of the nitrate load could be attributable to groundwater discharge of burial decay products. The study's observations of, of nitrate groundwater concentrations in the cemetery groundwater, coupled with the increase in nitrate loads in the stream traversing the cemetery, suggests that cemeteries may be a source of nutrient loading. Now, the applicant's expert used a model which used the older 70 kilogram male standard.
Mr. Zients, could I object? We're arguing the conditional use case now. We're not arguing a preliminary plan.
If you excuse me, let him have his time and we'll go through what's relevant later. Please continue, Mr. Chamberlain.
Okay, my understanding was that this meeting was to discuss the preliminary plan.
It is.
For the subdivision plan. Okay, so let me see. Anyway, the model that was used previously by the applicant's expert used a 70 kilogram model, but the CDC indicated that the average U.S. male weighed 199.8 pounds in the period 2015 to 2018, and they haven't gotten any smaller. Now, a body is 3.2% nitrogen, so the load in the body is now 6.4 pounds per body, which is an increase of 29.6% over the older value of 4.9 pounds. The applicant's expert used 6 years as a time for the nitrogen from a body to be exhausted But we consulted with Arpad Voss, Dr. Arpad Voss, who is a foremost U.S. forensic anthropologist, and he says the flesh decomposition time for buried bodies at Maryland ground temperatures is about 15.3 months, with most of the nitrogen released in the first 9 months. Local rainfall in any given summer month in the area, according to U.S. meteorology, is anything from 3 to 4 times higher than the mean values, taken 30-year mean values of monthly rainfalls. So in summary, for this point, we have known reflection, Rocky Gorge and cemetery nitrogen pollution problems. We got 30% more nitrogen produced per body, and a 9-month majority nitrogen output time versus a 6-year total, plus a virtual guarantee of erratic rainfall totals. And a burial rate, per the applicant's expert, of approximately 300 bodies per year for 30 years. The applicant's model asserts no damage is possible, but we feel that a model is just a model, and we think this one has input flaws, and the actual nitrogen load in the stream will at times exceed the federal standards. Point number 3, we feel that DEP must establish and conduct regular cemetery groundwater testing. Decomposing bodies contain pathogenic organisms, including spore-forming gut bacteria, which can live in a protected state for up to 5 years, and they're resistant to harsh environmental and purification attempts, and then they blossom. Endospores cause human disease and are strongly linked to antibiotic resistance and the spread of antibiotic resistance genes. A USGS study of a cemetery in Lansing, Michigan, with many geologic similarities to Reflection Park, notably sloping land and bordering a stream, revealed the usual contaminants plus the presence of antibiotic-resistant bacteria with modified genes. And this study, I will note, was done without the cooperation of the cemetery owner, because Lansing gets its water from 125 wells, and they care. Increasing numbers of people are undergoing chemo and hormone therapy. Both are non-degradable and purification resistant. DEP previously said that about 2% of people will die with active chemo. We agree. This means that about 175 people to be buried in Reflection Park will have active chemo in their bodies, and this chemo will get into the water supply during decomposition. WSSC has no ability to test for many pathogenic organisms in chemo or hormone therapeutics, and no plan to develop any test capabilities, and considers removal of such contaminants too expensive. And they say that if the contaminants are detected, WSSC will, quote, address them at the source, unquote. Now, how are they going to know? And what about all the homes on wells in the area? 41 out of the 186 identified NIOSH chemotherapy agents are pregnancy category X. They are fatal to fetuses. Some agents persist in the body for greater than 48 hours, which is a critical time for natural burials. Other agents cause major fetal complications, and hormone therapy residuals cause undesirable health problems. So in summary, again, we have known contaminants that will get into the water supply. They can't now be detected or neutralized, and where any amount is potentially fatal to fetuses, and there are no plans to develop any detection capabilities. For this reason, we strongly feel that for DEP not to establish testing and conduct it is a dereliction of their duty, and it perpetuates the lack of data regarding cemetery groundwater in the U.S. And with that, I will say thank you for this opportunity to testify.
Thank you. Dr. Linda Moore, please. Please take about 3 minutes.
All right. Well, thank you for this opportunity to testify. I am going to mention 3 objections and a conclusion. The first one is regarding traffic congestion and dangers to children, and problems with the traffic statement and testimony that was given. There was a traffic statement dated March 17th, 2021, conducted by Mr. Antimati. And he also made statements about it in the testimony he gave on July 30th, 2021. On the first thing I would say, as far as I can tell, there were absolutely no observations done of the traffic, like physical observations actually there. I'm going to speak now from testimony on pages 111, lines 7 to 13. He noted that the cemetery was not a typical use, so therefore they would not use the Institute of Transportation Engineers to calculate trip generation, and there were no observations. It seemed that he guesstimated by looking at the activities that will be taking place, I'm quoting now from the testimony, taking place during the peak hours or peak period. He should say peak period. And then we assumed what would be the peak hour sometime between 8 to 9. This is testimony, it said page 111, lines 7 to 13. As far as I can tell, the assumptions were from information provided by the applicant and not from observations. His report and the testimony did not mention the impact of workshop or seminars held for the 200 people in the community center, assembly center, their arrivals and departures. There was no mention of potential danger to children on the many school buses that travel New Hampshire Avenue during peak and non-peak hours. For instance, non-peak hours on a day like today, there's a late start, there are early dismissals. It's often in odd hours. I personally have observed 5 school buses on New Hampshire Avenue during less than a 10-minute period when I was on it, around 2:15 p.m. And at approximately 50 children or students per bus, that would mean 260 children that could be impacted if they got held up due to a funeral procession. There was also no mention of the traffic generated from the mega church that is essentially next door to Reflection Park and has a large volume of traffic generated during the week from its before and after school programs, summer camps, and weekend programs, and the 30-something school buses used to transport children, in addition to the individual cars used by families to drop off and pick up children for their camps and the before and after school care. The church is the Living Word International Church at 16819 New Hampshire Avenue.
If you could summarize, please.
Do I have well, there was also no mention of the 286 homes. I believe there should be a social equity and racial justice study done, given the impact on the area of the highly diverse community of 286 residences immediately across the street from the cemetery. And I believe there were some misleading statements in the report because there has been a great deal of community opposition. I would have thought there would have been continuity between the different hearings and events that happen, but apparently there isn't. But there have been complaints from the Cloverly area, Mill Grove, Spencerville, Gamewell, Hampshire Greens. And again, before this, I don't personally believe it should be approved. And if it is, I don't think it should be approved until you have a more complete and accurate traffic assessment and
thank you for your testimony.
Okay.
Great.
Thank you.
We have Queenan Remain. I'm sorry, I know I butchered it. Cloverly Civic Association.
Yes, my name is Quentin Remine. I'm at 205 Bryanston Street Road in Silver Spring. I'm president of the Cloverly Civic Association. On July 31, 2022, Cloverly Civic Association reviewed the reviewed the presentations on Reflection Park that have been made for and against building Green Cemetery at the Duckett Reservoir Protection Area and voted unanimously to oppose Reflection Park. The primary reason was statements in the Cloverly Master Plan that the Duckett Reservoir Protection Area is an environmental preservation area that protects the water quality of the T. Howard Duckett Reservoir and is a drinking water supply source, a major one for the Washington metropolitan area. Say that the applicant first presented this project several years ago to us. It was very warmly received and no one had too many questions about it. But as the project was investigated further, there became more concerns about it until we reached the concerns today that in January that this was not a project for Cloverleaf. Residents here are concerned with the existing pollution in the Duckett's Reservoir. The Washington Suburban Sanitary Commission recommends that if you come in contact with the water, rinse off immediately. Do not allow dogs to swim or drink the water. Don't eat fish livers or digestive organs from fish caught in the reservoir. About 10 years ago, this stream was clean. It was rated as one of the highest water quality streams in the area. And over the years, it's deteriorated to this point. And now we're going to add the possibility of more contaminants. And WSSC doesn't even have a clue how they're going to handle these contaminants. And given the experience with COVID and so forth, we're highly concerned about their capability of addressing a problem if there becomes a problem in this area. You can't go through the land and pull back the problems as the reservoir, as the cemetery has caused. Cloverleaf civic members felt that there are already a lot of concerns, and adding more concerns is not something that we wanted to do. I just add too, in Cloverleaf in 2002, we realized that we had a oil spill from the Shell gas station, and it affected the wells along Bryant's Nursery Road of approximately 30 homes. And that this involved a lot of MTBEs into the soil. And as a result of it, 10 or more wells were contaminated. We were told that, first of all, this information came very hesitantly, that no one came and told us what the problem was till almost a year after the problem had been identified. And so people were bathing in water and drinking water that was contaminated with MTBEs. Also, they're working in their lawns where MTBEs were filtering into the soil. People's dogs were just strangely dying from cancers that are considered to be part of as a result of MTBE or such type contamination. We got no support from the county hardly to address the problem, and a little more support from the state, and no support from the Shell Oil Company or its derivatives in helping with the problem. After many fights, we finally they finally agreed to pay for water hookups to the homes that had contamination that were above the minimum requirement. However, that doesn't help the many other homes that have MTBE contamination. How would you like to be showering in water that was just below the requirement for getting a new well year after year after year? Well, we were told that it would only be 7 years and this problem would be cleaned up and resolved. This is in 2002. Last spring, we were told, we're very sorry to inform you, but there's been little successful work completed in the cleanup of the Shell oil gasoline spill. And we don't have really any idea now how much longer it's going to take. So people have lived under this contamination level. And also this contamination level is viewed by different jurisdictions with different minimal values for minimal acceptable values. So we've lived under this situation before. So this project has no, there'll be little notification of any pollution that goes on. And problems to families and so forth would probably hardly be recognized because of the types of contamination and the danger it is to feed, especially fetuses, that's been brought forth. Also, I understand that Baltimore has a similar situation, and they denied this being built in Baltimore County. There's probably more documentation to this in the file. And I feel that something needs to be done. We can't have another situation like this in Cloverly and another lot of homes. And on top of this, it doesn't only affect homes and wells in Cloverly, it's going to affect anyone who drinks the water in the Duckett's Reservoir. And it's such minimal concentrations of this that can cause birth defects and all sorts of problems with fetuses. It's just not, we're not against this type of burial, but we're certainly against it in areas where there are wells, and especially in areas that are supposed to be a protected reservoir area. We wish that you would deny this project and or at least postpone it in some way until there can be more information gathered on the dangers of what's being done here. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony. Echoes. Do I have any questions from commissioners?
Well, possibly I could go ahead and make my presentation, and then I'll make myself and our team available to answer any questions. Would it be all right?
Is the board okay with that?
Okay.
Yes?
Okay.
Okay.
It's going to be fairly
Go ahead.
short.
I'm okay. Go ahead.
Well, this is coming to you not as an unstudied issue, as you can imagine. It's not like we had a preliminary plan that didn't have any background, like the conditional use approval on the property. It's not like somebody went to Mr. Sloan and said, hey, sort this all out for us, Josh, because we can't figure all this stuff out. When we filed the conditional use application, Mr. Chamberlain's colleague was the only person who testified at the hearing, Mr. Putman. And he made some arguments similar to what you heard today, but not in as much depth. When the hearing examiner approved the conditional use application, it was appealed to the Board of Appeals. Mr. Pinheiro may well remember this because I believe he was sitting on the board at the time. And the Board of Appeals, not surprisingly, when a number of studies came in saying, hey, in Australia, they found lots of problems with these kind of green cemeteries. So it was remanded to the hearing examiner to conduct a hearing on the science of water quality. And we had 5 international experts testify on transmissivity of water, water quality, how the body deterioration process worked, and what was the likely effect of all that. And that came out with a second decision by the hearing examiner, reading, after very careful consideration of the expert and lay testimony in this case, the hearing examiner concludes that the weight of evidence and testimony in this case supports a finding that the proposed cemetery will not cause harm to nearby wells, streams, or the Rocky Gorge Reservoir, and will be compatible with the surrounding area based on the limited environmental issues considered.
Okay.
So everything you've heard today was the subject of 2 hearings before the hearing examiner and a very strong conclusion that there was not evidence to basically determine that a green cemetery was not appropriate in this location. So unless Mr. Chamberlain could give you a letter from DEP, MCDEP, or WSSC saying, oops, our previous recommendations of approval were wrong based on things we've learned now, then I'd say maybe he had a good basis. Otherwise, there is no scientific evidence to override what the hearing examiner came to, and this forum is basically not the place where we should be trying to redecide that all over again. So all the evidence basically says it's okay, and the conditions that Mr. Chamberlain asked for were recommended to the hearing examiner, and she did not include them in her decision. So in my opinion, the staff report and its conditions stands, And I'd like to actually wrap it up with one of the principals, either Mr. Mokhtarzada or Mr. Eldada, just to give you just kind of a wrap-up so you understand the sensitivity of which they understand the public perception of this and how they want to address it. Gentlemen, could one of you please say something?
Sure. Well, I'll go ahead and start. Yeah, we appreciate the concerns, and we've met with the community and have tried to address these concerns. They're understandable. We are a nonprofit organization, and we have environmental stewardship as one of our missions. So I feel like we are aligned in ensuring that the use of this property is consistent with environmentally responsible use, and we have, I think, worked quite hard and diligently with our engineers and consultants to ensure that the property is managed in an environmentally sound way. We went through this during the conditional use process, and you heard Mr. Klein's statement that the conclusion was that this would not have an adverse impact on the wells and the Rocky Gorge Reservoir.
Okay, I'd like to hear the commissioners' questions now. Commissioner Branson.
Thank you. So I have a couple of things. First of all, I do live in Clover Lake, and I do know that a lot of people out here still use well water. As a matter of fact, when I was looking to buy a house out here, I was specifically looking for one that wasn't on well water, because I just didn't want to do that. So that's my disclaimer. I have a couple of questions. First of all, it's not totally clear to me, so I want to be clear. Is there any other cemetery like this in Maryland? I was under the impression that this would be the first. Secondly, I read in the staff report that the markers the grave markers would not necessarily always be on the graves, which I thought was odd and potentially just not a good idea. And thirdly, am I clear in understanding that this would be for human burials only? And finally, what would be the harm of having DEP periodically test if this use was granted?
I'll let Mr. Penn answer that, I think.
Well, I would have to say that we're not under the jurisdiction to direct DEP as an agency to do anything. That would be coming from their own policies and their own workflow. There would be no harm in testing, but it's not something necessarily we can mandate as an agency to another government agency. We can make a recommendation if you'd like, but it would be just a recommendation.
How about the other questions, whether this is the only place in Maryland, whether this is only human burials?
I believe my client would have an answer to that if you'd like, unless Josh
Yes.
has an answer. Yeah. Basil, could you or Steve Crum answer the question about other green cemeteries in Maryland?
Yes, certainly. This would be the second green burial ground in Maryland. The first one is called Serenity Ridge. It's located in Baltimore County, and it opened actually just recently within the last couple months. Regarding your question about the grave markers, it's certainly our intent to have grave markers. That's an important aspect of this project. But we do not wish to have grave markers that are standing like you would have in a conventional burial ground.
Basil, can you see the image? Yeah.
Oh, yes, there it is. Yes, exactly. Thank you. That is what the grave markers would probably look like, something like that. They would be likely stone, and flush to the ground to preserve the natural park-like character. So grave markers, yes, but not upright grave markers. And yes, our intent is that this would be for human burial.
Thank you. Commissioner Presley?
Yes, on the other site that you mentioned, what is its proximity to neighborhoods or people using well water?
Are you referring to Serenity Ridge, the one
Yes.
in Baltimore County? Yes, that also occurs in proximity. I don't know the exact distances, but it was subject to a very thorough hydrogeologic review process similar to what we went through for Reflection Park. And so the
Do those folks that, I'm sorry, do those folks out there have well water?
yes, there are surrounding wells adjacent to the property as well.
So
Again, I could tell you exactly the distances.
Yeah, I was just curious from the perspective of whether or not there's any data on record of tracing what's going on over time. How long has Serenity Ridge been in place?
Serenity Ridge just opened up. However, green burial grounds as a concept is actually, they're not new. There are, I believe, well over 80 burial grounds across the country or in North America that are either solely green burial grounds or hybrid burial grounds, meaning conventional cemeteries with green sections.
And so I had a concern just in terms of whether the experts were looking just at what would be happening in terms of potential emissions, and things seeping into the soil just from the cemetery, or were they considering that there might already be a condition in the surrounding well water? So I don't have any proof of what the gentleman was saying, but I take it on face value. If there's been a problem for 7 years that hasn't been cleaned up with some existing contaminants, I would wonder how those things would interplay with each other, if at all. And I understand, as Mr. Klein said, this is not a hearing about that. We're supposed to take other action, but it is disconcerting to think that that there could be these issues that have not even been addressed. I could understand why the residents would be concerned and afraid that something additional could happen, especially if they're not getting any results from WSSC or anyone else for what's already gone on.
Well, Basil.
And obviously you can.
Sorry, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Well, no, I was going to say, because Mr. Aldada spent a lot of time with our lead environmental consultant, who's a internationally recognized expert in groundwater contamination. And Basil, could you maybe explain for her what were the premises she started with in terms of what sort of the existing conditions, what she was working with?
Yes. So, and actually, this is explained in actually excruciating detail in the hydrogeologic report that accompanied the last conditional use hearing. So there was a very thorough, exhaustive review on exactly this issue. Both contamination, potential contamination to wells, as well as to the Rocky Gorge Reservoir. The conclusion of that report was, so given the Maryland standard is that there should be at least 100-foot buffer to a well, this the closest grave we expect will be well beyond 100 feet away. However, the hydrogeologic report found that the well capture zone of the wells adjacent to Reflection Park were somewhere in the order of 23 to 29 feet. So our closest grave is going to be something on the order of about 600 to 700 feet, I believe.
Okay.
Something along those lines. So the hydrogeologic report was quite definite that there would really not be any impact on neighboring wells.
Thank you.
Commissioner Panero?
Yes, hi. Thank you for your presentation. I mean, some of the questions that I had have already been asked and have been answered satisfactorily. I mean, the way I see this is the staff is recommending, the hearing examiner has looked at this issue. I don't see that the Department of Environmental Protection has an issue with it, WSSC. The question is there doesn't seem to be, besides the neighbors and the Cloverly community, we have given a conditional use. There doesn't seem to be major concerns, and hydrogeological studies have been conducted. This seems to be a place, that this green cemetery has been done all over the U.S. He talked about 80 of them. Given where we are right now, my concern is to what extent they're going to continue doing this. I keep hearing, well, we can't tell DEP to do it. We can't, WSSC, are they going to do it? Who's going to be doing the water studies to monitor whether there's any nitrogen? That's my concern. Who's responsible for that? Because we're making a decision. Are there any federal standards, state standards that we could say, well, yeah, somebody's going to have to be looking at this in the future? That's my question.
I'm not sure of the specific statutes, but I do know there are federal and state regulations regarding Maryland burial law and what can be going on. In terms of specifically water testing, I would have to defer to another agency on that one. It's not something that we deal with here.
But do we accept the water testing that has been done by the applicant, or do we do kind of an evaluation, or somebody looks over, because they have done their study? Has that study that they've done, has it been approved by DEP or WSSC, anybody, or us?
Yeah, Ms. Pinheiro, everything that was part of the conditional use work on both sides, for experts on both sides, was delivered to Park and Planning Commission as part of our preliminary plan study, so it's available, with the understanding that probably was not going to be able to be deeply reviewed, simply because you just don't have that expertise in this office, this firm, or here. But it was made available, and I can say, well, what I can say is the people who got into it at the time, the hearing examiner, WDEP, and WSSC, all were convinced that the applicant's experts had the more convincing and persuasive case than the opposition.
Commissioner Hill?
That was my question.
Yeah, for staff, I just want to make clear, the hearing examiner referred to riparian zones. You're saying that's the same as stream buffers here. I understand those terms to be slightly different, but they're synonymous for this purpose, and you're, okay. And then there was a question from Mr. Chamberlain about replanting, and I believe that has been handled in the report, but can you comment on that just as a form of public feedback?
Yeah, I believe there's a condition on the conditional use that set up that condition he was talking about, having each area confirmed replanted before moving on to the next. That was a requirement of the conditional use. It doesn't relate to Chapter 22A or the Forest Conservation Law, but they are meeting all their Forest Conservation Law requirements.
Right, and this is unusual in terms of cemeteries, because most cemeteries kind of clear the lot, put in the graves and the headstones, and they'll plant, specimen trees or things that will be specimen trees someday. But here, we're really reestablishing the forest.
Correct.
Right, and that should actually help in water quality too, I would imagine.
Correct.
Okay. And then this may be a suggestion for my fellow commissioners more than anything else, but I think that we might add a condition 18 here, which is a request for staff to make a recommendation to the Department of Environmental Protection to perform water testing. And I would suggest we test below the cemetery and above the cemetery too, because if there is a positive finding, we want to know that it comes from the cemetery, not the background conditions. And I understand that is entirely dependent on how they choose to act on it, but it does seem to be something we can do to be responsive to the public input we've had here.
I would support that.
Me too.
In a condition, you're asking our staff to ask DEP.
I said condition if someone wants to make that another form of it, but I think we should do this as a form of resolving this
I'm
case.
just trying to figure out who are you asking what of?
Yeah, I'm actually asking staff, so that's not a condition for
You're
the
asking
applicant.
our staff?
Yes.
So Robert Cronenberg, for the record, There would be a little bit that we'd probably have to work through if that were to be a condition, because how often would you test? What if they come back with something that the community doesn't like, but maybe we're fine with? So one of the things that we've done in the past for, in many cases, transportation improvements is have either the director's office or this board write a letter to DEP. That's not a condition, but write a letter to DEP requesting that they participate in a study of groundwater, of any contaminants, something to that effect. But I don't know that I would make it a condition, because it would be very difficult to.
Okay, well, I'll withdraw that as a condition, but let's collectively, regarding staff that reports to us, make a commitment to do that.
Sure.
And I wouldn't even go as far as saying how often or whatever. That's going to be DEP's discretion. But I think we can sort of put them on notice that this is happening, there's community concern, and this would be a advisable thing to do as far as.
And if the board is okay, we can draft a letter that would go to DEP.
Yeah. Could you return that at the time the resolution for this comes back to us?
Be about 2 weeks.
Yeah, it would be about 2 weeks. I don't know how quickly they could respond, but we could definitely reach out to them.
Okay, I'm not looking for the response, I'm looking for the letter, the draft of the letter.
Oh, the draft
we would
letter,
be
yes,
sending out at
we
that
can
time.
definitely do that.
Again, an action we can do, right?
But
I would recommend that in the wording of the draft letter, you talked about a continuous rather than a one-time
Right.
water test.
Yeah.
You know, that they do some kind of continuous monitoring of the quality of the water. Like Commissioner Hills mentioned, above and under, below the cemetery.
And I think it's also probably good to mention that this is a new activity in the state of Maryland, and it's something that probably will be more frequent, and it's worth monitoring in this instance. And I'll mention just generally, our bodies have to go somewhere. You know, it's not a real popular thing in our culture about burial grounds, but they have to go somewhere. And yeah, they have issues that are involved with that. I acknowledge the concern of the community in terms of the water runoff and quality. I have that concern too, especially to a reservoir. But I do put stock that the hearing examination took this issue up and really kind of settled it legally. And I'm not sure we can offer relief on that.
Right, so we're happy to put a letter together. I mean, I think to your point, to Mr. Klein's point, we did not focus as much on the use because the use had been approved by a different body. And so when you're looking at the subdivision, you're looking at, again, the lot dedications. Again, the use has to be approved for us to make a finding that it's acceptable within that zone.
Right. But
we can definitely follow up with a letter.
I would observe the hazard involves the
Understand.
land use that we're engaging in, so there is a connection there, right?
Okay.
And Mr. Klein, let me just ask you a question. This is by no means a commitment at all, but it seems to me almost as a neighborly activity for this, whether your client might take on some testing for themselves. And that's just a comment. You don't even have to answer that, but. No. Well, keeping peace with the neighbors in the community, it might be a good idea.
Yeah. I think I cannot hear Mr. Klein.
Mr. Klein's mic is not on.
Yeah, Mr. Klein, if you can put it.
Sorry.
Those are my comments.
You would be surprised how little power I have.
Thank you, Mr. Hill. We acknowledge that. We'll follow up on it.
Okay, and just for board members, when, the conditions apply to the applicant, we can ask staff to follow through on what we want. I had two things. Number one, I know the traffic was stated as a concern, and I noted that in the conditions of the conditional use, there's a limitation of 50 trips on the weekend or something like that, if I recall correctly. And that condition does not go away, would not be changed by an approval of the preliminary plan? Stay correct.
Right.
Correct.
And it wasn't so much a limitation feature, it's just that when we would be likely to have our peak hour activities, we would not exceed 50 trips. And that's why there's not a traffic report study
Right, I thought it was stated as a condition that you would.
Well, I'm effectively, I guess what they're saying is if you go over 50, then you're going to have to do a traffic study.
So does that mean that I'm sorry.
If you go over
Does that
50, you're
mean
in
that-
violation of your conditional use.
No, if we go over 50 during our peak hours, we're in violation of our
Yeah.
conditional use. Yeah.
Okay, I'm
So
sorry.
then wouldn't that eliminate anyone of a family who was going to have a burial site who had 51 people? Does that not occur?
No, well, I mean, first of all, the typical burial time would not be consistent with the peak hours in the New Hampshire Avenue corridor,
Okay.
either inbound or outbound. We're normally doing it
Okay.
at 10:30 or 2 in the afternoon, so it just
Got
isn't
it.
going to have, that's why we never thought it would be any impact.
Got
We would
it.
like to do some other activities in the community building at night, but that would be after the peak hours.
Got
So
it.
we don't expect any burial activity to exceed the peak hour limitation.
Now, we've gone through the use and all of this, and we know there's a conditional use approval. One of the findings of the preliminary plan, though, is that the preliminary plan is in conformance with the master plan. What you wrote in the report was that a hearing examiner found that the proposed development conforms to both the master plan and functional plan by providing more open space and less forest than would be required for standard and residential development. My question to you is that, in staff's opinion, does this preliminary plan conform to the recommendations of both master plans that it's subject to?
Yes, it does.
Okay, thank you. I wish you had just stated that rather than stating somebody else's opinion.
Mr. Chair.
I'm sorry. Ms. Branson has something to say?
Yeah, I just have one more thing. I mean, first of all, I appreciate the letter of recommendation, I guess is what we can call it, to DEP. I think that will be helpful for periodic testing. But I hate to sound like Columbo, but like just one more thing, right? The good thing about this from the Cloverleaf perspective, I think, is that at least as long as this is a cemetery, we know there won't be a whole lot of other, development going on out there because, we're kind of rural out here. But I'm curious as to what the law requires or as to what, we can require if it should happen that this green burial thing doesn't take off. And there's after a few years, it's just not an ongoing, economically feasible thing. Then what? Can we as the planning board or make some recommendations or require some conditions about what happens then? Or because as I'm looking at the burial law in Maryland, I'm not seeing a lot of what happens for abandoned cemeteries other than they just remain abandoned. Is there any clarity out there on this?
I'll let Mr. Mills answer the question on our legal authority to keep a continuing use when we just approve a preliminary plan.
Yeah, I mean, the board itself doesn't have any authority with respect to that. I do know there are regs in place. There is a process under state law. I can't lay out for you precisely what it is, but I do know, I have researched this issue before, there is a process under state law for dealing with cemeteries that are abandoned or you can't track down someone or an organization that is ultimately responsible. This issue does come up more frequently, I think, than people imagine. So, yes, there definitely is a process for dealing with that.
If I may add, you'll soon be seeing something from the Montgomery County Humane Society, which has a pet cemetery in Aspen Hill, and you have on your historic preservation staff a very knowledgeable person, and frankly, cemeteries are one of the more regulated uses in the state of Maryland. So So they are regulated, and I would say in terms of if something doesn't work out, it's more likely that a non-conformance of one of the conditions of the conditional use is likely to trigger a revocation of the cemetery conditional use than a deviation from a preliminary plan condition. So there's probably multiple tools to try and make sure it does what it's supposed to do.
Thank you. Can I hear, are we ready for a motion? Not everybody at once.
Mr. Chair,
Yeah,
I'll
Mr.
move.
Chairman, I move that we approve the preliminary plan for Remembrance Park number 120210150 with the conditional uses stated in the stated in the plan, as well as with the understanding that a letter will be sent from the planning board to the Department of Environmental Protection.
And just
I will
that,
second
that
that.
is, as a second, the letter is a separate comment, not a condition of the plan. Yes?
Yes.
Thank you. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
How about a second, Mr. Chair?
I thought I did have a second.
Oh, did you?
Yeah,
Okay.
Ms. Presley seconded it.
Amy seconded.
Okay, all those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed? No. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. It's been somewhat of a long afternoon here.
Mr. Chair, I would like to just take a small thing up with staff similar to this. It doesn't involve the applicant. And that is the question of, in every land use report we get, we have a section about burials that happen on the site.
Okay.
And it strikes me with a green burial, that may be problematic in 100 years. And I'm just referring that as a long-term question to staff, which is, it seems to me this kind of new burial usage is encumbered with a question in that. And it's also a question that, what is the intent of the people being green buried, right? Do they want their site to be, not ever used again in 100 years? That's a valid question, and I think it's something we might want to put on our radar to figure out how that fits with our ordinance that says if there's anyone buried here, you can't do anything.
We'll bring it up 99 years from now.
No,
Well-
I think we should start now.
We can definitely talk to Dr. Crane, who's in our Historic Preservation Department, and raise that question with him. We did, just so the board understands, about a year and a half ago, when we did start putting in language because of the work that had been done to identify burial sites in the county. We started putting that information into the reports, not just about rare, threatened, endangered species, historic and cultural resources, but also cemeteries. So all the research that they did is part of every subdivision plan that we're seeing. So-
And of
Right,
course,
but I just want to emphasize,
Understood.
right, that I'm all in favor of that historical aspect, right?
Sure.
Yes, great, except this is almost the opposite, right? If people want to disappear, then okay, and even if they don't want to disappear, will their burial plot disappear? Because you can't ground probe something that's decayed into the ground, right, in terms of finding burial spots.
Actually, you can.
So, we need to figure that out.
Okay. I'll definitely relay that information to
and
Dr.
we'll
Crane.
leave it to state records in the future, too, on knowing where licensed cemeteries.
100 years from now, I think I see a pattern where people are getting more cremated, incinerated. So if we're talking about burials,
All
maybe
right.
we won't have that need.
New business, also just something to ask staff about, which is in one of our extensions today, there was a comment from a professional engineer that seemed to suggest they had troubles using the e-filing system for this organization. I can't speak to whether that's idiosyncrasy of that particular person, but it did send a little alarm to me that a licensed professional in doing this didn't manage to use the portal that this organization provides. And I was wondering whether we just had a budget item about, for website improvement, and whether that's connected at all, and whether staff might look at that.
I'll take a shot at answering that. I do believe that consultant was working with Mr. Klein. So We do, in November, we did update our E-Plan system, and it's been one of our systems that we've had in place for over a decade now. We do regular training, not only with agencies, but anyone that really wants it. So sometimes it is a little difficult to navigate for people that don't use it very often, and so we try to help them through that process. So again, I think it's in part, it is a little bit more difficult for people that don't generally, I guess, do their work online, so to speak. But the E-Plan system, I think, is pretty, I wouldn't say easy to navigate, but once you're in it, it's somewhat intuitive because it does send you invites in terms of how to, and next steps and tasks that you need to perform in terms of review and so forth.
I've said my piece.
Sure.
Can I have a motion to adjourn? We are adjourned by unanimous consent. Thank you, everybody. Thank you for being virtual.